Let's rock this. I'm ready. Birthdays. Happy birthday. To me, to you, to all the Scorpios out there. Anyone with a birthday in November, happy unbirthday. To everyone else, this is a celebration stream. In Satanism, one's birthday is the major satanic holiday, along with Halloween and a few others. So this is the day. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate each other. The link is pinned. It's going to be an open panel. I'm going to keep it going. At least in tonight's Survivors, so I'm going to have to end it at least by 8 o'clock my time. But I'll keep it going until then. Hey, Schiff, thank you so much. Happy unbirthday to you too. Unless it's also your birthday. You don't seem like a Scorpio, though. Good vibe. Great. You're the best. Look what started the stream. Shift and her good vibes. This is going to be a great day. I can already tell. In fact, let me check the news and test that. I haven't looked at it yet. Transfer of power will be so smooth, Trump tells Biden. So it looks like they're going, Trump and Biden had a chat, and they're going to hand off power very graciously, or gracefully. John Thune is the Senate leader. Okay. I recognize the name. I don't really know much about him. Let's see. Who is John? South Dakota. Okay. So no more Mitch McConnell? We got a new turtle. Turtle is out. This guy's in. I'm looking over some of his political positions. Okay, well, what else we got? The Trump and Ramaswamy Department, DOJ, Department of Government Efficiency. Oh, this is interesting. That what is it? John Hegseth guy, the Fox News host that got picked for defense secretary, has advocated for firing woke military leaders. I don't know if you fire them, you just tell them to knock it off. And then if they don't, then you impose consequences. Looks like that's it, news-wise. Hey, well, Kitty, yeah, that was Leggy and I's music thing. We normally do it every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Pacific. But today, being the birthday stream and all, I think we're going to have to bump it. Hey, Sasquatch. Well, it's only a matter of time before everybody starts identifying as their own zodiac sign anyway. Scorpio really is like the Gen X sign. It's ruled by Mars, Hades, sex, violence, drugs, darkness, the dark side of life, all the stuff that Gen X made mainstream. Well, yeah, but I believe it at least giving them a chance. Like if I had woke employees, which I wouldn't. I mean, they could be woke. I don't care what their political beliefs are. They just can't let it interfere with their ability to do their job. Because if they're a really good person for the job and they're woke, I don't know that I would let that stop me from hiring them for the job. Oh, are you a Scorpio too, Ricardo, or you just have a scorpion tattoo? Well, you have more than I have. I haven't even taken it that far, so even if you're not, happy unbirthday to you. Okay. Yeah. No, Sam, I'm not doing the glove thing. This ain't that kind of channel. I'm not kink shaming, but there's probably websites and OnlyFans for that type of stuff. Okay. All right, let me see. Looking at Twitter. Well, I didn't want to get too political today, but I guess I'll read a few of these tweets. Oh, you typed that just as I was about to insert politics myself. Now I feel you just made it harder to do. Yeah, we hit 7-7 last night. I did another fireside chat from hell, and we hit 777 during that stream, and I did a little celebration. I celebrated a little bit when we hit 666, and 777 is another important occult number if you're into the occult. Aleister Crowley wrote a book called 777. Hey, Beak. You know what? I'm going to read this tweet anyway, just because there's nothing else to do right now. This is from Wokel Distance, who's a great follow for anti-woke stuff. He was probably one of the first people on Twitter that I didn't know what wokeness was in 2020. I saw the stuff happening, but I didn't have the context of wokeness and critical social justice ideology to fit it into. And Wokel Distance, I started seeing him come across my timeline, and he was talking about it. And so I followed him, and he kind of led me to all of the rest of the intellectual dark web. Benjamin Boyce, Christopher Rufo, other people on that side. He says leftists want the prerogative to set the rules of engagement, terms of debate, and spectrum of allowable opinion for any conversation they participate in. I find that to be true. If you refuse their demands and tell them to meet their opponents on neutral ground, they leave. It's in the context of X being a right-wing platform. He said Elon Musk did not turn X into a right-wing platform. He turned X into a free speech platform, and leftists chose to leave because they can't censor people they disagree with anymore. If X is right-wing, it's because leftists won't be a part of any conversation they don't control. All right, that's all the political stuff I have today. We're going to keep it a party stream. I would do a panel dance if I had non-copyrighted music that we could play. So, anyway, I'm here all day. I'm just going to leave the stream going, and people can come in and out as they want. Drop by. Yeah, they do that too. It's all manipulation. They try to manipulate. Like, even the conversations I've had with some of the left people on here, you can try to lay out the logic and the evidence, but it gets distorted somewhere in their brain from their emotional processing, motivated reasoning, confirmation bias, etc., etc. And usually hyper logical people can see through all that and like correct for their own biases. But I think it's got to be TDS. Like that's the only explanation so far I've found that makes sense as a blanket concept for why they just absolutely cannot seem to stay logical in conversations. Yeah, that's another thing. They've played havoc with all of our definitions and languages and categories, and they've expanded them, exploded them to uselessness, and they use them for everything now. Like the Nazi rally, the racist Nazi rally with Jewish people, black people, brown people, gay people, trans people, all in that Nazi racist rally. And by the way, the racism narrative, the gender narrative, the elite narrative, all that got exploded in this last election. Because more white people broke for Kamala, more white women broke for Trump, more not the majority of white women, but more white women than in the past swung over to Trump. The elites, more of the elites, the wealthy people supported Kamala, and they did not get their way, so they did not buy the election. There's a really good article that I looked at this morning that goes over all of this. A graveyard of bad election narratives. It's really worth a read. All the people, the minority people broke for Trump. The white people broke for Kamala, so if it's white supremacy, they sure didn't come out for Trump this time around. And all the brown people did. So they supported the racists. So this election blew up all of those narratives. People that are still using them are just not interested in reality or the data of this election. I looked at the one yesterday on California itself, where every single county that they included so far, which was most of them, went for Trump. There wasn't even San Francisco broke for Trump this year instead of the Democrats. They're tired of their Democratic rule. I think after we had 4 years of Trump rule, so we gave 4 years of Democratic rule a chance, and then apparently they prefer Trump. They did the Pepsi challenge, and Trump won. They tried Democratic rule, and they're ready to go back and give Trump another shot. That's how bad that's how poor they are at leadership and administering this country. Because part of it, the three biggest issues that people voted on were immigration, the economy, which they tie to inflation. Even though inflation is going slightly down, people are they're going by what they pay at the grocery store. Hey, plastic. And then the wokeness, the ideology. People are tired of being scolded by a bunch of Karens on how to live and what to think, and being shamed and guilted into behaving like a bunch of upper class white people want them to behave. I have faith in America once again, that they're not falling for that bullshit, and they're telling it where it could screw off to. So yeah, I hope we don't see anything for the Democrats for quite a while. A good 8 years at least. But we'll see. The Republicans have the ball now, so we'll see what they can do with it. All right, let's see what else is out there. Not much else. Just hanging out on the birthday. I turned 54. And, I kind of like to take my birthday to reflect on where I am in life, look back on how far I've come, how far I have left to go, where am I in relation to the goals that I set for myself in the past, etc. And I think I'm doing okay. I think I'm on the track that I want to be on at least. I just think it's going to be much slower of a journey than I realized. But I'm down for it. I'm a hiker. I love to hike, and sometimes the beginning of a hike is you got to put in miles and miles and miles of kind of gentle terrain before you start reaching that elevation. So I'm just glad to have such cool people to take the journey with. All right, well, I don't want to monologue for the whole day, so I'm going to find some things to entertain us with. Oh, I know what I could do. I could show that P.F. Jung video that I've been wanting to show. Let's see, does Satanism not confirm? Oh, you mean like Christianity gives you a built-in set of goals? Well, Satanism is more about like the personal goals you set for yourself and discovering what values that are most important to you that you want to live by. And I feel like I very much have been in the process of discovering that over the last decade at least. And so you're always able to get more clarity and refine that kind of stuff. But so I don't think it's completely set in stone, but I think for the most part I have my target values locked in, and I'm pretty much living my life in alignment with those in the way that I want. Free speech, personal freedom, self-determination, autonomy, individuality, being yourself, even if it goes against existing social expectations of you. Oh, we got Sasquatch here, and he brings maps.
This isn't the best one, but it's a decent one.
Wow,
When
look at
when you
that.
get down to it, and you actually get down to like the individual counties, look at New York.
Wow, look at New England.
It's the
Look at
city.
yeah, it's the cities.
It's the cities, bro.
And just living in Seattle, the cities are kind of echo chambers. Like that's where the ideologies just bounce off of everybody in the
Which makes
city.
me wonder about this little county right here. Like, what's
Yeah,
the deal with that?
what's in there? That's New York. Maybe
No,
that's
that's
some
New
hippie commune. Is that Woodstock?
something like that, I'm sure. But then
Look at
check out
DC.
Washington. Yeah, I mean, there's your problem right there, folks. If you've ever wondered where the actually cognitive dissonance comes from, all right, we'll do this in Georgia. Check out Georgia, right? You've got Atlanta, Savannah, Augusta, Macon, right? Other than that, it's freaking red, bro, and deep red for the most part.
Yeah, look at that. And even the exurbs of Atlanta don't seem too terribly blue. So
Oh
it's
no,
more like
no,
the core.
yeah, that we call it the lost city of Atlanta for a reason.
Well,
And you know,
what's going with Alabama and Louisiana? They just don't have the
I
data yet.
I don't know. Uh,
That part of Mississippi has always been reliably blue, but even in that blue patch, there seems like some red creeping in. Because a lot of minorities flip to Trump too. They're not the reliable vote that they used to be. You still have
I
to earn their
think
vote.
I think Mississippi has a down to ticket style ballot or a split ticket ballot rather. I think Georgia has down ticket ballot and Mississippi has split ticket ballot. So you can vote, you know, you can vote for Trump for president and then vote Democrat down ticket.
Oh, okay. So that's what some of that could be.
Yeah, some states are a little weird like that, but I mean, Texas is a perfect example. Dallas, Houston, Austin, San
Oh
Antonio, the
yeah, let's look
rest.
at Texas. Let me see. What's Austin doing? That was the big blue spot.
Yeah, Austin right here.
God, even for Austin, that seems low. That blue area seems really small. Look at Beaumont. I'm surprised
Right.
it has the amount of blue it does.
Yeah. But then when you come over to like California, you got this whole western corridor here is all just
But
blue
even
block.
that took a hit because there would all of that shifted to Trump.
Yeah,
Even though it's still blue, it's not as blue as the
the
previous
places that
election.
went red went hard red. I mean, like there's a red district down here almost in Santa Rosa.
I
That's
feel like we got our
wild.
country back, or at least got the
The fighting
potential to
chance, maybe.
try to turn it around. Yeah, Philip, I remember that. Like, because Reagan came out of California, um,
Yeah.
and Orange County's always been red. But yeah, I do
So
remember
so
California was not. It had its like hippie areas, but
you, I don't know if you were there. I had a conversation with somebody about the silent majority. There is this silent majority of people in America that just never really get involved when shit goes wonky. If you go extreme, they just leave. They don't say anything. They're just not involved, right? And enough of this trash has taken place on a level that people are able to see. The pandemic's what did it. Suddenly, we had our kids at home, and everybody got to see what was going on at school, and
hmm
it took a little while for it to unravel, but eventually parents started going in, going, exactly what the hell are y'all doing? What what is going on here? And they did not like what they saw.
yeah, and so like they finally decided to. This is the time to get off the sidelines and step in.
That silent majority thing, I think 3% was the figure. Maybe it was four. I think 4% of the quote unquote silent majority can completely toss an election either way. Um, because I mean, we've got what is it, 339 million Americans, and only like 140 million actually vote.
Yeah, it used to be about a third. It's been going up lately, but it's still not everybody.
So this puts us in a position. This here, this this shows why it's going to be difficult to have any type of a major effect on any part of the government, is because government create things like this freaking blue block in the middle of the one of the reddest states, and it's called a swing state. It's this. This is the blue part. This is what swings the
The
state.
cities.
This city, and there's a couple of others, but uh,
They did. I did read where like they have a census coming up in 2030, and it's
yeah,
they say it's going to favor if the minorities and everything are swinging toward Republicans. It's going to favor Republicans and make it even harder for Democrats to get the districts that they need because
yeah,
they redo all the districts after every census.
yeah. That's part of what you see going on up here. When you get hold on, when you damn it, come on, function proper. There we go. Over here. All right, so this area is you've heard of the term gerrymandering.
Yeah.
All right, so a lot of this area here, and it's really common in the Northeast, been gerrymandered out to mitigate the red influence, so to speak. They split districts in weird ways to try to thin out the Republicans that are voting. And so you end up with these weird, wonky shaped little districts over here that look like freaking monsters from the Black Lagoon, like this crap. Right? It's, it's wild, dude. So I mean, and plus, there's that inner city thing where anybody from inside of the beltway or whatever you want to call it in your local city, they just vote blue, bro. Vote blue because their mama voted blue and their sisters vote blue and their brothers vote blue, and they don't really think about it much further than that.
Yeah, and then I think the prices at the grocery store didn't help.
No, that didn't help at
And
all.
the immigration narrative got a lot of traction.
425. I misread that. Thought you said that Sasquatch has an amazing boner voice.
Maybe. Well, it could be both. You have an
Thank you.
OnlyFans
Anyway,
yet?
I'm not. I'm not at liberty to disclose such information in an NDA. But yeah, it's wild. It is wild because I've been saying this for years, right? I've been pointing out the fact that it's just the cities. Just like they want to say we have a population problem. No, we do not. We have a housing problem and a delivery system issue. We have supply issues, not actual production issues, and not actual venue issues. When you say you have a population problem, you imply that there's not enough room for people, that it's overpopulated. But most of your inner cities are starting to empty out a little bit. I mean, it's become so difficult to manage in the literal war zone that some of them have
That
become.
happened in Detroit.
That's what I was thinking of, was Chicago and Detroit.
Oh, Chicago too. And some of it, like here in Seattle, it's zoning. It's the people that already have the housing that don't want the new housing in their neighborhoods because they don't want their property values to go down. And so they
Right.
block the ability to build a lot of the new housing that would solve the problem.
True, but the thing is like a lot of those new housings they're trying to put them in closer to the cities, and this is going to exacerbate supply problems that we've already discussed. A large part of that problem has to do with the way we use our trains.
Well, maybe Elon and Vivek will streamline all of that.
I'm waiting to see who becomes Secretary of like the Interior. I'm waiting to see who gets tapped for like the transportation ministry and all that shit.
Who
Because
is it
that's
now? Buttigieg?
Buttigieg. Yeah, no, I mean, uh, I'm not going to say anything negative, but just I don't think it was a great choice.
Let's see. This Deb Haaland girl is Department of Interior, and I think Buttigieg is Transportation. Let's see if they have Trump's picks. Dunleavy Mike Dunleavy is discussing Interior
Huh.
Secretary Post, and then I don't know who that is, and then let's see if we can find Transportation.
He's I mean, if you're a left wing weirdo, you'd think of him as a right wing supremacist, but he's just kind of a no nonsense sort of dude that just doesn't take guff off people, and folks don't like him.
The Dunleavy guy.
What's up, Renaissance Road?
It
Yeah,
looks like he's a governor
yeah. He's
currently.
just he's just one of those hairy bald bastards that brawl out every now
Alaska,
and then.
governor of Alaska. That would be good for Interior. They have a lot of land up there, natural land. Also, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma is being considered.
You got me, dude. That one's a mystery to me.
Ooh, he's
I'm not in Oklahoma. I don't know most of my own
he's
senators.
kind of a hot daddy. Let's see. He replaced Jim Inhofe.
I recognize the
He's
name,
a
but I don't.
senator from
Yeah.
Oklahoma. So yeah, I don't know a lot about the picks Trump is making so far, so I'll just give him a chance to see what they do.
Well, I do. He has one thing going for him. Uh, I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know, man. I've been real busy. It might have just been a few days ago. There was a interview he did somewhere, some podcast, and they asked him what went wrong in 2016, and he said, "Well, quite frankly, I got blindsided by the deep state." He's like, I was given a list of people to pick cabinet members from that essentially, he didn't say it, I'm paraphrasing, of course, but he was saying I was given a list of cabinet members to fill members from a list and didn't know any better. Basically, he just didn't know any of these people and, looked at their voting record and went by that. And that's a minimal amount of information. So basically, he ended up with 2/3 deep state cronies in his under his skirt, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I think he has more wisdom now and better people advising him.
Well, I think they all pulled their mask down to oust him the first go round. Like a lot of these never Trumper Republicans that were just hiding out in the various mechanisms of government that were just quietly quitting working against him.
Yeah, I think he's going to have less resistance now from his own side. Plus, it looks like McConnell is out. We got that new guy, John Thune.
Hey, what's up with him?
I don't know. He's the senator from South Dakota. He's going to be the new Senate leader.
I
Because
mean,
McConnell was the one that would like block all the judges and
yeah. I was just gonna say we'd do just as good with a cow and McConnell. I mean,
then a turtle.
yeah, the turtle will work, but if it's an actual turtle, that might be more effective than Mitch McConnell.
But he was good at party discipline. Like he kept them all voting the same way. Because that was one of my criticisms about Republicans for a while is they're never going to break from the herd. So however all the Republicans vote, you can pretty much predict that's how any individual Republican will vote.
Sure, and that's sort of the purpose of a party. You have to admit, man, the red side has a much wider breadth of acceptance than the blue. If you don't lockstep with the left, they are not going to even have your name in their breath. But the Republicans will talk to anybody. Damn.
Beggars can't be choosers. Plus, there's a lot more diversity in the party now, and I think they've done a pretty good job at embracing it and incorporating it.
And I don't like using the word inclusivity or inclusion anymore because it's been turned into a four-letter word, but that's essentially what you're looking at. The Democrats claim to be the party of inclusion. Well, show it, prove it.
Yeah, they're not very good at it. They left out a major demographic, a very obvious one.
You know who I think actually might have been the one that pushed this election over for Trump? Like when all the demographics get broken down and we get to the bottom end of all this, Catholics. Like I know that historically Catholics fall on the right side, but it's the shift from left to right that we're looking at more than we are the actual religion itself. I think when we finally get the breakdown of all the demographics, you're going to find that Catholics, Lutherans, these these people that tend to live very close to churches and therefore live very close to each other tend to corroborate in cities, you know, and so there's a tendency for the left wing to insinuate themselves into any city type environment from what I can see. And so I think there was a huge pull from left to right within the Catholic, not just in the church, but in the associated sects as well.
So were Catholics, were they mostly on the left?
They were like 48-50 Republican, 48-51 with a little bit of margin of error. A bunch of them don't vote at all. So whether this particular election instigated non-voting Catholics to register and vote, or Catholics that are voting left to vote right, either way, it comes to the same thing. I'm just waiting for the numbers to come out to find out which way it went or how much of each it was. Happy birthday, bud.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Which, are you a Scorpio or November
I am
birthday?
Aquarius.
Aquarius, so you have one coming up next year.
Yeah.
Happy unbirthday to you then.
And a very, very good birthday to you.
So this will be a mad tea party. What? Yeah, this site, it's RFK's site, and it looks like they're crowdsourcing suggestions from the public for nominations. So people can go to the site. I posted the link, and you can nominate people that you think would make a good secretary for that department.
So I want Kanye West to be appointed somewhere. I think he'd make a hell of a Speaker of the House.
He'd make a hell of a Speaker of some kind of house.
Have I ever told you my election theories on how Kanye West is actually president?
No, you have not.
All right, let me run this one by you because hold on. Let's don protective coverings. All right, so if you believe that the 2016 election was bought and that's how Hillary lost, and, or that you believe that the 2020 election was cheated and that's how Trump lost, then it seems to me that the last viable election we had was in 2016. Let me explain. There were 3 candidates in 2016. Most people don't remember that Kanye West also ran for president, and he got 43,000 votes. Votes that I'd have no doubt are legitimate. They are completely legitimate, and is the last duly elected president of the United States.
Come on.
Don't be giving me none of that not my president shit. I don't want to hear it.
Would you want Kanye?
I don't know, man. You never know. That type of power, that type of office sometimes changes people. And, responsibility is a funny thing.
It seems like he's already changing so much as it is. I don't know if I want to put extra
remember
selection pressures on him.
Kanye today is very different from Kanye in 2016.
And I don't know him that well, but I just know the sensational stuff that trickles in from social media. I don't know, that thing with Nick Fuentes, that would have done it for me. We have us, look, all these Scorpios. We got Alan, we got Bex, all Scorpios. This community's full of Scorpios. That's perfect. I love it. So how's it been going with you? What's life in the streets like?
I'm I'm interviewing Jack Talcott Thursday at 8 p.m.
Oh, like the Sasquatch Shields?
Yeah, Sasquatch Shills. Same deal.
Let me drop your channel.
But I'm hoping that'll be half as interesting as I think it'll be.
Oh, it should be. It should bring the numbers at least.
We'll see. We'll see.
Here, here's the episode. Thursday at that's tomorrow
Yeah,
at
smart.
8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. It looks like. Check
Yep.
out Sasquatch Shills. He talks to different content creators, different channel owners about their channel. So he's gonna do Jack Talcott tomorrow.
That sounds sexual, bro. That's
Sorry.
the nominees link again.
He's going to feature Jack Talcott tomorrow.
There we go. Thank you, sir. I'll do him. I'm not picky.
Yeah, I had a good time when I went on your show,
Yeah, but
especially the little backstage chat.
each one is kind of individually tailored a little bit because it has to be.
Yeah. I think that's a good skill to have to be able to individualize things. That's going to become more and more useful.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who want to really generalize a show. They want to make it too broad, but yeah, there's that word again, inclusive. Not everything is meant to include everything else.
No, and you can't. Like, if you're creating a community or a channel or a micro, like nationally in workplaces and large scale groups, that works. But if you're creating something on a smaller scale, you have to gatekeep the values that you're building it on and the values that conflict with that. You have to have some separation between the two.
Let me tell you how it happens if you don't do proper gatekeeping. You do something neat, people show up. You continue doing that neat thing, more people show up. Then around the third wave of more people showing up, the new people outnumber the people who were there before, and your community totally changes. It will pivot on a axis. Like suddenly you go from working for a group of people and family that you have a certain commitment to a bunch of nobodies demanding things that nobody ever asked for before. And you're like, it seems like it's coming from valid sources. It's coming from the same sources as before, but not really.
It's not the
The
same people.
difference is it's not the same people. You don't
So you have to
know.
make sure the new people, the new waves are aligned with what the original waves are doing. Like that original wave set the tone,
Right.
and the new waves have to be in accord with that to keep that going. Otherwise, it risks pulling it in a different direction.
Well, what ends up happening is like if you have with a channel, it's a little different because you do have control over your mods, and your mods set the tone of your chat. So if you've got especially vicious mods, you'll have an especially tamed chat. If you have loose mods, your chat's going to be a little wilder, and that's normal. But what happens is eventually one of these new folks ends up picking up a moderator status, and they'll start blocking some of the old people, and you won't necessarily notice it immediately. And the whole tone of the chat will change, and then you'll change in response to that tone, not realizing that it's a manipulated change.
I think that did happen a few times here with some of my mods. I've been getting complaints of people being blocked that I don't necessarily want to see blocked. But part of them, there's like a learning curve for the mods too, is
True.
learning what my sensibility here is. Like I want my mods to mod as little as possible, other than the very obvious trolls that come in. And so
Right.
as long as they're doing that, but
Well,
some regulars I think are getting caught in the net of the newer mods.
part of the issue with that type of a change is if you don't notice it immediately, if you like, sometimes you'll see a mod just start just wanging people in the freaking chats like, you're out of here, and you're out of here, and you're out of here, and you're out. When that starts happening, it's real bad.
You got a rogue mod.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's a rogue mod, sometimes it's a mod having a perfectly ordinary mod having a mental breakdown.
Oh,
That happens too. So like, it's not necessarily a road condition, but both of these will end up with you no longer being a mod on my chat.
how many mods do you have? Like, how big is your mod team?
Like maybe 15, maybe.
Oh yeah, that's pretty big.
But I usually mod as I'm bringing new guests in, like, uh, I'll mod you for the duration of your show and maybe a few weeks after, depending on how you respond to having the mod. I prefer mods that don't do anything over mods that are super active. Protection of the channel is my primary thing. I don't really care what people say as long as it doesn't damage the channel.
Yeah, that's pretty much my rules here too. It's mostly the drama. People are using my channel to work out their own drama with people outside of this community that I have nothing to do with, and I don't want that here, junking up my own channel. They can take that somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh, Philip, talk to me about that. Like
That's
you choose mods from other community, like.
okay. Yes, I do this as well. But it has to be a mod that has proven something to me in another community. Like if I say something a little hard in the paint and they give me a warning instead of like deucing my ass out, warnings work. To logical, rational people, you're like, hey, you do that again, your ass is out. And if they respond, well, fuck you, motherfucker, yada, yada, yada. Boot them.
That's what we do here. They get one time out. That's it. That
respect for the channel extends to the mods. I've chosen my mods on purpose. A lot of people just throw out the keys randomly. I do not. Right.
Oh yeah, and I love self-promotion here. Anybody's welcome to. I like building communities, so if people have cool channels they want to share or tell other people about, or the mods want to promote channels they think my audience would watch, or their own channels, I support all
One
that.
exception to that. Let me reel you in a little bit there. When you are sharing links in a chat, it is generally best to share a channel link rather than a video or live stream link, because the channel link will open a window for you to go subscribe to the channel if you want to, or scroll through, but it doesn't take them out of the live stream.
Oh, and when you put an actual episode, it switches from the one they're watching to the new. That's a YouTube thing. Why don't they fix that?
It's the way it's always worked, bro.
Well, that's very inconvenient. Yeah.
It is very inconvenient. If you've ever been sitting around throwing around links and all of a sudden you went from 16, 17, 20 people in chat to 4, that's what happened.
Well, here, let me put Sasquatch's channel. I put your Talcott link. It's not even on yet. Tatiana, good to see you. Happy birthday or unbirthday, depending on when your birthday is. I like wrenches. Yeah.
It's a byproduct of interviewing people. A lot of people, I do some other stuff behind the scenes after the interviews, depending on how interested they are in doing that type of stuff. So I end up with wrenches in places you wouldn't expect me to have wrenches, like both for public safety and official misconduct channels. I'm a mod on both of them.
Oh,
and that's left over. Well, no, it's they're married, but that's generally Specific's an arch nemesis. That's the guy he's been trying to clown on for the past 3 months.
Oh yeah, that's hard. The divided loyalty. That's an issue to me when I'm trying to build community. It really throws me off. And it might be my own limitation. But I have a hard time resolving people that support this channel and then also go off and support the channel that's actively trying to destroy this channel. How is that support?
Okay, so I can't in good conscience support someone who is perpetrating literal evil, right? I give a fuck what side of anything you're on. If you're literally acting in destructive ways, I will not support that.
Some people do.
And some people do. And this ninny boo boo trash that you get back and forth across the internet, I don't really care about. I don't have to tend your fires, man. That's your responsibility. So if you want somebody to stop dorking at you, freaking boot them out of the chat. Don't don't wait for me to try to go to their channel and convince them otherwise, because I'm not going to. You know what I'm saying? It's not my business. Not my business how you conduct yours.
Some of it is stuff that happens off stream, like outside of this channel. Other people's
Sure.
channels, other chat rooms. People have their own hate channels that they create content on.
Sure. And that's part of what I was talking about when I say when you are willfully acting evil, not just talking evil, not just looking at it in a mirror, but physically taking action, like creating a sock account to utilize for a hate channel just so you can try to get under somebody's skin. That's evil. That's action and evil.
Yeah, I think so too. At least very malicious. It's very destructive to community. I don't think it helps build a
They're not
community.
here
I
to
think
help.
it starts to erode that.
There are
A lot of my mods come from watching them on other channels and saying, "Oh, that's a good mod. I like how they
yeah,
moderate. I'm gonna give them a
yes.
wrench."
And that's called poaching, but at the same time, that's really the only way to get decent mods on YouTube. So if anybody ever comes at you for poaching somebody, just basically say, "Yep, damn sure did. Talent's needed."
Yeah, I mean, well, they don't have to accept the wrench if they don't want it, but they usually do.
That's true. But all right, so I think we had this conversation before about there being pre-COVID creators, post-COVID creators, and there's cultural differences there. Back in pre-COVID, there were very few live streamers that were, I say few, there were a few million, but there weren't nearly as many as there are now. And nowadays, mods are valuable. They are very useful individuals if they do what they're supposed to do. Finding mods to know what they're supposed to do, are willing to do it, and then do it correctly, and most importantly, show up. Show up.
Yeah,
When you tap another creator as a mod, you're agreeing, and this is one of those covert agreements that nobody ever discusses. You are agreeing that you will accept this person as a mod, knowing that he's not always going to be there because he's a creator and may be live at some point in time when you're live, or might be in the middle of some editing or something and just can't turn loose.
that's why you have multiple mods.
That's why you have multiple mods. Yes.
And I can usually moderate because I'm almost always watching the chat, so I tend to catch a lot of stuff on my own and moderate. But it helps to have the backups when it gets like you're being troll brigaded.
Or, yeah, when you have a troll brigade come through, or if you get raided for a little while,
Hmm.
you might have 120 folks roll through suddenly. And
Plus, the
they're,
mods set the tone for the channel. Like they're representative
yeah,
of
they
the
do.
values that you're trying to set for the channel.
That's true. That is very true. And that can be a hard thing to manage, especially if you happen to have a couple of mods who hate each other. And I've had this happen a few times
Oh Lord, I
where
don't know how I would
two,
handle that.
two mods were like going at each other. And I can't remember which one because I don't really care. Like I said, it's not my job to tend your fires, Uh, they were going at it in the chat. I was like,
Oh, uh-oh. Sorry, Seth. I tried to take your other screen off, but it took you off. I didn't. Sorry, come back on. I was doing some housekeeping. I didn't mean to sweep you out with it. And the mods can't mod each other, I don't think. So if you have two mods that hate each other, yeah, that was me. That was a glitch. That was a user glitch. Here, come on back. I'm sorry. I accidentally bumped you out. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Get a little clicky.
So you were talking about like with the you had two mods going at each other.
Yeah, well, you got two choices. You could either settle that shit or shut the fuck up or lose both your freaking branches. I mean, this ain't the place for it. They both settled down almost immediately and stopped talking to each other entirely.
Because there's off stream options for that stuff. You don't always have to do it on somebody's
Yeah,
panel or in somebody's chat. You can
right. And
always save it for off stream.
I'm a real big, we'll talk about that shit later kind of guy.
Yeah, yeah, me too.
So I'm
But there's
available.
some I've been on some panels where they feel like if you're part of this community, you owe it to the community to do it live and provide content as part of. And if you go off and try to do it off stream, you're depriving people of content, and you're somehow being deceptive to the community by not letting them in on like in a transparent way on the resolution of the conflict.
I kind of I am of two opinions on that, and it totally depends on the circumstances and the content itself, right? If you've got two people who are threatening one another's lives constantly, separate them like you would 4-year-olds. But if they have a difference, an honest difference of opinion, and are just annoying about it, that's a different situation, you know. But if it's starting to damage the community in general, you got to quash it. You got to quash the beef.
Yeah.
Or at least make your community an unsafe place to do such things, which is
Yeah, that's where our demon trolls come in.
Right.
Yeah. And I think I've accomplished that for the most part. People don't try to bring a lot of drama here like they did in the past.
We'll give it time. Because this comes in cycles, bro. Like what'll happen is you'll run into one of these guys, the shit will hit the fan for a little while and you'll have a bit of an issue and you'll eventually deal with it 6-7 months down the line for whatever reason. That guy will be like, I wonder what Jeff is doing. And he'll come check you out and he'll notice that he's blocked. Be like, oh, yeah, I got blocked. That's why I don't mess around over there. Well, let's make 37 accounts so we can go mess with him a little bit. And if you react the same way you did to each one of these accounts, that can eat up a lot of your productive time.
Yeah.
It's easier in my mind to recognize the way these people talk and just do some out before it becomes an issue and then go back and unblock them. Because if it's a troll account, it's just a sock account. Once you block them, after 48 hours or so, you can unblock them and they'll never notice.
Right.
And then if you hit somebody with a stray, if you accidentally caught the, old lady on the corner, she might come back and check you out again. But the chances of him coming back with that particular account is rare.
I have had people like tell me that they're blocked, and then I go look on the list and I don't see their name anywhere.
Okay, children, we're going to go over this again and directly from the top. Not every time when your comment doesn't show up is that a creator thing. Sometimes YouTube doesn't like certain comments. Sometimes if you have used the same phrase over and over and over on your channel, YouTube will filter that out thinking it's spam. So like the Smoking Auditor, he would pop in and say, hi from Ohio, right? Every single stream, hi from Ohio, every time. Directly, it stopped happening, and I asked him about it. He's like, no, I do it. And I'm like, it doesn't pop up. He's like, that's weird. I was like, oh, okay, it's spam at this point. You've done it so much that they think you're spamming a link or something, right? There's nothing.
So sometimes it's YouTube itself. Are there certain words that it filters out? And usually it tells you like this comment didn't go through. But it's not always me, because I look at the list and I don't see these people on there sometimes. I can't even think of reasons why I would have blocked them.
So if you go and you look in your creator section, your YouTube studio, there is a bit in there where it gives you a list of words that you can, you know what I mean? That list.
I've loaded some in there myself.
Right. Well, I'm much more nefarious. I don't block specific words. I block specific combinations of letters.
Oh, and so that might cause somebody's comment.
Right.
to not show it
Like
to you.
I was playing with that a few months. Actually, it's been a couple of years ago now. What's up, Jess? Um, I blocked ism and ist, and my chat went insane.
Wow.
I only did that for like one stream. Might have been two streams, but it was funny.
Maybe I'll like randomly block a letter. You just pick a letter of the day to block.
I don't know how that would
Block Q
function.
or block X or something.
Uh,
And also, if I block you, usually, sometimes it's my mods that I don't notice, but if it's me, I usually time you out first as a warning and then block you so you know why you're getting blocked. It should catch you by surprise. But if you ever want to talk about it or make the case for unblocking you or whatever, I'm always available for that off stream. Like, I'll revisit my decisions if you can convince me to unblock you.
I've only had three people that I've had to just outright block, and all three of them were based around this one dude. I was playing mine. Well, all right. So, like I said, I do work for other channels and stuff, and I had somebody call me up and be like, "Hey, do you still have that Minecraft server that we was all running around on over there?" And I'm like, "Nah, it was a buddy of mine's, but it's still available. What do you need?" He's like, "You've got a pyramid over there. I'd like you to go film me a tour of it." I'm like, "Okay." He's like, "I'm gonna do some reading, and I need a couple of pyramids in the background, and you got a couple of different good ones over here." And I was like, "Okay, no problem." So to make it easy for everybody, I decided to live stream this whole thing. And I was just running around looking at this, that, and the other thing, and going through all the little secret portals that I built and all that stuff. And, just general tour of the place. And some dude shows up in chat and says, now, remember, it's like 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. And homie's like, "Oh, a 60-year-old man streaming to children." I'm like, "Bro, my channel's 18 plus. I don't like first of all, if you have children watching my content, shame on you. That's
Right.
your fault. That's not me." I mean, I told my aunt the same thing when she found my channel. "I don't like all the language you use on there." Well, with all due respect, I don't make my channel for little old ladies.
Yeah, and
So
YouTube lets you mark it when it's not for kids, and I have mine set for 18
mine
and
is
over.
not for children. So, you know, anyway, after he had his little say and hissy fit, he left, and a handful of other guys showed up all saying the same thing. I just blocked them all and moved on. Didn't really think much about it until I stumbled across him on another panel. And he comes in and goes just like it had happened last night, bro. He comes in immediately hot on that topic. "And you blocked me because I was just telling the truth." Wait, no, you're the guy who called me a pedo. Then, you're blocked. And then he got blocked there too. And I was like, "You don't have to do that, dude. Like, this is your channel, and him coming at me is no hair off my balls. I don't rightly care." And then I was like, "Nah, that dude's an idiot. He's not doing that no more." I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, I go by that too. If I have somebody I know and trust, and they're being harassed by somebody I don't know at another channel, I might use that as data on
Well, I'm an
whether to include
asshole.
that person in my community or not. Hey,
I'm,
Mr. B.
I am an absolute asshat, and I will offend people because I think it's humorous. And so just because someone doesn't like me doesn't necessarily mean I don't deserve it.
Yeah, but if they're calling you pedo and all that, that's not
Yeah,
a person I'm going to want around.
that's true. That's true. You got me there.
Yeah, you can, Tatiana, if you want.
Come on, what?
There's the link.
I'm open for suggestions. Ooh, I'm sorry, Jeff.
Tatiana is our Ukrainian friend who lives in the
Nice.
UK. Hey, Plasma, you too. Happy unbirthday or happy birthday if you're a Scorpio or you have a November birthday.
The very Marion birthday for me, for you. Ugh. I went to a Whose Line Is It Anyway show night before last.
Oh,
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. I can't remember the guys' names to save my freaking life, but it was two of the guys from the original show, and then one of the guys from Kids in the Hall, and another dude that was actually pretty good. I was fairly impressed with him.
The TV show?
Yeah, the TV show.
Oh wow.
So yeah, I made a swing at trying to create a really funny joke, but it didn't actually pay off in the end. So what can you do? You know, they asked for suggestions from the audience, and so I threw in the concepts of a flying avocado and tilt-a-whirl during the shout-out stages. And before all of this, I had written in. They give you a piece of paper and you write a sentence, and then later they use that sentence in their improv, right? And I had written, I don't know, but I lost my avocado on the tilt-a-whirl, and they didn't use it. It didn't get used, and I was like, oh, because that would have paid off so well. There were already three details from it that was sewn into the show. It was so sad.
Oh wow,
That's the thing
Alan!
about
Alan! I just got your picture. This looks fresh too. Really nice. He has a Scorpio tattoo.
I figured it was a dick pic.
Um, no, it's almost better. Tatiana, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good.
I'm
Turning
so
old.
so. Do you know what? It's so nice to hear you. Seriously, because of our time difference and basically yeah, I never really see your lives, but I am
Oh,
tonight.
what time is it there now?
So it's 9:45 in the evening
Oh, okay. So not too bad.
in England. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah. But I fell asleep. I fall asleep like literally like 8, 9 o'clock. Seriously, I don't know. Is there something to do with my age? I'm
It might
46.
be.
Seasonal
Yeah.
affective disorder.
Oh, yeah. Well, that must be it. But anyway, what we're talking about tonight, Jeff. So guys. So what do you think about Donald Trump being Well, what do you think?
I was very happy with the results.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Yes,
So yeah.
he was the guy I was rooting for. Or actually, Kamala was the person I was rooting against, and so I'm glad that she did not get into power.
Well, do you know what? It's like, what do I know? Seriously, you guys, you Americans, so you know exactly who you're waiting for, right? So that's it. Yeah, but I did support Donald Trump the first time, when he was becoming president. For some reason, this time I didn't. I don't know why. I don't know why, Jeff. I didn't mean nothing bad. I just didn't. I just didn't feel it. Not this time. But why do you trust him so much? Can you tell me, please? Because I really wonder.
It's less about him, although the assassination attempt when he did the fist and the fry station
Yeah,
and all
okay.
that stuff won me
Museum.
over. But it
We're
was more
literally a
about
lot.
the policies or the non-policies coming from Kamala's side. They were going after free speech. They talked about going after Section 230, which is what keeps platforms like this neutral. The DEI stuff, the everybody's racist, forcing it on people in trainings, etc. That all exploded under Biden, and I wanted that reversed.
I have a
Yes,
very
that's
simple
true.
reason
Yeah.
why I think Trump's the right answer. Every single law, every single state, everywhere in America has been hunting this man like a convicted criminal for the past 8 freaking years, and nothing has significantly stuck to him. He has to be clean.
They would have got
I
it
don't,
by now.
yeah, you see, it's like, I'm literally just online, and I'm not, I'm Ukrainian. I lived in the UK, for 30 years. So I'm here, and stuff, but I love America. I've been to America a million times. But the fact I've got friends in America and everything, and I don't know, for some reason this time I did not feel, I just do not feel Trump to be good. No, I just do not feel. I have no idea why, and I would not ever be able to tell you why because, well, I just don't feel it. I don't
Were
feel
you
that. I think he's a trouble, and this is how I feel. I think he is complete trouble, and
were you
something is
supporting
going to
Kamala?
happen. Sorry.
Were you supporting Kamala?
No, I wasn't actually. I wasn't
I didn't feel
supporting no
Kamala
one. I
at all.
wasn't supporting no one, but I never thought that actually Trump was gonna win this time. Well, it's my choice. It's like this is what I think. I don't think nothing really. I just, when you have the real gut feeling, and yeah, I've got one of those.
For Trump, about Trump.
Yeah, I think he's a trouble, and well, I don't know. I
I
might
had
be
it more
wrong.
the first time around,
I
and
kind of hope
most
he
of
is.
it didn't come true. So I think I have it less now.
I mean, Jeff, let's be honest. We kind of hope he is a trouble. Hopefully, he's more of a trouble
The
for
right
our.
kind of trouble.
And
I mean,
yeah,
I don't have high expectations. He's a bull in a china shop. He could like tear a bunch of shit up. But I'm at least willing to give him more of a chance than Kama, because I've already seen what they've done in the last 4 years. I already have an idea.
the line where I drew in the sand was when they decided to retroactively make her not have been the border czar.
Oh
Right?
yeah,
They're
the
like,
gaslighting
yeah, it was they just straight lied.
and the propaganda, all the lies. That was another thing. All the lies coming out of that side. They'd say
Yes,
something,
yes, that's
and then you'd
it. Yeah.
watch the actual video, and it was nothing like the Democrats were saying it was. Over and over and over.
Absolutely, Jeff. 100%. Yes, totally agree. Yeah.
So they did not do a good job of building the trust they needed to get my vote.
He's really interesting, but I've got really bad eyes, so I have to wear glasses. I'm pretty, but how do I pronounce your name? So Asian.
Caucasian. That's odd for a Ukrainian.
Say again. So I'll get it.
Caucasian. I am the Caucasian Sasquatch.
Okay, cool stuff. Well, I still can't
Sasquatch.
pronounce
Oh, I
it,
always say
but
Sasquatch.
yeah, nice to meet you.
Just,
Yeah.
just call me Squatch. It's
Squatch.
fine.
Yeah, that's what I think of you as.
Can I call you Jeff?
Not
Or
me.
No, I can't
Oh yeah,
call
you could
Jeff.
call me Jeff. Hopefully everyone does. I don't know why they call me
Jeff,
Gen
do
or
you know
Gen
what?
X. That's
Do you
just
know
the
what?
adjective.
Jeff, do you know
Cork
what? You're
Asian.
one of my favorite people, because my best friend is actually Ukrainian. His name is Alexei, and yeah, he's gay, just like you. I don't care, I can say it, can I? I can. Can I?
What do you call him, Alex?
Alex, yeah, Alexei.
Yeah,
His name is
that's what I
Alexei,
call.
yeah, Alex, yeah. So yeah, he is great. He's someone who I love to pieces, literally, and this is why this is why I have no issues with other people and blah 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 and everything. I love you guys anyway.
Oh,
So
well, we like you
and I
too.
have Jeff. Do you know what? I actually forgotten what I was going to tell you. Why did I even say this? Seriously, yeah. So I forgot what I was going to tell you. So give me a minute. So sorry.
Oh, it'll probably come back.
Hmm.
Yeah, good
Maybe,
ideas are kind of like BD. They generally come
maybe
around
at some
again.
point.
But that train gets slower and slower as the years go on. I noticed.
That's also true with BD. As you get older,
Sometimes I wait for it to come back and it doesn't show up.
right? Oh, I hate it when I get up and go into a room and just stand there wondering why the fuck I'm there.
Me too. Or lately, I'll be like thinking of something. Oh, I have to go look at that up on the internet. And by the time I pull up Google, I'm like, what is it I was searching for again? I don't even remember. I
This is
lost it.
the one that really gets me. This
Oh my
really
gosh.
gets me.
So
When I'm going into a room and I know what I'm going for, and I get there and it's not there, but I can't tell it's not there because it's not there. I think I know where it's at. I'll walk in and I'll put my hand to where it's supposed to be, and I'm like, now what am I looking for? Because it's not there. It doesn't remind me. And so I'll walk back out of the room, get back to where I'm going. Oh shit, my keys, right? Go back into where they're supposed to be, and they're not actually there, and it makes more sense.
Oh, that's that AGE. Yeah. No, it's true, Joe. That's one thing I am noticing. I'm not noticing a lot of the physical stuff, like the aches and pains, but the cognitive stuff I am starting to notice. It's creeping up.
Yeah, totally. Right. So, Jeff. So, hold on a sec. So, if I say, South Asian Sasquatch, is it how it's? Well, come on, help
Close
me out
enough.
here.
It's Caucasian Sasquatch, from the
No,
Caucasus Mountains.
I still don't get it. No, I still don't get it. You have to, so South
Well,
Asian
Sasquatch is
Sasquatch.
Bigfoot,
Yeah.
our
Jeff,
Bigfoot creature.
Jeff, can you help me out? Say, if you were to list, well, to actually read his name, you're great. I love you, by the way. But if you were to read, his name, well, how would you pronounce it? Please help me
Well,
out.
I call him Caucasian Sasquatch, but I'm pronouncing it wrong because it's Caucasian
Oh, Jeff.
Sasquatch.
So you call him Cock.
Caucasian
Caucasian.
Sasquatch. Yeah, but I'm from South Louisiana. We pronounce everything messed up.
Yeah, I'm from Georgia, so I say it a little different too. But there's not a really
Sasquatch.
wrong way to say
I probably say it in the French with the French accent.
No,
Sasquatch.
the way you say it, Jeff, seriously,
Sasquatch.
Caucasian. Do you know what?
How do you say
happy with
cock?
that.
How do you say Caucasian? It's cock.
Caucasian.
What's it supposed to be? Squatch.
I accept all your terms. It works for me. This is great.
Asian.
I accept cock. I also accept cock.
Oh, darling. Can you imagine dating a Ukrainian girl? Seriously. I would never be able to pronounce
We're teaching her how to say cock.
cock. Oh, please stop me. Yeah, great stuff.
What kind of wine you drinking, honey?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. No, I have coffee actually. No, I'm not drinking. No.
Okay.
Not me. No. I've got lemonade. No, actually, I have. Do you want to see?
I don't know. I'm afraid this isn't my channel.
Sure.
I
She's
have
been
no
on stream
idea what-
before. I trust her.
Jeff, how can I show? How can I do that? So Tatiana, I'm not really smart.
Your little camera button, it has like a little slash over the camera. If you hit that, it'll turn the camera on.
Hold on, I will go.
At the bottom of the StreamYard.
Hold on.
Just make sure the camera's not pointed at anything you don't want us to see.
That's
Oh
it,
yeah,
that's
there
it.
you go.
This is Coke.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Cola, Coke.
Cola.
Cola.
$1? That's cheap.
£1.
No.
£1.
it's pound.
That's all.
A
Yeah.
pound of Coke? Oh, a pound of $1. Okay, yeah, because you're in
Pennies.
Britland. All right, I
That costs
got
the
it.
entire one money, Jeff. One money. Okay.
All right.
Well, yeah, that's the cheapest, seriously, because I had to go to the shop and basically we have a 24-hour shop, okay, or in England, okay? So sorry. So all the shops, supermarkets shut like 11 o'clock. So after 11, and 11 basically is from Monday to Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So basically you just go to the shop and you get fuck all, basically. So they're closed. And
Yes, she brought the pound of Coke. And that is $1.27 in today's U.S. prices. So you would pay more for that here.
guys, can I please ask you? Okay, when I was in America, so these pizzas, for fuck's sake, they're freaking huge, aren't they? Your pizzas are huge.
Really? Like from Pizza Hut?
Well, yeah.
How big are they in England?
Anywhere, they're huge.
Well, you can get they have a large and an extra large size. You can get them in different sizes.
Hold on, Jeff. This is actually a very telling moment. You didn't even mention small and medium. You just jumped straight to the extra large.
Come on, Jeff, come on. Seriously, in England, when you come here, you'll be so freaking disappointed.
I would never get a pizza
when you
in
order
England,
like a
probably.
pizza or something, 12-inch
Yeah, they
pizza.
boil it. Like, why would you get a boiled pizza? That is the most ridiculous. I don't know.
Exactly,
It's a bad
yeah.
joke. It's
That's
a
my
bad
point as well. That's my
Okay,
point
I have
as
some
well.
pictures
Yeah,
of
totally.
UKP. They actually look delicious, but they are small. You talking about this?
They do personal pies mostly.
Yeah, they're tiny, but you know what? No, 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 no. Go up, go up, go up, go up. Yeah. So the one on the left, yeah, for
This
sure.
Bet's Pizza in London.
I would personally have 4 of them. Yeah, that's them.
This looks
Yeah,
good. I
I'll
love
have
this
all of
crust.
them.
This like bready crust and
Yum.
these little pepperoni. This looks good actually.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, our
Butter
pizzas
and
are
mozzarella.
bigger and
Yeah,
flatter,
yeah,
at least
yeah.
from the chain stores.
But I
And
tell
there's
you
different
guys,
styles
you
too
American
here.
guys, you come to England, seriously, you go for pizza, you'll
Hey,
be so disappointed.
young lady,
You
what
will
part of
be.
America did you go to?
In America, I literally, I love the freaking steaks. Seriously, my God, you guys, you have the best steaks ever.
Was
Like
it
10,
We
Texas?
got all
10
the good
ounces.
cows.
Where did you come
Yeah,
from?
that's it. You know, it's like, go for it. Yeah, I'll go for it.
Y'all
Yeah.
got the dairy cows. We
Proper
got the deepest beef.
yum.
Well, I
Up
mean,
yum.
Wagyu. There's
Yum,
still
yum, yum.
Wagyu there. Wagyu is amazing.
Do you know what? No one could ever in the whole freaking world could tell me actually to say it's like, oh Tatiana, can you be like, you know, I'm vegetarian or vegan? There is no way. I love my meat. I have to have my
Yeah,
meat.
girl. Tell them all.
That's it.
Say that for the ones in the back that didn't hear you the first time.
And do you know what? It's like my ex-husband's. Oh my God. I can't believe I'm gonna come up with it. But anyway, my ex-husband's auntie, right? She was. Oh my God! For fuck's sake! So basically, she would be like, yeah, outside, like, when I say this, you're gonna freak out. I think you will. But basically, so she's one of them people. So she's vegan, and she was demonstrating all this shit outside the farmer's house, right? So because he had pigs, and basically he's a farmer. So my ex, so exes, so whatever. It doesn't matter who he is or who she is, but basically, yeah. So basically, she was protesting against the pigs. Okay, against the pigs.
Against the
Why?
pigs?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
pigs don't care.
So because
Like in
she's
animal
vegan,
form?
so basically we're not allowed to have some meat, and I have to have my meat, and I have to, I will all the way, big time, and yeah, and she was protesting and blah blah blah, and I was like, you know what, I want to punch her. I never ever punched no one in my life ever, but I really wanted to punch her. That's
Let me
why.
run this one by you. So
Well,
I spent a little while in Athens, which is about 70 miles away from here, working in
Yeah,
a shutdown. Hold on.
Yeah,
Next
but you
door
know
was
what?
a
It's like,
vegan
you know, it's
restaurant.
like I do understand, you know, there are people, you know, they do not eat meat and stuff, you know. But I'm not, you know, I'm not pushing it towards no one at all. It's like, do not eat meat, you know, don't do that, you know, don't do that. So I like meat. So why are you telling me not to, you know?
Because
I
that's
want
that's what vegans do. They're just like the woke. They're annoying and obnoxious.
that's it. That's it. Yeah.
I would just
But
not
this
hang
is
around
it.
them. Just avoid vegans.
I was staying next to a vegan restaurant and didn't know it. And there was a full grill out back of the place I was staying at. So I went and got a whole freaking flat of steaks and was standing out there cooking, and freaking cops show up beating on the door. And they were like, we'd like to know what's on fire back there. And I was like, come on in, man. You want a steak? We got you. And the damn cop split a steak with his partner and stood there and ate half a steak each while they talked about how really good this steak is if anybody else wants one.
I
Because
I
they were
can
right on the other side of the wall.
imagine.
Oh, so they were annoying the cops too.
Yeah, the cops were pissed about it. This is apparently a regular thing there. Every time
It's
somebody
so
grills
easy to
out,
troll
they
the
call
vegans.
right? It's even so easy.
I was a vegan for a few years, but I didn't push her. I didn't care what anybody else ate.
That's
It
the
was
part that I have an issue with all of this. Like, for instance, take pronouns, for instance. Pronouns are an issue with me, not because you want to be called he or she, but because you want to force me to do it in public in front
It's
of
the
other people.
authoritarianism, the bullying.
That is not a thing I'm going to participate in.
No, Americans don't like that stuff.
Jeff,
No.
can I ask you what is that picture behind your wall? Say, behind you.
Oh, that's just I had a friend whose mom took an art class back home in Louisiana, and she painted a bunch of those as part of her art class, and she gave them to all of us, all of my friends.
I can see it's actually a really nice picture. I would like
It's
to
a
have.
swamp with like moonlight behind shining on it.
Well, it's not just moonlight. It's literally, yeah, it is actually moonlight. Yes, I can
I
see.
think it's maybe oils, probably oil.
Great stuff. I like it.
No, I got propagandized. This was when I was like in my 20s, 1920. That's when I was also into the New Age and the occult. I was Wiccan. All that happened at the same time. You know, when you're finding yourself at that age.
Yeah. Of course, yes, of course I do. Jeff, can I ask you, how old are you?
19. How do I look?
19. Do you know how
Today's my
old-
birthday. I
Bro,
turned
if you're
54.
19, did you happen to work a carnival for most of your life?
Me? No. I've been to plenty of them.
Well, I'm just saying, have you ever seen carnies?
Yeah, they don't look.
They age quick. bro.
Right,
They-
yes, that's what I'm.
You like go up, there's this old grizzled fucker. It's like, so how long you been at this? 6 years.
Yeah.
Years.
Yeah.
I was a banking investment banker back before.
Jeff, can I ask you? You obviously you look at my picture and stuff, you know, but I'm still I look the same. So, what do you think? How old do you think I am?
I'm so bad at this. Let me see. In that picture,
Yeah,
under
still
30.
the same.
I would put you at under 30. Maybe I'm gonna. There's no way I'm gonna get this right. So maybe around 25ish, between 25 and 30, let's say, late 20s.
What if I said to you that I'm 46?
In that
I'm
picture,
46. In that picture,
no
and
way.
this
I would
is-
say no way.
I'm 46. Yes.
Wow.
So that's my age.
That's
yeah,
a good
and- yeah.
Photoshop job.
No, it's not. No,
Oh.
I can switch my camera on, and you can see myself. You can, anytime. I'm 46. I'm not 25. I'm 46.
And
Yes.
you're very photogenic. You take a good picture. You have the pose and the angle and the lighting and all of that.
No, I'm just someone, you know, who looks after. Well, I've got a daughter, young daughter. She's 12 and stuff. So basically, people do not believe me my age. But never mind. You know, it's a compliment. I love it.
Yeah, no, you definitely look good if that's the age.
Jeff can never be vegan. He likes meat too much.
I do. That's what brought me out of it. I had a steak steak fajitas one day, and it was so good putting that steak after all those years of not eating meat. And I said, I am never going back. I want
Heard
my
the vegan
meat, and I
once,
never
guys.
looked back.
I
Yeah,
had a
yeah.
friend of mine who went to college and he came back dating this vegan chick. And
So-
she had mentioned she was vegan, but it didn't connect in my brain. And later that night, we were cooking, and of course, there's meat everywhere. And she's like, I'll just have some toast, right? Hi.
Hey, James.
Oh, hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay, y'all.
Excellent.
Welcome. Happy
Anyway,
our birthday.
We didn't have a toaster, so I toasted it on the eye, and I used baking grease for the
Well,
toast
happy
it.
birthday, yeah.
Sorry.
Use bacon grease for the toast.
Grease,
you said?
yeah, to toast it, because I didn't have a toaster and the oven was being used for something else. So I was like, no problem. I'll make you some toast. And I made some toast. Didn't think about it. A little butter on it, you know. There you go.
Yeah,
And she
yeah.
ate it. She was like, oh my God, that is the most amazing thing. What's on it? I was like, just a little bit of butter.
Did you know she was vegan?
I did, but I didn't know it was.
didn't
for
think
her.
about it.
When I was because somebody asked me for. I was in there like doing the short order thing, and they were like, "Hey, can you make us some toast?" I went, sure. Like, just give me a minute, you know, because I didn't have a toaster, so I had to like do something on the fly. And I'd use bacon grease on the pan, and she sat there for 20 minutes talking about how great the toast was and how there was something about it that she couldn't put her finger on that was just great. And dude, it was like she was on freaking meth all night.
Amazing, it's
She'll be okay.
Yeah,
they had a guy on Survivor last week. He's a vegan, and he won this reward challenge. It was a plate of chicken wings, and he's the only one that could eat it, so he couldn't give it away or share it. And he hadn't eaten meat for a while, and he ate them right there on live TV. He broke his vegan. He said he felt real bad about it, but he wanted the food. They hadn't eaten forever.
Can I ask you guys? So in America, so in England, so this is what we do. So when we have like a bonfire or something, you know, or like barbecue or something. So we do you understand marshmallows?
I understand they're nasty.
A marshmallow?
No, marshmallows. Come on.
Like the little white thing. They're good if you burn them in the fire. I like the burnt crust that forms on them, but that's the only part I like.
Well,
if you have to burn your food that bad to enjoy it.
No, yeah. I agree, Jeff. To be honest, it's like, you know, I think it tastes like shit.
I hate marshmallow. I will puke if I have to eat a marshmallow raw. Or if you put them in a casserole or sweet potato or, God forbid, a salad.
Yuck.
Come on,
Totally.
Put in some Jello, y'all. Oh, gross.
You got the salad Jello.
So, can I also ask you a question? You American guys. So obviously, I'm Ukrainian, but I've lived here. I'm British, so I've lived here for many, many years in England. So I know there is always. It's like, oh my God, it's so funny actually. You know, when I actually listen to you guys, you know, it's like, you know, say, oh yeah, English can't fucking cook. You know, your little shits and blah blah blah.
Just tell them to stop boiling shit. It'll help.
Come on, do you really think that English people that actually, you know, like us and stuff, do you really think that
you can't change my mind, honey. When I was 15, I had an English family move from Upper Leeds to right around the corner from my house, and I went over for dinner one afternoon, and these crackers were eating a whole bunch of boiled everything. Like their French fries were soggy and nasty. Like the crisp.
Oh, thank you so much for saying this.
Dude,
thank
you.
It was
heinous. And I try real hard to be nice to everybody. I'm from the South. We do that Southern hospitality thing.
Oh, yes, we do, sir.
Yes, ma'am. These are the most interesting French fries I've ever encountered. You know, I try.
But,
seriously. So obviously, well, you live in America. I come from Ukraine, so basically, I was really young when I came to this country. But seriously, I have literally, I have slugged off food, big time, all the way. And I was like, no, that's not the way I like it. This is it's not salty enough. This is not, you know, it's actually shit. English food is actually shit.
All right, so here's the thing that bothers me about it. These people ruled the world for 194 years, and yet they didn't bring back a single fucking spice. What is wrong with these people? They brought back tea.
I know.
Tea. Tea was there.
Like I said, I'll probably be deported from this country, but literally, English food is shit. So
the sun literally never set on its empire, and yet they didn't bring back a single thing that tasted good. You know, for a little while, they were the only people on Earth with a negotiation strip for Japan. They could have had Wagyu cattle 180 years ago, but instead they decided to respect Japanese tradition and not purchase the cows.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Not just right now. Not just right then. I have no idea. Can you
Japanese
please?
Cows.
What?
The Japanese cows.
Japanese cows?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so James is talking. So nice to meet you. Yeah. So,
yes, ma'am.
But anyway, so have any of you have actually been to Britain, to England?
Oh no, they don't let armed men enter Britain unless they're, you know, coming from France.
No, hold on. That's not the answer. So have any of you have been to Britain at all. So
Oh no,
no,
I
James,
have
so
not been.
you haven't. It doesn't
is there
matter.
any Britain over there in northern Alabama where you're at? Wait, where are you at?
I'm still here. That's okay. But do you know what? It's like, is it true? You know, because I have heard this before, and I'm quite smart, and yes, I'm a lawyer and stuff, and blah blah blah. You know. But can I ask you a question? So I've been told that apparently 80% of American people have never traveled or have a passport. Is
What
it
did
true?
you define as travel? First of all, answer my first
Yeah.
question. What part of America did you come from? Come to?
So I went to America. I went to Tampa, New York. Literally, what is that? I took my daughter to Orange City, which was what was it? For fuck's sake, what is it called? Um, you know, I'm
So
gonna
the
tell you.
northeastern corridor.
No, no, no. No. We had so Tampa, Miami, Orange City. Which one is this? It was
Okay.
basically the So we had to go
Did you
to.
go anywhere in Kansas or Texas or Arkansas?
There was Texas, but no, this one was
Where at
particular. So
Texas?
Orange City. So California. No, it wasn't. No, I was there.
Okay, so next
Or
question.
hold on,
You
hold on.
you asked
I
if
will.
we travel, but what do you define as travel? Do you have to leave your country in order to be traveling?
Well, I had my
I thought you
passport.
did.
That's
No,
all.
you
You know, I
asked
came
me if
to
it's true
America.
that Americans don't travel, but Europeans define traveling as leaving the country. In America, we can drive across Europe twice and still be in Texas.
Yeah, but you have so many states, so you didn't have to travel. You know,
But
like
if you
to.
if you define traveling as crossing borders, then no, very few Americans actually travel. But if you define it as crossing state borders, then most Americans have been to other states just to go see some crap.
I
Okay,
I've been to other
okay,
states.
that's good. That's brilliant. But would you argue the point? Because I will argue all the way. So President Bush, he has never had a passport until he actually became a president. So how do you? What do you say to that?
Trump, is that a Trump reference?
It is a true reference, and it's actually
I'm asking about
it's
Trump.
actually a
Yes,
statement. It's an actual statement. So President Bush has never had a passport until
Bush.
he became a president, and we
Okay.
will look at you know at the pictures where he was, you
Is
know,
that the
reading the
first
book,
Bush or
you
the
know,
second
to.
Bush? Are we talking W or son?
Well, he's not my favorite, so yeah. So I'm gonna talk about him. So
I'm
what can I
really
say
trying to
about him?
communicate, Jeff. It's just not working.
Well, I think he was an absolute shit, the same as Tony Blair at the same time in the
I mean,
UK.
which one? Which
Both
Bush?
of them.
I've never been out of the country either.
You
I've never
haven't.
been out of the
Mm-mm.
country either.
I probably never will. I don't trust myself in some other country. Try to figure out other laws and rules. I have enough struggles here in America, going from state to
Right?
state.
I mean,
Yeah,
they
that's
keep
true.
trying to take my pistol, and it doesn't go well.
Plus, the speech laws are different. I'd probably get yanked into some kind of jail just for saying the wrong thing and pissing somebody off.
Yeah,
In
Right?
America, I don't have to worry about that so far.
or putting off some sort of a wrong body language because some body languages that we put off here are offensive in other countries. I mean,
Yeah, we're not going to Dubai either, bro. I ain't doing it.
They
the only
took your
country,
pistol.
the only
Yeah,
countries
no,
I'll probably go to outside of the U.S. is like U.S. territories that are countries.
I'm scared to
well,
even go there.
Like
I'm scared to
I
go
got.
to
Costa
Alaska.
Rica.
You know how this whole global agenda has been rolling over everything past 10 years or so.
I
I've
know
got a
how
counter
people
proposal.
say it is, but
I got a
go
counter
ahead.
proposal for it. This is my idea. You want to go global? Fine. Let's start rolling the borders back. Every one of them they want to open to the next secure border and start adding states.
Oh, from
That
that
way,
country.
they're protected under the protection of the Constitution. Their children will be naturalized. Their children will be citizens, and anyone that lives in that nation can become naturalized in what, 7 years, 5 years?
And like make the U.S. more and more of the world.
They want to keep using the term global hegemony. I say we bring it to their freaking doorstep. You realize we have bases in virtually every country on Earth. So automatic diplomatic status in every single country we have a base.
Yeah, and I suspect a lot of countries benefit from that too.
They do. There's a huge economy built around American bases.
Like people are all anti-U.S., but what do they think the world would look like without us?
See, that's an interesting question because you're not talking about a world that has a void of the American dollar or the American continent. It's not just a hole there. Let's look at an alternate history concept. Let's say the U.S. isn't what it is today, and instead is two separate nations. One that took another 100 years to get the civil rights and social justice. You don't get it?
You talking about the South?
Yeah, Civil War, and if the South had, there is no winning the Civil War. The way it was laid out was states' rights versus federal rights, and the federales won.
They have a movie about that. I haven't seen it yet.
There's a whole bunch, but it's a dirty piece of history.
Welcome
Yeah,
back,
it is.
Tatiana.
Hi, sorry. Yeah, my phone went nuts. So yeah.
Oh, I know what that's like. I've been getting a taste of it lately. I have much more sympathy for it now. You hit the wrong little button and it takes you completely out.
Jeff, do you know what? If I could, I would adopt you. I would literally adopt you. You just,
I wouldn't wish that on
you
anybody.
yeah. I think you're lovely, and yes, I do support you all the way,
Oh, well, I
all
appreciate
the
it.
time. Anyway, so guys, so what should we talk about? So what is going on? So is there UFOs or something, or
I think we were veering into alternate history. Like if
come on, let's talk about that.
if the South had won, what's that movie? Fuck, it has all these like spoof commercials interspersed throughout it. Let's see, movie where
There you go. You have a brain freeze as well, just like me.
Confederate States of America. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh,
I haven't seen it yet.
no, I haven't seen it yet. Not yet, but I will.
2004. Confederate President Jefferson Davis.
So, what do you think, guys? You know, what is happening to us? You know, because I know I'm actually I'm ready. You know, I can tell you what I have actually experienced in my life. But what do you think? Do you think that extra what does it mean? You know, ghosts and stuff, does it exist?
Do you have a
Because
channel?
I know the truth, but do you think that do you ever have experienced something that I have actually last year? And seriously, when I tell you, it's gonna blow your mind. Seriously, and so it has. It blown my mind big time. So I know for sure. I'm not scared. I'm not scared of dying. Not anymore. Not anymore. No. So, have you, any of you, have you experienced something that I can share? Something
Yeah,
with
I'm
you?
not scared of it either. I've watched it happen. I've gotten as close to it as I possibly could without it going
Well,
through it myself.
tell me. I really
Well,
want to hear.
I watched my partner die in the ICU. I was there when it happened. It was a very slow process. Very peaceful process. I'm not scared of it or worried about it.
Yeah.
It's something we all go through. We're all gonna go through at some point.
I know, but do you know what, Jeff? Do you know what? I would never. I was never, you know, someone, you know, who is like saying, you know, "Oh, yeah, I believe in this and that." No, but I always believe in God. But literally last year, yeah, literally to the date. something has happened to me, and basically there is no one in this fucking world that can tell me any different. So I know there isn't, we are, guys, seriously, we are. Seriously, we're gonna go. There is a heaven, and
Jeff, did I
there is
drop
hell.
mushrooms?
I don't know. Did you?
I don't. I don't.
Come
I
on,
don't.
come on.
She
I
hasn't
really
finished
want
the
to hear.
sentence in 15 minutes, and I'm still trying to figure out what she's talking about. I'm trying real hard. She's so cute. I'm sure she's trying to communicate.
Okay.
Yeah, I am cute. Thank you. But anyway, but have any of you, okay? And I'm gonna ask you this question. Sorry, I've been drinking tonight.
Oh,
Coffee,
that's okay.
couple,
It's a drunk Brit.
couple of
See, that's
glasses
the
of wine.
I
That's
broke my
all. That's all.
drunk Brit rule because she was Ukrainian.
Oh
Right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
Great
what's
stuff.
going on.
Hey.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
That was it.
Well, now
That
we're getting
pound of coke might have been something more than just coke.
right.
Yeah. So yeah. I'm off my fucking tits. Yeah. On
Because
drugs.
this is what they. Now that you mentioned Sasquatch, this is the exact pattern. Every drunk Brit that comes on here does this.
Fun fact,
Jeff,
they used to put coke
if I
in Coke.
told you, you would never believe me. But I have never,
They
ever,
just
ever, ever
brain
in my
dump.
life, I have
It's
never tried any drugs in my
the thing
life
is
ever,
like her
other than
literary
cigarettes.
uses of the words that she's using and induce a cyclic. She never actually says what she's
And
trying
I'm
to.
all
Oh,
like, I'm all curious
she's
enough to just sit
clever.
there and
You're
But
like
here's
listen
the
clever.
and
thing:
She
wait
is.
I
for.
am so interested. I have tried my best to figure out what it is she's trying
Part
to
of
say.
it, I think, is because I don't have expectations of where a story should go, so I just like let them take me
Well,
wherever
I don't
they
either.
take me.
I don't have expectations, but I feel like it should go somewhere at
Oh,
some point.
Yeah.
it's like
Okay.
skywriting;
Yeah. Yeah. Do you
just
know what,
flies wherever it goes.
Jeff? Do you know what? I was really literally, thinking, it's like when I'm gonna get found out, and he did. He found out me.
Uh, and I do want to hear from James and give him a chance to chime in too. What's going on with you, James?
I'm just trying to play a game here because talking about
Oh,
that
okay.
alternative history stuff kind of got me wanting to play some Hearts of Iron 4.
Play some what?
Hearts of Iron 4.
Oh, what's that about?
It's a World War II game where you control a country during World War II, kind of, and you try to lead them through World War II, and you can go down either the historical path or you could go down an alternative history path and kind of like try to dominate the world if you wanted to as a country and stuff.
Which country are you
Either way you
playing?
go. Oh, you can play as you can play as any country, Germany, Brazil, any country on the earth that was around at the time. You can play as them.
I'm going to take over the universe as Holland.
Now, granted, the major countries have more different, unique things that they can get and stuff. And I think they were starting to kind of develop it out to where the other countries could have that stuff too at the time when I stopped playing it last, which I'm getting back into it, so they might have it more fleshed out where other countries have unique stuff too. That was
What are
unique
the
to
best
their
countries to play so far?
I would say either
Tibet.
Germany or the
You should do
US.
Tibet, bro. You go for Tibet. That would be hilarious. The Dalai Lama ruled the world. Think it through, bro. That's brilliant.
Yeah, but you'd have to get past Germany and everything, and there's no way you'd probably get past Germany and all that. Germany and America with their military.
The
Granted,
Anglo-Saxons.
you'd have probably more to deal with as far as America and Russia than you would really Germany, because technically Germany usually gets crushed in every game between Russia or America by the time it's all said and done, like they did during the World War.
So stay away from France.
Yeah,
That's
stay away
just
from
generally a good bit of advice.
all that.
I mean, it is something to say that every country that took French territory lost something.
Yeah, it is. Russia did. Everyone did.
Yeah, anybody who goes and takes, the Franco coast gets screwed in the long
Don't
run.
fuck with the French.
Well, the thing is the French always run away. They immediately surrender. They always give up, and
Hey, we helped y'all win the Revolutionary War.
you're
But
not wrong. But those were rebel French, and don't get it twisted. That was the what was homie's name? That freaking pirate that we hired. He was the fucking swamp fox, the Louisiana swamp fox,
Lafayette.
Lafayette. That clever bastard. I mean, he was all but a rogue general. I mean, come on, he was an absolute
That's what we
chad,
do. Just glad we could help.
right? I got one of these here swolens from around them that their time period. This thing has a manta ray hilt on it. Manta ray skin.
Wait, let me see.
It's a Revolutionary War sword.
Oh wow, it's an actual one.
Yeah, no,
replica.
this thing's got bodies, bro. I swear to God.
Wow.
It's got a whole bunch of filigree on it, but I can't see it because the patina is too thick. So I
Oh,
can't.
Lafitte, Jean Lafitte. That's who you talking about? Or Lafayette? There was a Lafayette and there was a Jean Lafitte. Jean Lafitte was the pirate.
Okay, well, yeah, I may have been conflating two different people then, because there was one that trained troops and there was one that showed up with a bunch of fucking rogue ass mercenaries.
That's probably Jean Lafitte.
Okay.
yeah,
But I think he
those
came
are-
later. He was more like in the early 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. Because the town I'm from is where he had his little pirate slayer. It's part of that no man's land. I was actually born on the territory that for a little while was a no man's land because Spain, Texas, and Spain were arguing over who owned the borders. So they agreed
Right.
that nobody
No,
owned it, and all
but
the outlaws kind of collected down there.
you and I both know there's nothing there but alligators and bullfrogs. Crawdaddies. There's like
And
12
rednecks.
people and 17 teeth. Well, according to FEMA, we're not counting rednecks no more.
I saw that. Did you see that interview with that lady where she said that
Oh, redneck.
Yeah.
she was going by FEMA's own practices and she has the receipts?
No.
Yeah.
redneck.
It's going to be beautiful, bro.
It's the end of the world. No.
They're all running to throw each other under the bus.
See, that's the thing. Are you familiar with the channel called Mr. Reagan?
Mm-mm.
All right, so he's this like seriously white conservative type. He didn't used to do podcasts. He used to do like these talking to the camera political punditry bits, like he wanted to be on CNN or Fox News or something. Now he's doing podcasts and stuff, and I don't find those quite as interesting as I do his standalone content where he just goes off about a specific idea, right? But he made a prediction. He had a theory that the reason the Democratic Party functions the way it does is it functions on dirt, that everybody has dirt on everybody else, and the only people that benefit are the people with the most dirt on the most candidates for the most races in any given election. And that was how they were manipulating the interior politics of the Democratic Party. Now, I don't know that I subscribe to this theory, but looking at it from here, 3 years later, I don't know, man. It seems to hit all the buttons.
What's the theory?
That the Democratic Party internal politics is determined by who has dirt on who and who is closer to the end of a term, right? So people coming into the House are put in compromising positions specifically to corrupt them, make them malleable to the system they found themselves in. Think about AOC. AOC was the young, hip from the chick from the district in New Jersey or New York or wherever the fuck she's from, and she was going to bring newness and change, and all she has done is come in and completely folded to the structural politics of the Democratic Party.
I mean, I guess there could be some of that. I question on what scale you'll be able to keep that kind of thing going for that many people.
I don't know. I mean, like, we have evidences of things being relatively disappeared out of the public spotlight by the media and the whole spin machine working in one direction and not the other.
I agree. There's a spin machine.
So Nancy Pelosi has a husband, and her husband had a house guest who hit him in the head with a hammer.
Yeah, he
And
got life.
the cops showed up, and there was a trial, and I've seen about maybe 5 articles on it in the past couple of years. And there should have been a bunch of people waiting around for the results of that trash to come out. I saw a single YouTube video that vaguely referenced it. Now, people may have covered it, and I missed it. I might have been doing something, but I just thought it was interesting that it went that hard.
I definitely believe that legacy media manipulates a certain narrative. I don't know that that's evidence of anything beyond that.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
They like pick and choose, but Fox News used to do the same thing. That the no spin zone. But I don't know if downplaying that story means that there's like they're trying to deliberately hide. Yeah, this what Axel says.
Well, granted,
They're trying to keep their narrative going, and so they have to suppress certain information and emphasize certain other information, like keep the attention on certain other information.
Yep. All about their narrative.
see,
And it didn't work. Like the voters saw through it and rejected the Democratic narrative.
that's the thing is, I think what you're seeing are people just rejecting the concept of a narrative. They're rejecting any type of pre-planned existence being laid out in front of the people. The people should be capable of making their own determination, and that's really the voice of reason that's blowing through the country right now.
Well, maybe we'll get some of that back, but I think in the age of social media that we're in now, narrative is almost unavoidable because there's no
True.
way to know what the actual story is, or even if there is one. Like look at January 6th.
Are you familiar with the Overton window?
Yeah.
All right. So a lot of people have been putting forth a bunch of different theories on why the Overton window has slipped so far left, when it's quite simple, really. There are 167 countries on the planet. 83 of them utilize Twitter. One of them has free speech, and only half of that one country actually defends free speech. So when you're talking about a space like Twitter, which is where all of the politics kind of comes together in a big melting pot, there is a tendency for it to go farther left than right because the left-wing narrative rules the rest of the world. In fact, the U.S. is seen as slightly extremist in its views of freedoms.
I think the UK is competing for that title lately. But we looked at it the other day. It's something like 1 or 2% of the population even uses Twitter as their main source of news. So it's the Twitter bubble. People on Twitter think that they're getting all this news, but they're such a small sliver of the actual population.
No, it's the other way around. You've got me twisted. It's not that the people on Twitter, the people on Twitter from around the world, not from America for the most part. Only 1 or 2% of the people on Twitter, Americans, are on Twitter, and so it's not a huge percent of the population. Where this has an effect is who is on Twitter, because it's every single news anchor of every single major news outlet, and they are the ones who propagate Twitter as being the round table of the world, the whole world conversation piece.
I don't know that it is, though. Like, people say that. I think that's part of the narrative, that Twitter is the new public square, but I don't know that it actually is for a lot of people. In fact, I just found this.
That's great.
It looks like the United States is the majority of users, and that's only like a couple of percent of United Statesers. And relative to that, this is the Twitter use in all
the other half is from the rest of the world. So if you divide this top line in half of Twitter users in the United States, roughly half of them would be Republican, right?
I
So
That I
now,
don't know, but I know that a lot of the left Twitter when Elon got it. So there it gets accused of being right wing, but it's because all the left is left.
Yeah,
Let me see if I can find stats by party.
that would be
because
cool.
they just left because Elon is um on the right, or at least that's what I get that he's on the
See,
right.
that's the thing. That's the point I'm getting at. Is when you're saying left and right, you're speaking from an American perspective, and the American perspective is already severely right wing in the Overton window of the world. So our Republicans and conservatives, as far as the rest of the world concerned, might as well be goose stepping Nazis, man.
So you think the rest of the world adopts the left narrative?
No, the rest of the world has restricted speech and has no choice but to propagate the left narrative. America has free speech where we can say whatever the heck we want, and there's nothing they can really do about it except try to silence us online. The truth is a lion. You need only set it free.
Um, let's see. I found this from Pew. I'm still decoding it. Um, it looks like, but let me see what date this is from too. That's gonna make a difference. Oh, see, this is 2020. That's before Elon even got it. That was when it was still left. I'm trying to look for something more recent. Yeah, this is the graph we looked at the other day, and it's just within the U.S. But it's where Fox News. Most people get their news from Fox News, and it's only 13%. And Twitter's down here
What
at
year is this? Well, that's my point.
2024.
That is exactly my point. Is that most people get their news from the mainstream media, and the mainstream media gets its news from Twitter. So,
You think they do?
well, I
But
mean,
look, the biggest category is other. So it's all these other independent sources that
that's
people are
Steven
turning
Crowder
to
and
most.
Tim Pool right there, bro. That's straight up.
You think these are the like Joe Rogan,
Yeah,
Tim Pool,
yeah.
all
That's
that?
that's Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn. That's absolutely. That's exactly what you're looking at right there. That's us, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I might even be included in that. I try
That's
to bring y'all accurate shit. Or at least we examine whatever narratives show up here. I at least try to examine them critically. Joe, what are
Yeah.
you bundled into today?
Oh, this is, just a fleece jacket.
You have the hat too. It's throwing me off. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
How was your gaming?
Last night it was pretty good. The chick I wanted to ask out didn't show up this time, so
The one from
you get-
that you've been talking to, or is there more than
um,
one now?
dun dun dun.
I have a list of multiple leads. Alright.
Oh, okay. This is new because you had the one lady from eHarmony and y'all were working up to some kind of meeting.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be like 2 weekends from now because we had to push it back.
The date you had to cancel.
Yeah. So this is just me keeping an open mind that lots of women I meet could be potential dates.
Yeah.
That's not creepy at all, dude. Keep going with that energy.
No, that's what let him. That's what he needs. That's a good attitude to have.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's just the way he phrased it. That's all. He's good. You're good, bro.
But yeah. So yeah, it's just had fun last night basically.
Did you
Although
win?
I won one game. We played this game called Cash and Guns, and it's like a fancy version of Mexican Standoff. Actually, a pretty good party game. And it's like you have these foam guns that you point at each other.
Oh, fun.
You're all these criminals who've done heists together, and like each round you're dividing the booty, and so you go in order. It kind of changes each round. and depending
I
on
got
like
some duty for you.
if you have guns pointed at each other, that can affect whether or not you get to claim any loot. So you gotta like keep track of who's got the most loot, who's doing the most well, and
Because it's only the people next to you that have the guns on you.
no, you can point anyone at the table.
Oh, at anybody in this.
So you can all point at the same person. You can all.
And then that disincentivizes them from
Yeah.
keeping too much of the loot.
Basically, like if you get shot that round, you can't claim, and if you get shot 3 times, you die and you're out. So you have to survive, and you have to play in enough rounds that you can get enough loot to win. I ended up winning that. And then played another interesting game. It's a shame that girl wasn't there because it was a good game for flirting. It was called Love Struck, and it's like a dating reality show TV.
I think I've seen
game.
it.
Yeah.
Who's this second girl? We don't know about her.
I will say that I don't necessarily like give you an all-encompassing list of the women I'm talking about when I come on here sometimes. So
That's becoming apparent. You're holding out on us.
I go to new places, and I'm like, that girl seems
tempt
fine.
me, Jeff. Don't tempt me. Don't. Why are you doing this to me, man?
Well, because he came here a while back, and we were helping him with his dating, and then he kind of.
Hey, Bert, can I throw some advice out to the floor? Now, I've been married for 20 years, but this just only seems logical to me. In your life, there's something you enjoy doing. There's this thing that you don't tell people about, that's your personal little hobby that you do that you just ain't never even thought about talking to nobody about it. Find somewhere in public to do that. Go to a convention, go to whatever, doing that, and look for a chick that does that shit on the sly too. Make sure her crazy matches your crazy, and you'll be fine.
Well, there's a reason I've been going to like these board game events because I'm trying to find
that works. That all I fully approve. That is exactly the type of stuff I'm talking about. It's just, I don't know. It's not creepy at all.
I'm looking for girls for their idea of fun isn't like going out and getting drug and shooting up cocaine and stuff.
You got the wrong kind of girls, bro.
Yeah, that's gonna end in divorce. You know that, right?
Yeah, in my case. But listen, it's a hell of a road. I mean, coke is a hell of a drug. That's neither here nor there. Don't do drugs, kids. Listen. But seriously, I'm just saying exactly what you're doing is how you do it. Maybe get some sun. I don't know.
Oh, wear that Ormy hat. So the second girl did not show up. You were kind of expecting her.
Yeah.
Is she a Tinder girl?
No. She's a girl who just goes to the board game night. She's
okay.
Times.
Is that a cookie?
Yeah. A box of Chips Ahoy to have with my coffee.
Oh. Well, happy unbirthday.
And a very merry unbirthday for you, not him.
No, I don't get it on birthday today. Darn.
So yeah.
Oh, so it's not your birthday, Jeff. Oh. I think I misunderstood that.
No, it is his birthday. He wished me a happy unbirthday.
Unbirthday.
Oh,
unless you're a Scorpio or November birthday, in which case you're included in this.
No, I'm a Gemini.
Oh Lord, most of my family are Geminis.
I'm a crazy Gemini.
Yep, you took the word. I was about to say it. See, Geminis know.
My ex-girlfriend, her birthday was 3 days after mine.
Oh, that sucks.
5 days. It was 5 days.
Sucks.
We didn't stay together long enough for that to become a thing.
What are you?
Oh.
What's your sign?
I think I'm like right on the border of like Libra and Scorpio.
Oh, okay. So you can kind of be included today if you want. You're Scorpio-ish because the charts progress as you move through life, so you're well into Scorpio by now.
No, thank you. I don't do anything that celebrates my birthday.
Well, too bad.
I do one thing, and it's evil, but it's kind of it's something I've done since I started my channel. Every Groundhog's Day, I have what I call a groundhog roast, and on that day, I'm not the nice fuzzy guy that you've met today. On that day when you come in, I'll bring you down straight out of the freaking saddle. Like, I hope you're ready, packing. I hope you're hot and heavy. Come on. Because,
Mm.
one of my best buds, truth be told, audits, the first time he come on, he was left dumbstruck because I looked him straight in the face. It was like, you look like one of those plastic men you get out of one of those bubble gum machines. That 1973 card says it wants its porn mustache back. You kind of remind me of the guy that brings me my Lucky Charms in the morning. And homie was just like, like, what did I do? I was like, welcome to the roast, bro.
So Squatch, I was going on a walk listening to the stream while that Tatiana chick was in here. And I'm with you. You kept asking her questions and her mind just went somewhere else. It bounced off like a pebble off a
Did you catch the first time I asked her what kind of box of wine she was drinking? And she said she wasn't, that she was drinking coffee, and they showed us a pound of Coke, and then like
Mm-hmm.
Sure did. Yes, I did. Hey, African.
Hey,
We have another
hey.
Caucasian on the panel.
Hello. How's it going, guys?
feeling like a villain, cheating, robbing.
Wait, are you drunk? Are you another drunk Brit tonight?
He's
I'm not too drunk. I'm tired. I'm drinking, but I'm not drunk. So
okay,
cool. I'm gonna be level,
we'll see
and
how you
honest.
do.
So I'm not too drunk. So yeah.
All
Jeff,
right.
I made my coffee decaf just for you.
You guys, Americans. Every time they see like a Brit drink, they want to rock up and say, "Do you know AA? I'm here to save you."
No, I want to make sure you know where the door is. That's all. Because you'll probably be going through it.
I have a self-control issue, which makes it impossible for me to do steps. Is how I became an addict in the first place, having a lack of self-control.
Oh, and the steps are too regimented.
Well, personally, the addict thing isn't it the body and the mind? They're two different entities that one has to go through, and you have to train.
Sure.
And hence why you have to have control of one of the.
What I did, I put a lock on my door, and then I gave my wife the key and locked it. And she didn't let me out because I said don't. Because I cold turkeyed both.
Wait, you put a lock on the inside of your door so you couldn't get out?
On the outside. I was just like, straight up, I'm not coming out of here. And I didn't try to leave. The only time I really came out was like to cook and stuff. But I didn't.
You know, your bedroom door.
My bedroom, yeah.
And it worked. Did that work?
I would say you create that barrier.
But it wasn't locked.
The barrier was locked.
He's right about that. It wasn't the lock that made it work. It was my determination that worked, not the lock. But the lock was a step in my mind for that determination.
You use that as a point. Yeah, absolutely. I know. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I get that.
No, you're good, bro.
I think it's hard for many people, like in this life, no matter where they are. I mean, as a youth, you're an idiot. You're immortal, and life is just a flow. Money is just a fucking flow, unless you're like proper fucking understood on that and have people fucking bounding you, family units and all that most people try address. Their friends and family make themselves. No man's an island, correct?
Yeah, I like this African a lot. What are you drinking, mead?
Wine.
Oh.
Red. French.
Ah. Oh my God, Talcott's already coming on.
Oh, that's all good. Yeah, I know. I drink it in small glasses for coffee, so it lasts longer in my head.
Yeah, it makes you feel better.
Yeah, you know it, man. You're like, yeah, I'm drinking the whole bottle, but I'll drink it.
Canada, get that off the screen.
Oh,
This is.
You know this is fiction.
I was talking about.
Where's Notlaw's little abode?
You can rule different countries. I'm ruling America.
You're playing America?
Yep.
This does look like a cool game. I love that map. Very, very, really nicely done. Wow, pretty neat. Well, if you're on Steam, we have a Barotrauma game going currently. You could join in on if you want.
Alright, I'm on Steam, yeah. I use Steam. I gotta change my name on Steam because I gotta update it to my
Here, I'll
YouTube's
put
name.
my. I'm Sater Park. I'll put my name in the back, and you can hook up there. We're
Okay.
always recruiting for players. Once we get enough players that can master a game, we'll stream it.
I ain't gonna do it. I'll just add you though, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please do.
Cool. Huh? Sweet as.
I need all the friends I can get.
Ah, who cares? Is it
Huh.
more recruits to your demonic fucking ways? 'Cause by the
Not
way-
really. I don't pay attention to Steam. I'm hardly ever on
Oh,
Steam,
okay, right.
unless we're playing a game. But the advantage is we can send out an invite, and then more people have the option to join.
True. Yeah.
Yes, I agree. As a Satanist, this is very sage wisdom.
Sage wisdom. Oh.
I'm the same way. Unless I understand, like, I have to know the reason for a rule. That's why I'm good at board games. I can play board games by whatever rule because I understand how it fits into the game. But just arbitrary rules that people randomly try to enforce that I don't understand why, I'm not going to do well with those.
Oh,
You never
that
stood a
seems
chance with the rough, Jeff.
that they did and everything. Yeah.
Come on. Why is it not
Alright.
working?
Damn that. Hmm.
Steam Cooking Fest. What? What does that mean?
Who knows?
What's that
Cook
thing?
it, serve it, eat it, drink it. Celebrating titles that fill your gaming belly. Oh, it's games about food. So they just picked some random theme and then collected a bunch of games together that
Nice.
fit that theme.
Bet Candy Crush is at the top.
Chef Life, a restaurant simulator. You could simulate anything these days. Why don't y'all just go out and do the real thing? Just go work at a restaurant.
You ever had a job, bro? That shit sucks.
Yeah,
I
'cause you
did
got-
fine
you got a
dining in New Orleans
boss,
for 2 weeks.
you
I
know?
hated it.
You got a boss.
It was one of the most
Someone
high
over
pressure
you.
jobs I've ever had.
That's the part that sucks, having a boss over you. That's what sucks.
Yeah, jobs suck.
I bet you were great at it though, Jeff.
I was really good, and I was just the water guy that filled you water, your ice,
Yeah,
and the bus boy. And
Here's the thing,
I was
though.
getting tips. I was having the tables call the
If
manager
I
over to
go to a
compliment on how well I was doing. It
restaurant,
was the staff.
Bro,
Like those coworkers were cutthroat.
if
We
I
were
go
not
to
a team. We were like all competing with each other.
I want
What
you
were
in
working as?
a monkey suit to bring me my water. That
do
would
it.
be the perfect free because you're
I would
such a
even dance.
neat cut, clean cut guy. Like if you walked up with a jar of water, I'd drink it if it was arsenic. I mean, it's,
My customer service was good. It was as usual, getting along with the coworkers.
yeah, I never was great at that.
I never had a problem with
Yeah,
the
man.
customers in any of my jobs.
I did civil
Coworkers
service
ruin
in my youth.
Good jobs.
I could probably still pick it up and do it. But imagine me rocking up with a pint of water to you
Right.
guys.
I would let you fill my glass.
Of course.
I could drop an ice
I'd be-
cube or two
I'd
in
be-
there every now and then.
Dude, etiquette and service is got to be paramount to oneself, right?
Especially if you have your Gandalf hat on. Clever, good. That's a relief. Those are the
Right,
exact
yeah.
numbers that I wanted to dip. So I'm right on track.
What is that?
Excellent news.
What?
Was Mike on earlier?
Not today.
Oh, okay.
They've definitely done a lot of updates on this game since the last time I played it.
Oh, are you
Actually,
just
yeah.
you're dusting it off after a while?
Yeah, it's been like I think over a year now since the last time I played it.
Jeff, you got a good deal from Mike because him showing up got you enough subscribers to go over the threshold for
Well,
monetization.
actually, it brought me close, but I'll tell you what got me over.
Oh.
LaPuffy gets the
Oh.
credit for I was close, and she goes, "You need numbers? Hang on, I'm gonna go tell my friends." And then next thing you know, there were like 30 people subbing in like a minute,
Whoa.
and she brought all her crew over and gave me the
Okay.
numbers that tipped me over. So Puffy
No
gets
wonder you
that
like her
final
so much.
credit.
I almost.
Well, I like her
understood.
anyway. I love Puffy. Plus, she has the goat. Like, how could a Satanist not like somebody with goats?
Why? Because of the horns?
Yeah, I just like.
Oh, I
those.
guess
They're-
'cause Oh, and I guess
So is
devils
it
are
the church?
often.
Hang on. Is it the Church of England? Like, sorry, the Church of Satan's Anton LaVey?
No, I'm not. I'm independent outsider
Oh,
Satanist,
an
but
independent.
I sympathize more with the Church of Satan than the Satanic Temple for
Oh
sure.
man. Oh, it must be odd though. I mean, like rocking up and mostly Americans saying I'm a Satanist. Whoa, be scared. You know, shouldn't you be like
Um,
more Marilyn
I don't.
Manson?
I have a worse time with the Satan. Got
I
kicked
bet.
out of the Satanist groups or had to leave them.
Yeah, that's
I
what
am
You
finding more
Satan.
friends in the Christian community as a Satanist than I ever have
Yeah,
as a
yeah.
Yeah,
Satanist.
that
Mm.
includes
Christians are like
that
we
I'm
can't
being friendly
judge
towards.
whatever.
I'm being.
We all come together. And Jesus goes, yo, and
Kind
we go like, yo.
it's really.
Other people go like, you
And
got
I
burned
like
in
G. In
hell.
fact,
You know?
I read a Bible passage last night on my fireside chat, and I think I'm going to open each chat with a Bible. It was very relevant to the panel verse. It was Matthew
Okay,
chapter 13. It was the parable of the
the
sower
big
and
change.
where you plant the seeds and what you're trying to grow. And his description of the different places the seeds land were like these channels, and making sure
Hmm.
that the seed you're trying to grow lands on the right channel with
the
the right people.
communities more than channels. The channels make up the community, but the community is what makes a channel grow.
Yeah.
I think Christians have been learning some lessons too. Like I think they learned like over the last 20 years that if they like try to force their religious views on people, that they're just going to make people be anti-Christian. And so they backed off of that a bit, and now they're more the open arm. Oh, like oh, good to have you, type of Christian.
Yeah, I like that. They're very open. I find them some
So,
of the most open, especially in this current climate with the
yeah,
woke and all that. They're some of
yeah.
the most open
So you
What's
know,
people
interesting?
I grew up a
around.
Mormon, right, in Africa. So the first things I learned were, the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Pearl of Great Price, the Book of Mormon, of course, and the Book of Abraham, and that. So I kind of these are the first things I learned. And later on, when my shit happened, and I wanted to find, when you awaken and go fucking, yeah, I'm tripping out balls in fucking the deserts, you kind of move on from that and understand literature and go on to understand what it was that the Christians, the Jews, where it came from, and the religious part of that, rather, in its infancy to where we are in time. Yeah, so I kind of disagree in some ways that the Christian churches that they have upheld, because they came from empires, didn't they? The Holy Roman Empire came from the Roman Empire, and it was split, and hence the Byzantine and all that had spread out, the Western foundation that we are all part of. And to me, especially with America, as being broken free of the crown and something that's your own enterprise. And
Yeah,
I think most Americans, I mean, thank God, Trump won. You said before, but it's what you can do with that.
yeah.
And that's
It's
our
at
left.
least hope. It's a new hope. We'll see
I
what.
guess I bored him too much.
I'm with you though. I like the unity of Western culture and us being still a Western nation and part of that historical Western identity. I study the same literature and philosophy and have come to the same conclusion.
So Jeff, you're a
I,
Christianity's
supporter.
part of that. Plato and Greek philosophy is part of
yeah,
it.
the classics. Those are the classics.
Yes, absolutely. That used
And
to be
yeah.
like when I was in college. That was just an accepted norm. I don't even know why that's controversial anymore.
No, I know. Well, why it's not actually
See,
looked at and again spoken about just a little bit in their time with their aptitude that they're going for, be it law, economics, and
Because
all
it's a
those.
bunch of dead white men. It's the
Well, yeah,
patriarchy.
in some respect, the problem is, especially economics, is that the establishment has kept it this way. Especially, say, ecology, is because it's kept it this way because of the money that's entwined with these people. If they go, oh, I failed, their work fails with them. And also, remember, universities operate in some respect like communists because they have to share their balance.
They didn't
Oh,
when I was coming up. The
so
universities really
get this.
changed.
Just to give you an idea of how, like, I think confused the woke are about antiquity. I was in a Discord server a few months ago. It was like a Minecraft one, and mostly like a lot younger people. Like I'd say just about everyone there is under the age of 25. So a lot of like teens and stuff. And I didn't talk much there. They were talking about like ancient Athens at one point, how it was a democracy, right? And then someone would correct it like, oh, it wasn't that much of a democracy, or it wasn't really democracy because the only people who could vote were property-owning white men. And I'm like, it's ancient Athens. They didn't even have a concept of white people. They were too busy fighting like the other Greek city-states, right?
Yeah.
Like Athens fought a bitter war with Sparta. Like, except for the Persians, who just only occasionally showed up, they barely thought about like brown people, and then they didn't even really think of them like that. Also, not totally true. Zeno of Citium, who was a Phoenician and brown skin, he's the founder of the Stoic philosophy. He came to Athens and started the school. He was so popular in Athens, they actually offered him citizenship for his contribution to philosophy, which he politely refused because he didn't want to suggest that he was not loyal to his hometown of Citium. But anyway, like, I'm just thinking, like, they're using like a white-black mentality to describe ancient cultures. Like,
Yeah.
I think the Athenians knew there were sub-Saharan Africans.
I mean, ostracize came from them because they used to send out their people of the Senate into the lands. You go and you stay out there, and if you come back, you've
That's what they
succeeded.
did with Dante.
You had to
Italians.
leave their lands. You had to leave their lands, and you had to go into the wild, like practically 5
Go
days.
hang out with the Ostrogoths.
Yeah, for real. That's how they
So, like,
expanded. You know that?
means to
Did
go
you know
into
that?
the east? Okay.
Ostracized. That's how the Greeks actually expanded. Most of them never came back because they died out there. But the ones who did, these are like the old Platos and stuff as well, like you're saying. That's their expansion that it came
And a
from.
lot of the Greek developments came from the
Amazing.
colonies,
They were so close to the fucking
including
steam.
Homer.
Huh?
Amazing.
Hey, Brooke.
That blows my mind. They were like close to the steam engine,
Okay.
man. They fucking got that. Oh,
So,
dude.
Jeff,
Huh?
are you a
Wow.
supporter of the Occident?
The what?
I haven't checked to
Occident.
see.
The Order of the Occident? Is that a group?
No, the Occident. So, do you know what the
The
Orient?
beef.
Yeah, that's how they taught it in
The
Western
beef.
Civ when I was growing up. You had the Occident and the Orient.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's interesting because we could call Western civilization Occidental civilization. It would mean the
Could.
same thing, but people don't say Oriental
Okay.
anymore because that became offensive for some reason.
I knew it as Western Civ, like Western
Yeah.
culture, Western
usually said-
civilization.
Instead of
Some
saying
call it
Eastern,
antiquity.
We've said
Okay.
Oriental usually.
No.
But-
I think where we gained the most was during the Renaissance in Venice. You know, the Venetians, what they got to do, and how we took that inwards as a trade as
Oh.
well.
My bad.
Yeah, man. It must have been, bro, because of the glass that created lenses. Also, the fact that there was money that printed it out, and the old script came all the way back from the Arabs, and we translated it. Bang. Everything starts from about there for Europe. That's what I think.
For modern Europe.
For while we are here today, yeah, completely. Like on that. on
Yeah,
the
I
pre-
think you could make that
right
argument.
through.
And
Yeah,
many
you
have,
know,
that
through
the
that-
Renaissance is the beginning of the modern world.
Absolutely, yeah. Within that channel, if you will, in that way, because of the patrons that lived at that time.
You too, Brooke. Thank you. Happy unbirthday. Oh, I must type unbirthday. Red Rob. Speaking of birds, you talking about the hamburger place? I don't know if I've ever been. I think I've been. Oh, I have been once. We did a pier thing there. I remember the
Wrote an article
fries
about
were
their
good.
stock.
They're not as good as McDonald's, but they were good.
I like their burgers. Red Robin as a business is in trouble though. They're trying to turn themselves around.
Do you have much hope for them as a stock?
Long term, I do. I said they were a buy in an article this January, but I was early on that. They completely they went from being like a really good business to like fucking up their model. They got too focused on short term customer gains with silly promos that cost them a lot of money, and they would like they were using like cheaper ingredients and stuff, so people didn't like the food. So the new CEO is like, we're going back to better quality ingredients. We're not doing all these
Oh,
silly little
wow.
promos.
African, thank you so much.
Hey,
This for you. Thank you,
and then
thank you.
and they're also giving like store managers like a profit sharing deal, so they have some stake in the success of each store. So I think it'll ultimately turn around.
You think that's a good that sounds like a good incentive to me when they do
That's
stuff like
great.
that.
You always need to let the people who work for you have some stake in the future. That's why Costco's successful. You know, not only successful, but like it's like the happiest place to work. Like of all the places, like where customers are happy, it's like the happiest. And they work in fucking retail, and they're happy to work there. That's an achievement.
Yeah, because they're part of, just like community, they get something back out of what they invest.
I mean, do they
the
earn
intangibles.
shares and stuff? You know, once they
Hey,
work,
Brooke.
that'd be cool.
And just a fun fact, Red Robin started here in Seattle.
So did Costco in Kirkland.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why their products are called Kirkland.
So the reason why I
Cool.
asked if you liked Red Robin is I'd be willing to treat you to Red Robin if you want to go. And you don't have to answer now. Just think about it.
Wait, are you?
I
both
would
in
love to
Seattle?
hang out with you. Put it that way. We
Okay.
can definitely
both
hang
in
out.
Seattle?
Where is the nearest Red Robin?
I think there's one in Linwood, and I can take.
Oh, we could do that one.
And then there's also one in Northgate.
Okay, are those convenient for you?
I know Northgate is convenient. I can definitely look to see how easy it would be for me to get to Linwood. Also, I know in Linwood there's the mall, Alderwood Mall there.
We could do the mall, and we could
Yeah.
stream. I've been wanting to stream a mall for a while.
Yes. So
Why don't we plan on that?
You should both
Okay.
go out and pick up men
We'll,
together.
we'll never see him again. Guys.
Go cruising for men at the mall, like we did
Exactly.
in the 80s.
Well, the thing is, I go for men and women.
That $20 will be coming back to me, man.
You guys should find a bisexual
You're like,
man.
shit,
to
man.
fight
No,
over
man. It's part of the investigation because it happened.
I do eventually, when I get enough of income, I am going to
it's
set
amazing.
aside a little bit of budget to tithe back to other creators.
It's all good. It's all good.
But
I do now and then, even on the budget I have now.
I do know with the light rail going to Linwood, it's a lot easier to go to the Alderwood Mall. So I figured.
Oh, is the station near the mall? That would be convenient, because I can
I
get
mean-
to the station from here.
So I know I don't remember the exact buses, but I do know that there are buses from the light rail station that
To the
go
mall, like a direct
the-
shot
Oh,
Yeah.
without
Jeff,
a lot of changeovers. Yeah, that'll be
Jeff-
easy to do.
Jeff,
I'm
you know what I just
excited.
noticed?
I've been wanting to stream them all forever.
and they
you know what I
don't
just
have
noticed?
many around anymore.
And maybe for my birthday, I could buy myself one of those sticks that people stream with.
Oh, but here we
I've been
go.
wanting one of those. And a Trump McDonald shirt from Tom McDonald.
And happy birthday!
Thank you. Is Billy around? I was gonna
Billy is under the bed to where I
Oh,
can't
yeah,
see
leave
him
him
right
there.
now.
we can see him
But-
later.
If he's still on, if you're still on later and he's out of under the bed, then I'll be willing to show you Billy.
Okay, I should be. I plan to go all day, at least until Survivor, which is in less than 6 hours. So we got at least another 6 hours.
Well, what time does it start?
8 p.m.
Seattle time? Okay.
The Chonk
Oh,
Monster, Chonk
Yeah.
Master.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, I was gonna say, one thing I've noticed is that the people who always ask, "Are there ever women on your stream?" They are never here when the women are on your panel.
Yeah, we had Tatiana earlier. We got Brooke now. What I find is people, speaking of narrative, they make their own narrative about things, and when you match it up to the actual stream, it never really matches up. So they're just not interested in what's actually happening on the stream. They're interested in keeping their own story about what's happening on the stream going. Confirmation bias. They have an idea of what the stream is, and it's different for everybody. And then they make statements and claims based on their idea of the stream, not what actually objectively happens on the stream. And that's true for just reality in general. They do it with social media, politics, probably the people in their own lives, everything. It's just, I guess, how people's brains work.
And plasma, yes, Billy is the chunk master, but I do know that a local welfare agency has a cat that is almost 30 pounds right now.
That's big for a cat?
That is huge.
Is that why it's at the welfare agency? You're too fat to come in this house. Yeah, Waffle. See, you've been in the streets. Yes, it's tribalism. The narratives kind of start to cohere into these common narratives that people start to adopt, and it's because they signal. It's like a way of signaling your tribe to each other, and it's hate bonding. They bond over shared narratives as well. They don't have to be true. They just have to hold a community together.
And then there's also something called trauma bonding.
Yeah, I think they do a lot of that too.
I think that's how my ex-girlfriend got attached to me.
And trauma bonding, technically, people misuse that word. It's technically like the bond that forms between an abuser and a victim that keeps the victim with the abuser.
Okay, that's not how she bonded.
But some people use it as like if people experience a shared trauma, they call that trauma bonding as well.
Yeah. That
I'm trauma bonding from some of these people myself.
Don't try here.
It's when I worked at Seattle Counseling Service, and when they went under, a lot of us who worked there trauma bonded over being laid off.
Oh, I would be trauma bonding just from those DEI trainings. In fact, I have.
Trauma bond.
All I know is I miss working at Seattle Counseling Service, and I really wish they didn't go under.
Yeah, well, that happens, I guess. And also, that was like during COVID. They just bought a brand new building. They had just relocated to this big, larger space downtown, and then COVID hit. And none of the clients could show up in person. The workers could come in, so the timing was so bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've met like less than 10% of my clients in person. I met most of them.
Because you got hired during that, so most of your work was remote.
I got hired December of 2020. So.
Oh, wow. That's what we would do on our back porch.
Yeah.
Abe, hello. Happy unbirthday to you, unless you're a Scorpio. Or it's your birthday today, or November. Welcome, welcome.
You know what? Someone told me that Scorpios have the most, or I've been told Scorpios have a temper, and I'm like, define temper.
We're horny and violent, sex and violence, and you could see it we're the Gen X sign. You could see it in all of our movies, our music, our punk rock. I would say that's all scorpionic domains.
I'm a Pisces.
Now I get it.
And
and I was born on Friday 13th. As if
oh wow,
that doesn't help things.
Are you superstitious about that stuff, Jeff?
No. I was born just after midnight. There was a full moon in the sky. A raging storm outside the hospital. Like I was destined to be a little demon baby.
One of my closest friends, she's a Pisces like me, but she was born on March 13th, and she happened to be born on Friday the 13th as well.
Yeah. No, I'm not superstitious, but it helps with everybody else around me that is.
Why are people so superstitious? Or I don't know if I pronounced that correctly.
I don't know. I still am in the sense that I say bless you when somebody sneezes. I try not to step on cracks on sidewalks just because I don't want to tempt fate, that kind of stuff. So it gets ingrained in you. It's my programming. It gets ingrained in you as a kid, and you don't ever challenge it
I
or
avoid
break out of
stepping
it.
cracks on sidewalks too, but just because it was like, when you're a kid, you believe the superstition. Then when you're an adult, it's just a habit. You just avoid.
I'm like, I don't. Just in case my mom actually breaks her back, I don't want that on my conscience. So let me just not step on the crack just to be safe.
I thought you didn't like her though.
I don't hate her. I like her. I didn't. We had issues for a while. We're fine now. But I didn't dislike her enough to want her back broken. I'm not that hateful.
I'm saying
Even
you're
if
gay,
I
the
don't
bone
like
crack has
somebody,
to
I don't
come
necessarily
somewhere.
wish ill on them.
Oh, what? How do you shoot me through the wall? That's some bullshit.
Are you playing again? Are you playing what's it called, Salem Town?
No, I'm playing Call of Duty.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
God,
Hey,
everybody's playing games. It's true.
I have a silly question for you, Jeff, or for anybody, but I guess more specifically you, Jeff, since you know me. Do you think so? As you know, I already volunteer at Paws Cat City as well as volunteer at Animal. I don't know if you know, I volunteer at Alley Cat Project now. But I'm highly thinking about working in the animal welfare side of things, and I'm wondering, do you think I would be good at it?
Oh, of course. I mean, look how good you are with the people side of it. You can't be worse than that with the animals.
True. Okay.
Plus, like the animals are not gonna. You're not gonna have to deal with all the stuff you deal with people because of your personality or personal issues or how you come across. The
Being
biggest danger is going to be the same danger from anywhere, and that's the coworkers and management stuff like that. But I
Fuck
think the
coworkers.
animals themselves, you're going to do fine with.
I guess after my experience with my last employer, you know who that is.
The same one that I had the experience with.
Yeah. I guess the thing that I worry about is people, the lack of directness, the lack of communication.
Transparency. And
Yeah.
they don't do that here. By the way, Brooke and I got fired from the same employer, so if you think it's just me, think again.
I didn't get fired. I quit before I got fired.
Yeah, I tried to, but they got me first. I was going to meet with the director, and they got me before I could get to him.
Like, how long out were you planning to quit? Like, were you like, I'm gonna quit in 2 weeks, kind of thing?
Me or Jeff?
No, Jeff.
Oh, I wasn't necessarily I knew they were after me, so I was trying to get to the director before they got me, hoping that once I got to the director, he could turn that around. So I still had a sliver of hope. But I was prepared to make my exit. I knew it was coming. And part of my issue in workplaces is I never detected early enough. So if I could learn to detect it early, I could start planning my counter moves. Like I was talking to the union, I had a union rep, I was putting all the stuff in place to protect myself, but they still were able to get to me first. And part of it is they were using some coworkers that I trusted that was secretly giving them information. Like I thought these were people I could trust and work with, and they were secretly feeding information to the people that were trying to get me out of there.
And just to let everybody know, it was not Seattle Counseling Service that did this. It was
it was one of the homeless organizations.
Yeah. So
but it's not a well managed organization to begin with. Like it's known to have many issues.
I do have to say Seattle counseling was amazing. I love that job. The other job that Jeff is talking about and that I'm talking about is I appreciate that they gave me my start as a peer. It's and I think the difference for you is, were you still in your probationary
I don't even know. I think I was, but they have a reputation. That's the job where the coworkers told me I was working at too high of a stand, like too. I was doing too good of a job, and it was setting a higher standard than the rest of them could work up to, and I was making the rest of them look bad because I was so good at my job. I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like, I'm not going to do less quality work just to make y'all feel better.
I know for me, I know for me, like, they call it the sandwich effect, but when they were trying to trying to give me feedback, they put a positive, then a negative, then a positive, or at
Yeah,
least
they're
that's
very
what they.
technocratic about everything. They can't just have a conversation.
And for me, I'm not going to hear the thing that I need to work on if it's sandwiched between two things that I'm good at. I need people to be more like directive. Like, hey,
I need to be told that I suck.
Me too. I need it as blunt as you're being an asshole.
don't
You
like
really
it. It
fucked
isn't
up
fun.
with a highlight marker and everything. Neon lights on it. I really need it hammered into my head if you're trying to get me to understand something. It's a nonprofit, Chuck. They get a lot of money. And the thing is other states come and study this program as a model and take it back to their states, and they're, oh my God, I could give them so much better of a model. I hate that other states are using this to learn from when there's so much better ways that they could be doing it. That's the frustrating part. This is being set as the standard when to me it's not a very high standard. Ren, hello.
Pondering soul for me, leaving that agency, the positive is, just like the first time I left, which I was nowhere of getting fired the first time, but close this last time, is that people respect you once they figure out that you worked at this agency. So I get that.
Or you get clout from working there.
Yeah, and people are like, and especially since the last time I worked at this agency, I worked on one of the most challenging teams of the agency. So again, I know this sounds selfish, but the clout of, like, even though I don't have a job right now, I've been interviewing high plastic.
All these Renaissance people, and we got this Renaissance rogue. This is what's up with you. This is the agents. Like one of the roles. It's the team that goes out and does direct outreach to the homeless. They call it the PAC team, and so they're out there every day making connections with the people on the street, trying to get them into services. And it's very front lines work, and not just anybody can do that kind of work.
That sky is so flat. That horizon, man, I want to see that horizon again.
Where are you? Catch us up with you.
Beautiful. Look how
cows. Oh yeah, we were just talking about steak earlier.
Where is this? Like, where is this though? Is this?
I won. You know how we go.
Is it Texas? Is it Texas?
You know how
Australia.
Yeah,
New Mexico, I think.
Yeah, High Plains, New Mexico. This is
actually
some of the hilliest country here. Maybe you can see. So, like, you can actually see some hills. These are the sand hills. There's not a lot of them.
That's hilly.
3 miles. You go about 2 miles, and the horizon is perfectly flat, not just mostly flat.
You know how people, when we drive across farmland and we see cows and we go cows. I wonder if they say people. Sorry.
There goes those people again.
Well,
What are they in this? What are they doing in this field, digging through our crap?
I was saying, on certain roads, if I see a person, I'm like, who is that? I can drive there's like a 75 miles of state highway from one of our places to another ranch that
Yeah, but
we have cows
where
on, and
are you?
sometimes I see no vehicles. So any vehicle I see on that 75 miles,
Or even
I
seeing a
wonder
human.
about 'em.
Is it like Texas?
Yeah.
Is this Texas?
New Mexico.
This is New Mexico, yeah.
Yeah. So east
Wow.
of,
So you're
east of,
high
or
up,
not east
aren't
of,
you?
west of Texas.
You're high up though, west of Texas.
Yeah,
Is it
it's
high up?
west Texas is an accurate description.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Wow.
live in eastern New Mexico, which is the same biome as West Texas. It's
Sick.
high
What a
desert
distance. Yeah, the
plains.
sky. Yeah. And no wonder you need the glasses. Indeed.
Yeah,
I
it's
know,
supposed
but
to
it
freeze
is. Yeah,
like
I
in a
see the.
week,
Is it a
so we got a
plateau?
bunch of stuff to do before the hard freeze. And yet today it's
Yeah.
like 80 degrees.
How
Like,
long? When does that happen for you guys? Like December or February?
what?
The hard
Well,
freeze.
the
Hard
hard
freeze. We're
freeze.
expecting a hard freeze like
Yeah.
a week from now.
A
We've
week, yeah.
had
Yeah.
light freezes for the last
Yeah.
3 weeks.
Ground. Yeah.
But I mean, I've seen it in usually it happens in November. Like that's probably I've seen it in October. Early would be October for like a kill and freeze, but usually it's in November.
Oh, James asked, which Call of Duty? I'm playing the most recent one, Black Ops 6.
Oh, okay. I have that one.
So, Ren, catch us up with you. What's going on? I can see why
Um,
you've been staying out of the panelverse. You seem very busy.
Yeah, I've been
Like-
busy. I'm an in-demand cowhand, and it's weaning season, so I've been helping.
Are you at work now?
I'm more or less done for the day.
Oh.
Helping my granddad, and we take it easy. He's like 87. I don't know. He's he's very spry, but but not as spry as he was. So we only gather like one little pasture a day, and then
He gets out there and helps?
Yeah, he drives.
Ah,
he drives the
that's
pickup
base.
stuff. This year for the very first time, this is the first year that I honestly can't have him in the pens helping me like with a gate or something, like very much, like a little bit, but in general this year he's a little too slow to be safe, in the pens working him, pushing him around, but yeah, so I've been doing that, and then I ran to Dallas on a whim because we got a big flood and rained me out of my cattle working job, and I had heard that there was a big
You guys have to like.
impressionist exhibit at the Dallas Art Museum.
How much
so
do you have
I
to
went there
shoot
and did that, and then
them?
came back.
What's the predators here on the grounds? Are there any predators that go after any of the cows, the foals?
There's nothing here that will take
Yeah,
down
so
a
it's just like.
full-grown cow. We have pretty robust coyote situation here, and
Oh, man.
when
Who's
the
gonna keep
coyotes
vermin
get
away?
too populated, they will kill like newborn calves. But and then occasionally you get a mountain lion that's wandered down here. Like you'll see a deer that's obviously like a mountain lion kill, but this isn't generally mountain lion territory.
Yeah, I know. America ain't Africa. It has bears. That's about it. The bears.
Well, I mean,
the
mountain
way
lions are
America,
pretty.
right?
I
It is.
really don't want to
Alligators, I guess.
have
I
to
don't
meet
know.
a mountain lion without my gun. They're pretty nasty, and then you go further.
Yeah, but
north,
only if you only if you come up on them, right? Not
Well,
really if they smell you and see you. Cats,
just depends.
cats are like they don't want to be near us most of
It
the
just
time. If they're
depends.
hungry, it's a
Yeah.
different thing. But if they're stalking, that's another thing. You should know if you're being stalked because you know your area, right?
Well, like where mountain lions are, there's a lot of brush, and I guarantee they know you're there before. Bears north of here, and then there's reintroduced terrible wolves down south of here. The people that ranch further south have a lot of trouble with wolves, but yeah, here it's pretty mild. Like I said, the biggest
New
general
Mexico.
predator here. Well, I
Close
mean,
to-
on the high plains, like New Mexico's.
So how far is Albuquerque from here?
It's about
Is that right?
200 miles.
200 miles. That ain't far.
No,
That
I mean,
ain't
not for me.
far. Not for
How far
America.
is Santa Fe?
That's
Yeah.
about
Well, are we gonna? Don't say that. Don't say that.
Home of
Usually I
meow
can
wolf.
expect to be in
No,
Albuquerque
don't
in
do it.
like
Don't do it.
4 hours, and Santa Fe in like 3 if I'm in a hurry. 3.5 if you're not in a hurry.
Yeah. One
Santa
more
Fe
we
is a
got
little
doctor.
closer, but the
How
roads
far are you away
are
from
worse.
Swakopmund in Namibia?
I
I'm
don't know.
joking. I know.
I haven't checked that yet
I would
lately.
estimate, okay, about
Italy.
probably about 5,700 miles, I reckon, about there from
It's a ways
where
though.
in Namibia, Botswana. Oh no, Namibia is a whole country, but
Okay.
Swakopmund, or what did I say, Okanja? Yeah, that's the one.
Cool. Yeah. I
Yeah,
haven't been to Africa. I haven't been to the continent of Africa yet, anywhere down there yet, but I
Amazing
intend
vistas.
to someday. I have some friends down there, so.
That's the thing with again, like animals, farms. In Botswana, it was fucking fantastic. They walk up and down their cattle. There's not much, they know the land, and it's funny
Right.
with the non-kerry. I mean, like they know the animals. Most of the time, Australia they use helicopters to round them up, don't they? But Australia is shit for fucking cattle. You don't get Australian fucking meat, do you? You don't ever see like, oh yeah, this is an Australian fucking cut of meat.
I was in England, like I don't know, it's probably been 10 years ago, and there was a restaurant I went to, and they proudly displayed that they sold 100% grass-fed Australian beef. So some people are proud of it.
Clearly, I mean, anyone who has cattle, I know.
Yeah.
And especially
Yeah.
there. Sorry, it's amen.
Yeah.
They try to put down American food. They should stop with that and go from heartland that originally started the farmers. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, it's just
land's amazing, man. They're like
it's different.
amazing,
If I had a
dude.
helicopter, I mean, we would use it occasionally.
Well, you know how much wheat you guys grow, like in Texas, wheat and corn and that. What you
Not as
have
much as
there
we
is,
used to.
oh, like you've been feeding the world, like subsidizing the world for almost like 40 years of food completely. And you've never asked the world for money. You've never said that as you farmers do. It's quite, it's quite kind of humbling. And America's still like the bad man. I know.
Yeah.
I
Farmers,
know.
we just try to keep our heads down, and it's like if we get overregulated sometimes. We're like, just leave us alone, and we'll shut up about not making much money and price caps and stuff. It's like, just leave us alone. Let us stay here, right? We'll just make enough money to live the lifestyle, and most farmers and ranchers will settle for that.
I just want to say thank you. And
Well,
fucking A,
appreciate it.
man. I swear to God, man, it's the best. My God, I have no actually words. Yeah.
just appear at the grocery store. Right? Some people.
No, I live around farms here, man. I live around farms and wildlife and stuff. There's
Yeah.
horses and it's all here
Cool.
in my area around.
Yeah.
I've got to walk like 2 miles. I'll be in a river and
That's pretty.
fucking out there. There'll be a farm somewhere there. They're small holdings, but that's what makes it work.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
With
when
you
you've got
guys, the
when
numbers.
you got river bottom land, like that works. Like I guess
But
there's,
also,
yeah.
but also is I'm going to say it again. How much America has given still to the world, and the world still goes like what for free, for free. There's like no ties included. Amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I swear to God, thanks, guys.
Well, we appreciate it. At least somebody appreciates it. Like I said. Oh, it's a good lifestyle.
Yeah.
I like working cattle. I'm not cut out to be a farmer, but I can be a rancher or a farmer, a person who farms cattle, which is somewhere in the middle. It's like I think like a farmer, but I don't actually work as hard as a farmer.
Oh, cows are easier.
Well, when you're busy with cows, you're busy, right? And when there are times when it can be real busy, but in general, most of the time, what you need to be doing with them could wait till tomorrow if it had to. With farming, there's a lot of stuff all year round where it's like, no, if you don't get out there and plow that field tomorrow, you won't have a crop in 2 days.
Oh yeah.
Where it's gotta yeah, and then just the amount of equipment and late, it's just farming is just the, very if you're gonna make any money at it, is just pretty labor intensive. And cattle, you gotta have some equipment, but it's not. And then there are times of the year with cattle where they're pretty, you kind of get a break. So
I'm afraid of cows. To be honest, I would always say they have like murderous intent.
Some of them do.
I almost got killed by a cow. They absolutely do.
Yeah,
those things are dangerous.
But
somebody knows. Are they very dangerous? You've got to know.
Well, we
Jeff,
were.
you're gonna like this.
We were. My friend was macing them, and we were picking mushrooms. So we did it. They were antagonized, but when they get antagonized, they are dangerous and evil.
If you make them angry, that's bad news. And I mean, it
Yeah,
varies
I've never
from,
seen angry cows before.
It varies from
Jeff,
breed and
Jeff, you're gonna like
the
this.
environment they live in. Things so like Holsteins are just stupid and the dairy Holsteins, like they barely have a brain. Like they're docile.
Yeah,
Beef cattle are much more aggressive. Longhorns, are pretty. A lot of the beef cattle breeds are kind of in the middle. Occasionally, but if you piss them off, they can all get crazy, and they get and like a small percentage of them get incredibly homicidal if they're ever water starved. That's when I
Joe,
really
what's going on?
3 times in a day.
So in my Call of Duty lobby, there's people with clan tags. One person has a clan tag that says Trump, and another person has a clan tag with MAGA. I've been seeing that people with clan tags like that.
Because people meet each other through video games too, right? Like kind of like on here.
Yeah, but people
Tell them to come here. Send them here.
I don't know if I could, but
Moose was talking about maybe streaming some of that Barotrauma game later too.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a new thing, like if they're doing it because Trump won.
Do you want to share your screen? Is it something we can all see?
I played it on my Xbox, so you guys wouldn't be able
okay.
to see. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I suppose
I
in
was going to
theory,
say, playing
I
on
could.
fatigue.
Yeah, I could pair my Xbox account to my YouTube, and then stream my Xbox. I think you can do that now.
Yeah, you can. You can stream from Xbox.
Yeah, and then you guys could.
Well,
like,
on Twitch
watch
you can
my
for
YouTube.
sure.
Yeah, you can definitely do that with Twitch. I think you can do it with YouTube though.
But I think you can do it with YouTube now too. They're kind of opening it up to everybody.
Maybe I should look into that, and then you can watch me as I shoot the noobs.
Yeah, like people watch me when I play because I stream when I play COD a lot.
Oh man, I haven't seen that dude.
Holy shit.
Yeah, there's people that build entire channels from just people watching them play games.
Yeah, of course they are. Yeah, I'll pay for some of that shit. I don't mind.
Do you?
Yeah, well, I don't give a fuck. It's my money, isn't it?
Do you play Barotrauma? You can join our
I don't
submarine.
pay that crap. I mean, no, I'm saying like I give money to you, don't I? It's my will. I give money to other people that do other fucking stupid things that they think they don't get a pound for. Yeah, here's a buck or two. And, holy shit! I'm like, hell, man, it's only a buck or two.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good for them. For me, it's like, fuck it, man. I mean, truly, it's just the effort that I like that people do. Yeah, none of this stuff.
Well, we need more people like you. You're what makes this work.
I think money is a value that you can use, right? It's a commodity that you have in yourself, and most people are like, we're gonna steal it, keep it, gain it. Their life ambition, what they have over other people. That's what it's about.
You know, Bob Ross talked about that. He talked about that with painting and how it's like, because he's teaching people how to paint, and he knows that some of the people who follow his videos might even sell some of their paintings like he does. And he was saying, we're not necessarily trying to make money when we paint, but when you do sell one, it is just an amazing compliment that someone would give their hard-earned money to have one of your paintings.
I mean, give it anything. It's what you do with it. If somebody wants to make it and flaunt it, somebody wants to buy it, it's their prerogative. The hard thing is when people try to say like, oh my God, there is mental health, and then there is a situation where people are just wrong-uns, right? And that's life. Gotta let it happen. Do you think like the judicial system that we have in the West should be revitalized? Go back again, go back a century to where we say, this is wrong, and we negate it back, or do we go and forget that and make a new? Because that's what I see coming. Like, forget the old, the new will come.
What would the new be?
Well, for me, it shall be the time of the Antichrist, to be where again, what it means is that no one can sell, buy, and within that foundation, without these values, I guess.
Oh, the mark of the beast.
Mm. Yeah. The actual true like subjugation from where the Jews gave up their Messiah, waiting for their Messiah. The whole thing is coming into fruition right now. It's coming, man. You can see that's why Trump won. It's another puppet within
It seems like it's always coming to fruition for thousands
um,
of years.
yeah, absolutely. But we're in that time. We live amongst it. We might not, don't live like you're gonna die tomorrow, right? We can always die tomorrow, but live like you're going to die tomorrow. You have so many plans forward, and who you are and what you're capable of comes with what the
Yeah.
opportunities you take and the people you meet, and those people that the worst thing is like when they want to use you, and you think, okay, I'm going to be very loyal, and then it's like, oh yeah, they're using you. It's
How do
ridiculous.
you know? How do you tell when they're?
Um,
I wish I had that power.
really?
Yeah, you can tell when people are.
I think in my heart, it's because I always want to believe in the best of people.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit there and say and look at many bad people. Oh, it's not bad. It's the taboo of bad, isn't it?
And also,
And
if they're using you,
directly
then
hurts
that
people, children, and all
puts you
that.
in a position of having to use them back, and I don't like that either. I don't like it to be transactional. So
Ah,
if that's all it is for them, then that forces me to make it that way for myself with them too.
yeah, but you give willingly. I don't ask for anything back to the time I give, unless it's a transaction, a job I've done. You know, you understand that, don't you?
I think so.
Yeah, oh
Vegas
yeah.
really should have taught me better than it did. Although I think I got pretty decent at it, but I still need to remember to watch out for the users.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
so Jeff, live like you'll
yeah,
be nice tomorrow. Maybe you'll be
yeah,
nicer to not lost.
We only have this one moment, so whatever you're here to accomplish, you
yeah.
only have a limited amount of time to do it.
Yeah, you'll be
I
bleeding
mean,
out,
yeah,
Jeff. You'll be like, "Oh, I should have been nicer to not laws. I was too hard on her."
I think no, I think I'm plenty nice to not lie. I have no, my conscience is clean on that one.
Jeff, you're 50, right? Yeah, early
Somewhere
50s.
around there,
You
yeah.
look early 50s. Yeah? Early 50s. You look
Uh,
good for early 50s,
I
bro.
think I'm coming up on
You
mid now that I think about it. Yikes.
no, man. Don't always back yourself down when you get older to the half degree. But
I always
nevertheless,
advance myself so that I prepare for the next
oh,
year. So
I
I'm
mean,
going to be thinking of myself as 55 from this point forward.
yeah, okay, well done.
I'm in my 55th year.
Never make that, man. And you said, yeah, you into your planets and stuff. What am I? I'm a Pisces.
Oh, okay.
I'm a Pisces cusp Aquarius. I mean,
Like February-ish.
Yeah. One of those weird cusps in that
Mm.
time.
There's a lot of cuspers. I've
Yeah,
been
I'm all
running
right.
into.
I can understand that, but looking at again, is it a clock, a timeline? Well, you talk about like the what was it, the Aztecs, the way they did their clock, pretty cool, pretty
The
clever.
Mayan calendar.
Yeah, but it was pretty close to most everything that was still out there. So
Oh,
there's always a generalization that human civilization comes to the same conclusion, right? You know,
Zat, we can do you better than that. We have an actual hobbit on the panel. Hey,
uh,
can you cam up and show Zat? Yeah, we have a. You're in the right place if you're looking for Tolkien references. And welcome, Zat, by the way. Hello. Look, there he is. I just love that. Like a gnome.
yeah, like a gnome. Yeah, that's a Davy de Kabouter. It's Davy de Kabouter. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You know what a kabouter is?
Tom Bombadil, he's saying.
Tom Bombadil. I like it. Yeah, there and back, huh? Yeah, he knows it.
A plastic African, that's kind of like a yard gnome, huh?
Yeah,
Except
exactly. Yeah, you know what I
different.
mean?
Do they have black yard gnomes? I'm sure they've got. Somebody has got to have invented black
Of
yard
course,
gnomes.
of
Let me
course.
look.
It should be all sorts, like
Yeah,
Japanese.
they really should. Asian,
You
we
know
need
the
some.
Vietcong?
Oh, they do, but they do,
Yeah,
but they
exactly.
do.
They should have the Viet Cong guys and the Congo guys digging up the
There you
mine.
go. I know.
You guys,
So
oh,
don't
man,
have to worry about oppression with the
that ain't
gnomes.
black, man. They just painted black,
This
dude.
is look. That looks like
No, they just painted
almost
black.
like
They
my Aunt
just say,
Jemima doll.
man, you got to get black features in there, bro. You need to come on, black gnomes should have like feathers and stuff. It shouldn't be like
Black feathers.
clover.
What kind of
Yeah,
black
come on,
feather? What kind of
African.
feathers?
I don't
Oh,
know.
look at these. This is
Turkey.
definitely.
No, they didn't do Turkey, did they? They
You
had
can't argue that this is. Look, they have all. They have Indian. Look at this
yeah,
cool. This cat here.
both.
This is very creative. I like these.
Mhm.
Hey, Kane. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you, and happy unbirthday to you, or birthday if you're a Scorpio. Oh,
Man,
take care, Ren. It was good to see you. We'll have to catch up more.
So you're a Scorpio. Is it Scorpio? Is you Scorpio?
Absolutely.
Oh God.
I'm about as Scorpio as you can get.
No wonder mate got a hold of me. He's a Scorpio. Shit.
Oh, they have black nutcrackers too. Let's see. I need to make sure there's diversity in all of these tchotchkes. Let's see. Do they ever? Wow. Oh, your moon's in Scorpio? Cool. Mine's in Taurus. Most of my planets are in Scorpio, though. I'm really loaded up on Scorpio.
What does that mean to you, then, bro?
Nothing currently. I used to study it way back in the day.
Oh, okay.
But I did have
Yeah, but you're a Satanist. You don't believe in Jesus Christ.
Well, I believe him as an archetype, as a
oh my God, what are you
mythology.
talking about? No, the Jesus fucking came in as fucking fulfilled the fucking duty, didn't he? Yeah, bang, you fucking did it.
Well,
hence the whole
the scuttlebutt.
I don't know, man. Hence the whole thing about him being with the woman, as which was with them times, not rejecting them, as Mary and all that. You know, look, check it out. Yeah, I saw Jesus.
And that was in John. Like the three of the Gospels don't really stress the divine birth. That really only comes in John.
The Gnostic fucking Bible, okay, the Gnostic verses that aren't there, or the Gnostics themselves that were removed, is pure on that. It's only because later, because again, it was always foretold that this is the way his kingdom would work, as in Elohim done. It was spread through to you guys, America, all that shit. But even to this day, where Jerusalem and all that crap's going to happen, It's coming, man. It's like it's gonna be this. I reckon. I'll tell you this, my gamble, huh? And you guys ain't gonna like it. That New York will be nuked. Yeah, it will be nuked. Not just 9/11. There'll be a nuke that will hit that.
Who's gonna nuke it? Does it say?
Uh, no, I'm not going to speculate on those matters. I think reasonable of it because of the UN, NATO. I guess the UN is there, and the way it operates against what is the Vatican. You know, maybe even deeper to that, to what the powers need to have. So people need to visualize this shit. Go, oh shit, no man, we just and all.
Are you falling asleep?
Yeah, I am.
Oh. Well, I appreciate you hanging out, and don't push it if you don't want to. Moose, we might stream a game actually. Moose is talking about doing barotrauma. In fact, I might get a little break and go freshen up. Maybe get some lunch.
You're in your 50s. Relax. Make sure you have your prostate exam, huh?
Yeah, I do all that.
Self-service. Yeah, I know. These days it's
Oh no, not so. No, I haven't professionally done.
What?
I don't trust my own self.
That way, man. It's a blood fucking thing these days, bro.
Well, they now they have like scanners, and they do the ultrasound machine on you and run blood tests. So it's more than just a little cough thing.
Oh, damn, bro. We're getting old. Anyway, cheers.
Cheers, plastic. Take care. Good to catch up. Okay.
So
James, you're still in video game land?
yeah, I'm still kind of in video game land, but I'm kind of wondering what is Baratron. I don't think I've ever heard of it.
It's a co-op game where we're operating like a submarine, and we have to do all these missions and fight creatures and keep the submarine afloat and maintained. And a lot of us have been playing it in Discord with the goal of eventually streaming it. So we might attempt to do that today if there's nothing else going on.
So how do you spell Baratron?
B-A-R, here, I'll type in the chat. B-A-R-O-T-R-A-U-M-A, like trauma, barotrauma. I'll even put the Steam link. It was on sale recently for a while.
Copy it and paste it real fast.
Oh, it looks like it went back up. It's like 30
yeah,
something bucks.
I guess. Oh, because it's at regular price, $34.38.
And there's no way to let people play under somebody else's account? Each person has to buy the game?
Yeah, each person has to buy the game, yeah.
Oh.
As far as I know.
I don't know. There might be an Irish. There's all kind of people on the crew because they have these automated crew members, these bot crews with different names and personalities. Plus, I'm being told that some players can get secret missions where they have to sabotage the rest of us. So they'll like do something to the sub or do something to sabotage the mission. And I didn't know about that part. So you can never really know how much you can trust your fellow players.
Yikes.
Kind of like life.
Yeah. We're all players in this big game, and who can we trust?
Yeah. Well, so far they can trust me, except to work the control. Like I had these flare. I have these flares, and I keep setting them off inside the sub. I don't even know how, but I'll be walking around, and suddenly my pocket will catch on fire, and there's this big flare burning. And so I'll throw it on the floor, and then one of the bots will come and start dancing around in the middle of the flame. I don't know what they're doing, if they're trying to put it out or what.
Like a bot would. That sounds like a bot. I mean,
And there's cultists in there. There's like some kind of cult that tries to turn themselves into this sea creature. There's
oh,
rebels. There's like Antifa people that are like revolutionaries trying to overthrow the existing order, and they're always trying to get you to do missions for them. So it's pretty interesting.
sounds like there's also some politics kind of seeped in there too.
Yeah, I haven't figured out that
I mean,
part of it yet because there's these different factions in the background. Because you have this main like station on land that you dock at, and that's where all the political stuff happens. That's where you get your missions, and then you go in the sub and you go off and you do the missions, and you come back and you get your reward for the mission. So when you're at the station, there's all these different political groups trying to push their agendas, but I haven't exactly figured out what they're all about. I just keep doing whatever missions they want me to do. We're mercenaries. We'll do anything for money.
yeah, it's a story inside of a story.
Yeah, kind of. It seems like there's the potential for this meta plot. I just haven't quite figured out what it is. But I haven't played enough either. I'm still on my learning curve, trying to figure out the controls and how to keep myself from burning up with my own flares.
You're a baby. I get it.
Yeah. I'm not a video gamer. I'm very new at all of this.
Yeah.
I got talked into it by one of the chat members.
You let them talk you into it.
Yeah. And I'm glad they did. It's been an interesting experience. So our goal was always to get more games going and find some cool games to stream. We also have Tabletop Simulator where we can play
Ooh.
different board games.
Ooh, I love that one.
Oh, are you on?
Ooh.
Oh, cool. Well, you have to join us for Tabletop. I'm trying to
I
get a
got
Cosmic
that.
Encounter group together.
I've been wanting to play with people. I just haven't found no one to play with.
Dude, are you on our Discord? Are you on Discord?
I can't remember if I think I am.
Here, I'll put my name on there is Gen X Jeff. If you hit me up, I'll send you a link to our Discord. We have a gaming channel, and we're always playing tabletop or some other game in there. In fact, we did a Monopoly game on stream a few weeks ago. Joe hosted it.
I love me some Monopoly.
Well, Joe will talk to Joe. He's trying to put together one where there's an actual prize on his channel.
Oh.
In fact, I should drop his channel. So once he gets enough players, yeah, just hit up Joe. He's definitely the Monopoly guy.
Ooh. I love me some Monopoly.
I hate Monopoly. I never win it.
Oh,
I like
love
Powers
it.
Monopoly, which is a Cosmic Encounter Monopoly hybrid, but I'd rather just play Cosmic Encounter without the Monopoly.
I play dirty at Monopoly.
You play what?
I play dirty.
Oh.
I use every rule.
I haven't even thought of that one. We used to play Strip Uno, but I haven't played Dirty Monopoly.
I use every rule to my advantage. I read every rule, bit of the rules, every letter, and use it to my advantage.
Oh, good. That makes you a good player. That's what you're supposed to do. Exploit every advantage and opportunity. They also have this crazy game on simulator called Insane Monopoly, which is like the board is like an entire city. There's so many different boards, and there's squares that take you to other sections of other boards. Like when you go to jail, jail has its own Monopoly board that you go around while you're in jail and do stuff.
Wow.
And it's so overwhelming. I don't know how any group of humans ever actually plays it.
Well, that takes a whole new level of cognitive thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. We played around with it for fun, but I don't know if I would try a real game. Let me see if I could find a screenshot of it. It's called Insane Monopoly. All right, let's see.
But yeah, thank you for telling me about all this.
Yeah, we loved game here. Okay, this is a sample of the board. This is an actual potato. And so like one of these boards is the original, like the regular Monopoly board. But then like there's all these other, so like if you land on this space, you can go up this arrow into the inner board. Some of these boards have portals that take you to another board. There's so many different components, and look at all the properties you
Yeah,
can collect. It's just crazy.
that's a whole new level of cognitive
It really is.
thinking.
I guess that's why they call it insane.
It will drive you insane.
It no, just we played it for like 20 minutes and just looking at the board, I think
Yeah,
drove some of us insane.
looking at the board will drive you insane. That's what I was gonna say.
But they have it as part of Tabletop Simulator. Oh, you would be up for it? Hey, Ren, do you play Cosmic Encounter? You seem nerdy enough for Cosmic. I'm looking for at least 5 people to pull off a Cosmic game, and nobody else wants to learn it. They're too intimidated. Although it's a very simple mechanic. You're just laying down cards and flipping them over, and the highest card wins. Pretty easy.
I would exploit that game though, the Monopoly, the insane Monopoly. When I figured out all the rules, I would exploit
Oh, you think you
it.
would?
Yeah, I would use every rule to my advantage.
Good. I like players like you. That's exactly what I have. This rule that I will never cheat in a game. I will always play within the parameters of the rules because I want to win. I want my victory to be an honest victory. I want to know that I actually beat the game and the other players. But within those parameters, I will do every sneaky goddamn thing it takes to do to win the game. I will throw my grandma in front of a car. I will do anything that that game allows. I will lie, cheat, steal.
Well,
The fun thing about Cosmic Encounter is it actually allows for all of that.
wow. So
In fact, the whole premise of the game is that each player, you're an alien race trying to colonize other people's galaxies, and each alien race has the power to break one of the rules. So the whole game is learning how to exploit your particular rule advantage against the other players.
Yep.
It was the game that inspired Magic the Gathering. That's the game they cite as their predecessor and forerunner.
But yeah, I'll play every rule that it has, but if it's not specifically mentioned in it, I'll use it to my advantage as well. I'll be sneaky.
Yeah, me too. I am the same way. Give me the rules. Tell me what I'm allowed to do and not do, and then outside of that, I'm gonna do every creative little thing I can find to get my advantage. I'm very competitive.
Yep.
I love to win. I'm very cutthroat.
No, I won't throw my grandma under the hypothetical bus though. I hate that. I ain't gonna.
And the thing in Cosmic Encounter is you can make alliances with other players. So when it's your turn, you can enlist help from other players, and so can your opponent. And your allies can screw you over, or you could screw your allies over too. There's some cards and powers that let you do that. So you never really know if you could fully trust your other players, and it's always swapping up. The allies are very fluid. But sometimes, every now and then, people will team up against a particular player just to help them lose. Usually because they're obnoxious. I know because I'm often that player.
Like everybody will team up against that one player?
Yeah, you can have you're supposed to do alliances round by round. There's an alliance phase where you each of the two opponents enlist allies. But some people will informally team up and form like game-wide alliances for that entire game.
Oh.
And to try to team up against another player long term. And it's the game. Its slogan is "It's never the same game twice." And I've played thousands and thousands and thousands of games, and it truly is never the same. I can never predict what each new game will be like. There's so many like moving parts and complexities to it to manipulate. Wow. Sometimes a game will last 10 minutes, and sometimes it will last like 2 hours, just depending on what the combination of components is in that. And all the expansions keep adding in new components, so it can get really complex if you play with all of the expansions. But the basic game is pretty easy to learn, I think. Some people say you need a trigonometry degree, but I don't find that to be true. I've taught it to like junior high school, like junior high kids, and they picked it up just fine. I've taught it to 13-year-olds.
Mm.
And in fact, in the gaming channel, I have a short summary of it and a list of, I have the rules and a short list of summaries.
Ah, okay.
We're also recruiting for some role-playing games too. I think Mage is on the table. We're always recruiting for D&D.
That one's not really my thing. I'm not really a D&D person.
D&D. I grew
Maybe
up.
Clue.
Moose and I played Clue the other day. They have it on tabletop. I love Clue. Yep, there's plenty of gaming potential here. Once we get some committed players, our plan is to like stream some of them. Well, I have a message into Moose. He had talked about maybe streaming some Barrow Trauma, so I'll see if that happens. In the meantime,
Alright.
I might go take a little break and refresh and recharge. I'll keep the stream going. Hey, in fact, is your video game something you can stream? We could maybe watch you play for a little while.
Oh yeah, I can stream it. Yeah.
Okay, and then I can maybe take 5 or 10 minutes and go recharge.
Okay, I can do that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hand you over to James, and we can watch him
Go
stream
ahead.
this game, and then I'll be back in a
Put
little
that
while.
up.
Probably get some lunch, get a refill. All right. This is that cool World War II
World War II
game.
game. Yeah.
Okay. Well, enjoy this for a while, and I'll be back with you shortly, like 10 minutes or so. So you're in
Alright.
good hands. All right. Well, thanks a lot, and I'll be
Yes,
back.
sir. Let me go ahead and get my stuff situated here. I'm not sure what I want to do here. Probably done got everything I need to get done already. So let's go ahead and get this started part of the time. Because I don't really have anything I can do for us. Construction, that's what I want. Yeah, because I done set all that stuff up for a while. I'm trying to build up the infrastructure and everything here. Mississippi, Mississippi, Georgia, and Florida, and Alabama, and South Carolina, and North Carolina. Trying to build the infrastructure, and Tennessee. And then I'm gonna be building some railroad up there in New York, and everything, or at least technically upgrading this railroad. Cutting through. Where's it at? Here. It's cutting through here. This part of New York and kind of all the way up through there to the Canadian border. And then building some railroad from over here, somewhere about right here, like over to here and everything, because there ain't no railroad going up through there. So actually, think about it, it's like right here. I'm building a railroad too. My bad, because I'm building it to connect with that railroad there. And then plan is to go and turn America to the far right kind of thing, where I can take over the world as America. I'm not gonna follow history today. Today is not a historical day. Today is rather an alternative history. Position suffers defeat. What the heck? I gotta pause this. Whoa. House hearing into presidential misconduct and minor scandal in the White House and started to gain mention following the weeks of media reports, including the minor officials been taken by government and contractors. Several president other dummies may protect what's going on. Huh. Up to 40 representatives will go into opposition. Okay. Which is kind of odd. They added this system last time that I played it where we have like representatives. They added it just when I stopped playing it last. Where America has representatives. I forget where you access that thing at. Oh, here it is. Decisions. Under decisions. Which I gotta wait on my political power to build up before I can actually do anything. With these decisions, but you got the Congress up here, and you see we have, because of World War, the Democrats are in control and everything. They have a majority of the Senate, at least, so they're in control of the presidency, the Senate, but not the House, and everything. So yeah, it has this little thing up here where it shows all that. As far as the decisions, which the decision stuff was already there, where you had these different decisions you could do, but it wasn't in a dedicated tab until they updated it, and they made this whole thing, and then they decided to do this with America, considering we're representative, like democracy, I guess you could say. I think it was supposed to be a republic, but yeah, that didn't wind up lasting. We got to a more representative democracy, I guess you could say, the way things went. But yeah, continuing back though, I think we've. Hold on, what the heck? We got a free dockyard. What the heck? Hold on, free dockyard. Got 2 free dockyards. How about it? Oh, I gotta get that fixed. I got no chrome. Let's trade some chrome. It's got the most chrome. It's a small power. We'll send, I guess, a 6 plus 2. Guess I ain't gonna worry that much about the rubber though. It's only 1. Ain't that big of a deal yet. Germany and World and Civil War. What the heck? Germany embroiled in Civil War. What the heck? No, still can't do that one. Get us back to the gold standard because Roosevelt's still president. I'm gonna look at interventions in the Americas. I don't care about Europe. Like I say, I'm trying to conquer the world. Let's see what the heck's going on with Germany though. Our soldiers are getting trained. Like I gotta train more troops. The heck is the Civil War? Who's it against? He's trying to come back. The monarch is trying to come back. That's another unique thing. Each unique country can embroil themselves into a civil war, possibly. Which I think even some of the minor countries, when they did some sort of update for the trees, at least as far as up here in the Scandinavian area, I think they can do the same thing too. Or did they? I thought they updated the tree. That's weird. I thought they updated the research tree, but maybe on this country. Weird. Last I don't have the DLC. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to have that DLC though. Maybe I don't have the DLC. Nevertheless, I may not want to buy it. It's possible. That's
Okay,
crazy.
I'm back.
Oh. All right.
I'm trying to. What's the blue light that keeps sweeping?
Oh, that's kind of like a gray dark light. It looks kind of blue because of where it's America is there and everything, but it's supposed to be the darkness, the nighttime.
Oh, like that's how fast time's passing?
Yeah, because I have it set to a certain speed, so it's
Oh, I see.
passing. You got 5 speeds. You got like a normal speed where it passes pretty slowly, kind of like to simulate kind of a day going by, but not exactly at the same amount of pace as a day going by. So it's
Man,
not
I wish
literally
day
24
was that
hours.
cool.
But you can speed it up, slow it down, and everything. But it's supposed to simulate the day and the night because there's day and night on here. And in fact, it goes so in depth in the battles that it calculates certain things that can cause negative effects or positive effects depending on if it's day or night, and also the weather depending on what the weather's like um,
Oh,
in that
wow.
particular area as well, because it shows weather, and you have weather that can happen. It can storm, and it could give you negative effects during a battle and stuff.
They
That's
programmed
what
all
they
that
say.
in.
What?
They programmed all of that into the game.
Yeah, they programmed all of that into the game. The creators of the game, they programmed it all into it. It's
So, are
made
you
by.
like a general commanding an army?
Now I'm like the president
Oh, okay, of the
commanding the
U.S.
nation. Well, the president and the Congress and the Senate all together, because technically I'm everybody. I'm playing all the roles as America. But if I become a dictatorship, then I'm the dictator, which is my ultimate goal in this game is to become a dictatorship.
Oh,
So I can conquer the world as America. That's my ultimate goal in this game.
I wonder if Trump plays this.
I don't know. He could. I don't know. He might play something
He
because I
doesn't
know
seem like he would play video games at all.
Elon Musk plays video games.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
So
He's a big
I
old
know he
spurg.
does because I've seen like
What's
where
the
he's played.
Is that clouds? All
That's like
those.
I think that's clouds. I think so.
Wow.
Yeah, like where it's
This,
storming there.
they went into detail.
Yeah, they went into detail with it, and my computer I think can handle a lot more of that detail because my older computer couldn't. The one that I originally played this on, so I had to cut a lot of that detail off. But where I've got a more gaming kind of rig now, which was like $1,000. Which I
Oh
never thought
wow.
I would buy $1,000 computer, but after I wanted to get into streaming and I wanted to take it serious, I thought I needed $1,000 computer to really do this and everything.
It's probably a worthy investment.
Yeah, it probably is.
They even show you where the planes are.
Yeah, it shows all the details,
It's like
all
Google
sorts of
Maps. Oh my
details.
God! Wow. Even how?
Even
What?
the mountains, if you zoom in far enough, you can see the
I.
mountains.
Oh my God. Google
It
Maps
shows
is my
all
favorite
the
piece of
details of the
technology in the world.
Appalachians right here.
Wow, I'm so geeking out over this right now.
Like this is the part of the United States that I am from, in the southwest part of Virginia. So it shows all the mountains that I would see and stuff.
Oh, you have to grow the rest of the U.S.?
Do what? You
Wow.
you can zoom
That's
in and zoom
Appalachia,
out.
right? Appalachia.
Appalachia, yeah, it shows Appalachia mountains and all that, and the different mountains. Like I say over here, the what do you call
The
this?
Cascades and the Sierra
Uh,
Nevadas.
there's a mountain over here, Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains. That's what I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about. The Rocky Mountains. There's all the Rocky Mountains through here and stuff.
Wow.
It goes in that deep of detail, and it shows like the different railroads. Germany's having a civil war right now.
Oh my god. Is that
We're trying
rain?
to.
Look.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
rain. Yes, sir, that is. And then there's I think there's I don't know if it's snowing over here right now. It's cloudy over here in Russia. Of course, it's also foggy because of where I can't see what's going on in Russia, because that would be too much intelligence as well. So I think there's snow
Oh
over
yeah.
here though going on. As you can
Russia
see,
looks
there's
miserable.
snow. So it shows all sorts of kind of weather: the snow, the rain. It shows the lightning when it lightens during a storm. I don't know if I can find an example of that. It's just raining over here in France.
Right. Oh, look at that black cloud.
But it goes into really in-depth, in-depthness. Look at the desert over here in the Middle East. All the dust just
How
rushing
far
through.
does it zoom? Can you see like individual buildings?
You can go as far as I can show you, which is like down to the dock. You can see like the dock there,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and you can see like a railroad station. You can see
Atlanta.
bridges, like right there. There's a bridge. There's a building right there. If you look closely, and then there's a unit
Oh, there's
standing
a
there
guy.
training.
He needs you. He's flagging you. It looks like a zombie.
No, he's training. That's an infantry unit. He's
Oh, he's
training.
training. Oh, he's doing
Yeah, I've
jumping
got him in
jacks.
training.
I thought
Yeah,
he was flagging the plane down like help, help.
No, I got them in training right now because I want to get my troops all
He's
trained up
huge.
for
My
the war.
God. You're going to have some sturdy men.
And then you see that here's the airport, and I can click on the airport, and I can add air wings out of my reserves. I could add 3 of these out of my reserves, but of course I wouldn't want to do that because that's a carrier plane. Get ready. Crap.
So you have to like fortify your bases and train your men so that they could go off to war when it's time.
Yep. You can train. You can train the Navy units. You can train the infantry units. Which the infantry units, they already had it where you could train them from the very beginning. But the Navy, they started that right when I stopped playing the last time. And then I think they were going to be implementing something for the planes too, where you could train them too. At some point. I don't know.
I'm so
Let me
glad
see.
kids are learning geography these days.
Let's see. I think they got a training thing, do they? Well, this is a great way to learn
Yeah.
about geography and different, like where different places are, by playing this game and everything. It's a great way to learn. It's a very interactive way to learn. I don't know if they do have a training thing for them. I guess they don't have a training thing for them. I thought they were going to be implementing one, but maybe they haven't got it implemented yet.
Dracula. It's my this is a satanic holiday, Arpo. It's my satanic cultist outfit. What's this game called again?
Hearts of Iron 4.
Hearts of Iron 4.
4, yeah. They've got it's a quite a great series. They've actually added a lot over the years, and actually also made it easier for people to get into with Hearts of Iron 4 at the beginning and everything, because it didn't have nearly as much as what they did on Hearts of Iron 3. At least when I started playing it, because I started playing it like late in its time frame. To be fair to them. So that's probably why I had a lot of stuff in it where it was a little bit more difficult for me to follow along and everything and play it. But yeah, this is the different speeds that I was talking about. I can go faster,
Oh, well, look at that.
faster. And then I gotta pause it. Whoa, what was that going on? The Spanish Civil War. Okay, that's nothing new. That always happens. The Spanish War during the Civil War, like they did in real life. You got the nationalist Spanish versus the regular like communist Spanish. Well, I guess communist not really regular. Okay, I thought they were. I thought the Spanish were like neutral, and then I guess that was communist versus fascist. But I think the fascists usually always win, like they did in real life. The fascists won in real life, from what I remember.
Was that Franco?
I think that was Franco. Yeah, Franco. Yep, Franco. Italy abandons Navy treaty. To review. Oh man, I love Civilization, bro. I played 3. I have 3. I have 3, 4, and 5 and 6. Oh, Civilization. I love that game. Age of Empires. I have that game as well. At least number 3. I don't have number 2 or 1, but I have number 3. I've played number 3 for off and on for the last, I don't know, has it been 14 years maybe? Ever how long has it been since it came out? Because I played it when I was a kid. I grew up on Age of Empires 3. That's one of my more favorite games. Back when I didn't have my own computer, I had to use my dad's computer back then. So yeah, I've been gaming for quite a while. I've been gaming since I was like 3, I think. Somewhere around the age of 3, I think.
Oh wow.
Because I was gaming on N64 back then, like Mario Karts and stuff. Paper Mario.
The video game generation.
Yeah.
I was 12 years old. We got our first Atari. Before that, it was play outside.
Yeah, I mean, I played outside a lot too growing up because my grandma kept me outside and stuff when I was at her house, which I stayed at her house a lot after school and everything because both of my parents were working in factories. So, yeah, or in the factory. They worked in different departments in the same factory. But,
You all live near each other.
yeah, we all lived near each other, yeah, relatively.
Yeah, that's how it was with us.
I mean, we didn't live like right on top of each other. I mean, like we lived within at least a decent amount of distance to where it would make sense to take me there.
Chuck, was it called the Civil War? The actual Civil War? No, I'm just kidding. And hey, Chuck, good to see you.
Second London Navy Treaty signed. Okay. Gotta start thinking about. I gotta start thinking about some research for tanks. Cause
I'm sure you have one. Some guy just had a what? Sasquatch had a sword, a Civil War sword.
Like like the actual Civil War.
Yeah, I said, "Is that a replica?" He said, "No, it's."
Wait a minute. The Confederate or the Union?
I don't remember. He showed us the handle. It was on the stream today, like a few hours ago.
Because that'd be interesting if it's Confederate, because I have family that was in the Confederate Army.
Oh.
So I have, like, ancestry.
There's a guy that drops by here every now and then that's a Civil War reenactor. Oh, yeah. He's... Is that why everyone thinks y'all are racist? The racist South?
What?
Because because y'all keep the swords and stuff like that. Where were we looking at the other day? Something, and it had the Confederate flag. Shit, I forgot what it was. Yesterday we looked at something.
I think it's simply because I think the reason they simply think we're racist is because of what we take a little bit of pride, I guess you could say, in our heritage and
That's what I
everything.
try to explain to people, that for a lot of people that it means pride. It's regional pride. It's less about race. But
Yeah,
it's
it's not
hard for a
about
lot of
race.
outsiders to separate that from the race issue.
Yeah, it is. We,
But then there's a lot of things people don't understand about the South, so I just ignore them.
yeah, the South's very misunderstood because of all that history, that dark history.
Yeah. But, I mean, none of it applies today, and they have some of the best people in the whole country, the
Hmm.
world, in fact, I think. And we definitely have the best food.
Oh yeah, we have the best food down here for sure. The North, no offense to the North, but they can't cook.
No, they don't have, they have a very bland palate.
I mean, unless you go to like certain places where you get like Italian food, forget about the
Yeah,
North. 'Cause there's like
we
certain
keep
places
our
I
people
heard,
fat.
Chicago and stuff, that have great Italian places, but
Yeah, there's individual restaurants and cuisines you could find, but like if you go over somebody's house in the South versus in the North, you're gonna eat a lot better at the Southern
yeah,
family.
yeah, especially if you go to their grandma's house,
Yep,
because the
you might
grandma
even
knows
end up eating
how to cook, you
outside in
know.
the yard under the trees. Yeah, I would love to get back to the South. I miss the people and I miss the food so bad, and the trees.
I think the trees are the best part, almost. Between that and the mountains.
I love Appalachia.
Because I mean, I can use the trees because like we got like an evergreen tree out here. I can sometimes pick little pine out of it, like little needles, I should say, the pine needles, and just throw that in my tea and
I used
make
to.
a
Oh
great
my God!
pine
I used to
tea.
make pine needle tea.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
throw it in my I throw it in my green tea sometimes.
I used to put a little bit of honey in it with the pine. Oh, that was. So, I haven't had that in years. I forgot about that.
Mm,
The air, the rain, just the. Oh man, y'all are
everything.
making me nostalgic for this, for home. And people don't hate you everywhere you go, like they do in the north.
Yeah. Can we do something with that over there? Nope. Still. Let's see. War plan.
Let's see. Are these? What are these? Your. Oh. Anti-Bolshevik. Canadian corridor. Be careful, they're going to burn down your White House.
Nah, nah, nah. War plan with Canada. Actually, I'm thinking about war
What do
plans.
they call
Where's
it? The
my
Dominion of Canada? That's just cope.
um? Yeah, Dominion of Canada. Yeah, probably because did they switch? No, they didn't switch governments. Okay, they're a democracy. Let's create a front line. How many units can I have?
Let me see what's going on out in the streets. Restless streaming, understanding people's motivations.
Oh, it's 20.
Why do people do what they do? I've been trying to figure that out my whole life. Oh, Sasquatch is over there. Um, that's really the only stream I see going right now.
Yeah, he said he was gonna be streaming sometime today. Cause he was streaming early this morning when I got up.
Oh, he streams a lot, and he does long streams.
Yeah, he does.
I like his jacket.
Oh, excuse me for a second. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, no problem. I'll sit here and try to narrate. Let's see, General. Okay, you have Patton. Are these actual people? Courtney Hodge,
Yeah. Yeah, they're real.
Lucian Truscott. Some of these are some nice looking daddies. Let's see.
The only ones that aren't real people, I think, are the ones for the minor nations. But all the major nations have real, legitimate historical people.
Oh wow.
And some I guess, minor nations do too, because you've seen how Spain had the right guy. Just
Oh,
kinda-
okay. It's cool. Zat's going live in an hour too. What's today? Wednesday? Yeah, there'll probably be a lot of stuff going on later. I think Risk is about as advanced as I've gotten at military strategy games, and even that I didn't play a lot. I don't think I was ever very good at it. I'm better at taking over universes and galaxies.
Oh, what's that game?
Colonialism.
You're one that game. There's one where you take over planets and stuff. I can't think of what it is. I think Econ plays that game.
It's a space one. I mean, it's
This-
like a video game like this, but with space.
Yeah, I guess you could say it's kind of like this. And I think the same company that made this game made it. Because I know they got one. Because a friend of mine that plays this game and he plays the game that I'm thinking about that's out in space. He pretty sure he told me that they made that game too. The people that made this game made that game. Cause this is made by Paradox. This one's
Oh,
made by
they were
Paradox.
talking about the other day. Dolbez plays. What's it called?
Paradox, I think. Let me look it up. Make sure, cause
I think isn't that the company Dolbez was talking about? Paradox Interactive. Yeah.
Paradox Interactive. Yep.
Yeah,
that's it.
Dolbez was telling about this the other day. He's
think
into
they're-
all these games.
Yeah, I think they're based in Denmark, if I remember right.
Yeah, he's over in Norway, and he's part Swedish, so he was very familiar with these. And they have they're gonna do a new vampire game from Paradox, Bloodlines.
Yep,
Which
Paradox.
looks pretty cool.
Interactive Paradox Development Studios, because they have development studios as well, because they developed it and published it in-house, all in-house.
Yeah. Oh my God, Ren! I was about to talk about the 4X games. Yes. I love you talking about. I like the board game versions. Are you talking about there's video game versions too? I love 4X games. I just can't find people nerdy enough to play.
Oh, I'm here. I'm available. I look for games.
Well, Philip, I would say for non-theistic Satanism, which is my kind, he's just an archetype, like a character, like a Marvel character. Or something. So he's not really looking for followers. It's more us using him for our purposes. My my thesis is that Satan doesn't care about you. So he doesn't love you. He doesn't care what happens to you. You're not turning to him to get anything from him. You're just using him for inspiration, and kind of an archetype. It's an organizing principle to guide your life, your values, your actions, and to draw inspiration from. So it's less about what you're doing. Satan also doesn't expect anything from you either. There's nothing I feel like I have to do for him or to him. He just kind of sits there and looks cool.
Did
And
you say four? Did you say 4X or 4K?
the 4X. What do they stand for? Let me see. The X's stand for something. It's the big. They start as board games. Like Twilight Imperium is one of them.
Oh, okay.
And there's these big, long, extended, complicated board games that take hours and hours and hours to play. And they're usually set in outer space, so they're called 4X space games.
Oh, okay. That wasn't what I was talking about. For some reason, I just got 4X mixed up with like the 4K, I think, gaming studio.
It's a subgenre of strategy-based computer and board games. I'm trying to figure. Okay, they stand for explore, expand, exploit, and exterminate. It's strategic conquest. You start from humble beginnings. You find your way around the map while building up the largest, most efficient empire possible. So they play out over very long time scales, and all the other players are trying to do the same. And then you interact with each other and either help each other or thwart each other. Oh, Civilization is a 4X? I think so too. I think inspire is a positive term. Well, in my case, and this goes back all the way, I would say, to John Milton, definitely anti-authoritarianism. And the Satanic Temple phrases it as pointless, arbitrary authority. So it's not just all authority. It's the authority that there's no reason for, or is pointless, or somebody else is just randomly trying to take authority that they haven't earned. I have no problem with legitimate authority, but also individuality, autonomy, personal freedom, self-determination, all of those values that me and this channel stand for. So he's the perfect deity to inspire and watch over that. And the thing that got me into it was that Hail Satan documentary. I watched it in 2019, and after seeing, it's about the Satanic Temple. I didn't realize how woke they were at the time, but after seeing it, I'm like, oh, this is cool. There's people actually out there living out these values, and they have a whole religion built around it, and it's actually a religion that has IRS status, so the government takes it seriously as a religion, so that means I can take it seriously too. It's not just a cosplay thing. It's a legitimate, like life path, I guess. And one of the things that originally attracted to me too is the idea that there were all these other people doing it. So it was a chance to find a community that I wasn't able to find through a church or through Christianity. But then when I tried to find it, and then COVID happened, so most of my attempts were online. And when I tried to find the people, it turned out they were all woke. And I'm like, oh, Lord, this is not what I was looking for at all. And so I kind of ended up kind of as a lone Satanist from there.
Yeah, because you're not a woke one.
Well, and this is, again, from John Milton. It doesn't have biblical basis, but it's Paradise Lost is kind of the foundational text of modern literary Satanism, at least, which is the Satanism I claim. It's part of the Western intellectual tradition. It's also rational Satanism is another strand of it. But it was when God decided that he was going, like the angels thought they were God's favorite. And then God decided that to create Jesus, or to have Jesus be the heir to his affection, and his plan for humanity. And it was felt as a great betrayal to a lot of the angels. And Satan rallied them together and attempted to strike back at that from a sense of injured merit, they call it.
Huh.
And so that's what originally drove the rebellion. Because before that, they were very loyal to God. They were very obedient angels. And in return, God decides, I'm going to create this Jesus Christ, this son, and he's going to get all of my heritage, not all of the angels that he had been working with before that. And Satan and a lot of the other, or Lucifer at the time, and a lot of the other angels thought that was fucked up.
But how would that work with the timeline of the Bible, though, considering that the serpent come down and tempted them at the beginning of time, though?
Well, and none of that's biblical. The serpent in the Bible is not connected with Satan at all. That mostly came later, and Saint Augustine was mostly responsible for the myth of Satan, the fall of Satan, original sin, the serpent being Satan. That's all an Augustinian modification of biblical tradition. And then John Milton drew on that part of Christianity. So really, the modern story of Satan starts more with Augustine, but for the modern world and for English speakers in particular, John Milton kind of brought it all together into one useful package, and fleshed it out way more, fleshed out the character of Satan.
Huh. Well, I mean, that kind of probably makes some sense, because I don't think Orthodoxy believes in the idea of original sin, from what I could tell. Because they believe that everyone's good, but their heart has been, like, contaminated by the world, and you have to kind of, like, get it back to a good state.
I know that, like, St. Paul and some of the apostles had the concept of the spirit versus the flesh, like the flesh and the bodily desires took us away from the connection with God, so using the Spirit of Christ and the Holy Spirit to overcome the flesh. So that idea was kind of there at the origins of Christianity. And I think Augustine developed it for the Catholic tradition.
That dirty old Augustine.
Welcome.
Hi. I just want to say something before I forget. First of all, happy birthday.
Thank you. Happy unbirthday to you too.
Unbirthday? What? What does that
Unless
mean?
you're a Scorpio or something.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, I'm not a Scorpio, or maybe I am. I don't know. But no, I want to say happy birthday, and also I just want to point this out, Jeff. I think you're a Satanist because you want God and Jesus to be gay together. I think that's what you're trying to really say.
I don't care what God Jesus do actually, and Jesus might already be gay.
No,
I'm not the first person to remark on that.
No, you said Lucifer or God or Satan or whatever was like a scorned lover of God or something. That's what it seemed like you're trying to imply. Like you're saying, like, what'd you say? You said something.
Well, more like a scorned son.
Oh, okay. All right. I just want to make sure you're not trying to bring the gayness into my religion.
Hey, what is your new channel? Are you still Silver Tongue?
Let's just say I had to take it down, but it'll be back up.
Do you want me to put it in the link, or do you want me to just put you as?
No, not for. I do, but I can't because I'm trying to avoid my channel from being. So.
Should I just put you as NeuroJack?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and but yeah, thank you though, and but yeah, I'm just joking, but it the way you described it is interesting because you're saying that Milton was it Milton? Where does that idea?
Paradise Lost, John Milton.
So that comes out of so you're saying that form of Satanism comes out of John Milton, and was he a Satanist himself, or was that just
no? He was Christian. He was a Christian, where he was a Protestant. This was back like 1667, I think, is when the first edition came out. So this was after the Cromwell. He was a Cromwell man. This was after the English Civil War, and he was very Protestant. So it's a Protestant epic. It's a Protestant Christian epic, but it draws on all of this classical learning. Milton was fluent in Hebrew, Greek, Latin, so he was able to read all the original text in the original languages, and he had a very fertile, creative imagination, and he was able to synthesize it all into probably the greatest epic poem in the English language. And he was born. He was a kid when, like, during the last years of Shakespeare's life. So he and Shakespeare overlapped by a generation or so. So he's like really the last great classical Renaissance writer. And so he's kind of a hinge or a bridge between the classical world and the modern world. And then the Romantics drew a lot on Milton, and they were the ones that were writing around the time of the French Revolution, when the theme of rebellion was also very active in their lives, and politically and artistically. And so when the French Revolution fell, because a lot of them were leftists and hung their hopes on the French Revolution, and when that failed, they kind of turned to Satan as a spiritual symbol of what the revolution was representing them for them.
So, if you don't mind me asking, as a Frenchman, how do you feel about the Cromwellian rebellion, and also the French Revolution in context of both your personal beliefs as a Frenchman, as an American? Like, what do you?
Well, I'm technically a Cajun. We're not. I don't know how much Frenchmen we are at this point, but I mean, I'm a French heritage, but I don't know if culturally how French I am. Although there's probably still some French features, because I notice how much it clashes with the Anglo part of America. I think that French-Anglo tension is still there. It's culturally in some of it. I think it was bloody. I think both of them were bloody. I'm not necessarily sympathetic to either. I'm not a revolutionary to begin with. So I think people that push, just like Antifa and the anarchs today, I think people that push for revolution are probably more destructive to society than not. But at the same time, I think there were definitely problems with the aristocracy in the French Revolution that did need, like they did, kind of like the Dems in this last election. The people did have legitimate grievances that the aristocracy kind of brought on themselves because they weren't managing the masses properly to prevent it from happening.
I definitely see what you're saying, and I don't mean to interrupt you, because I actually I would love to hear you talk about this more. And I apologize to the person here on the panel that I interrupted you guys, but
we were just killing time until. In fact, I can do this for now.
But I just wanted to mention a couple of things, because you kind of got me going with the whole Milton thing. Because I honestly don't know much about Milton, but I know a little bit about that period in time. And I have this great book in my collection that I want to open up again, but I read the first half of it. It's called Revolution. It's by this kind of like leftist, like woke guy, but he's probably in his 80s or 90s now. And I can't remember it's called Revolution. It's about the French Revolution. Oh, and James, are you an Orthodox Christian, or you said Orthodox?
I am Orthodox Christian. I just wanted to put the disclaimer out there that everything I say is my opinion, because I don't know enough about Orthodoxy. I'm a baby Orthodox, so
yeah. I'm into Orthodoxy, but I'm not an Orthodox Christian. I mean, that's kind of how I met Jeff and a lot of other people here, is because I was in that.
Yeah, we met at the Crucible. There's a lot of orthos there.
Yeah, you're an Orthodox little hat people. I would assume, right?
Right.
Yeah. Little hat because of.
Yeah, that's why. Well, that's why I put this on there. You know, to let everybody know where I stand on the whole question here. But go ahead, sir.
No, it's okay. I was done.
But I did have a question about. So this book that I read about the French Revolution was very interesting, because it goes into like very minute detail of like personal letters and stuff written by people who were involved, and also like by common people, and like especially like bureaucrats. You know, like people forget, from what I understand, that a lot of what happened in the French Revolution was about the corrupt bureaucracy and
treason de clerc, the treason of the clerks.
Right. Correct. And if you could go into that and how that relates to today, because I think that that's extremely relevant to what's going on today in America.
Well, now we got Doge coming for up. So maybe Trump will get those bureaucrats taken care of through Elon and
Well,
Vivek.
well, can you tell me a little bit about what you like about that period of history and what you think, like, what do you think overlap
I don't
is?
know that I like it. I know that the art that came out of that period, the Romantic poets, German idealism in philosophy, in music, that was the period of Beethoven, who's probably my favorite classical composer. There was a big shift. You can even hear in the music, in the transition from like Mozart, which was the more classical style, to Beethoven, which is the more fiery, pathos-laden romantic style. And so that's definitely my type of art. It's full of passion. It's full of being yourself, individuality, because classical music is about conforming to classical standards and then using those standards to you're creating around existing standards to try to make your music exceed the standards. And romanticism is more about breaking the standards and taking music beyond the existing standards.
So when it applies to the treason of the clerks that you mentioned, what do you think the pressures around that were really like? What would you say that the aristocracy was to blame, or the king himself, or more the bureaucracy that was really the problem, or do you think that it was just
I think it's probably all of it. To be honest, I know less about the historical side of it than the artistic side of it. But just looking at it superficially, I would say, like, I don't think the bureaucracy alone would have the power they have without the aristocracy benefiting from it. And so I kind of see them as, if not one entity, two factions that were working together for mutual benefit.
Well, definitely it seemed like, from what I was reading in this book, it said that the church tried to broker deals between all these parties, and basically they failed miserably, and that's what basically, like, they tried to hold back the violence, and it just got unleashed, and I think that's kind of why maybe you see all that represented in the art, because basically it's like, it seemed like there was a long period of time of tension, and then at a certain point people said, well, I can't even afford to buy bread without killing my neighbor, so I might as well just start pointing fingers at people I don't like, and there you go. It kind of watersheded from there, I guess, But I think it's very, like, that's kind of how I see all this going on now, is like, it's kind of like, because the economy can feed everybody, that we don't see the overt, like, violence. But it kind of makes me wonder, like, sometimes, like, is that better or worse? Like, because it's kind of like we just keep pushing off the remedy longer and longer, and then it's like, how long can that go? But maybe that's not a good metaphor, but that's kind of what I feel about. And I think that's why the art is very stagnant too. Like, you notice the art after the 90s is just kind of like, it's kind of gone. You know what I mean?
I do notice that. Unless it's shifted to video games. I have no way of knowing, but possibly there's been quality video games. Maybe it's a new medium. I do hear about Minecraft. And keep in mind that the French, like the American Revolution itself, was kind of the spark and the inspiration for what happened in Europe after that.
So you said you like Law and Order. Are you a fan of Napoleon, from what you understand, or not really?
Probably not really. I know he plays a big role in Louisiana and New Orleans history. He stayed in New Orleans for a while. They have the Napoleon House. It's a restaurant you can eat at, and it was one of the buildings Napoleon stayed at. So there's a lot of Napoleon history where I come from. But I mean, I don't think he didn't seem like that nice of a person. Hey, Tommy, what's up? Happy unbirthday.
Do you know what the word Dauphine means? Like Dauphine.
Isn't it dolphin?
Yeah, I think it's dolphin, but it's
because
like,
it shows up in Shakespeare too.
Yeah, I think it's the word for like the prince to be, like the prince to be the king or something like that. Because like
the eldest son of the king of France, the Dauphin.
Yeah, I think that's what it means. Yeah, and so I think he played a big role in that too. I just wanted to mention that. I think it's very interesting. They took the word from dolphin into that for some reason.
Are you on the road?
On the road again. I just can't wait to get out
As
on the
usual.
road again.
Yeah, there's definitely people from this community that could speak to the historical side of it way better than I can. If any of them are out there and want to come up, this would be a good conversation.
Yeah, and I want to stick to what you know about because but the Milton thing is very interesting to me because he seemed to
Milton had you should brush up on his biography. He'd had a very exciting, active life. He was active in politics. He was part of they had the pamphlet wars during that Cromwell time, and that was similar to like our social media wars today, our meme wars, our YouTube wars, and he was one of the greatest pamphleteers of that time. And he put out all of these pamphlets. He put out one on divorce, one on censorship, and so he was very active politically, and he used his writing ability he was one of the most learned writers in the English language. Like he was super learned and super educated and super smart. So he used all of that into politics, and he kept getting appointed to different political positions, etc. And so he led a very exciting, active political life. And Paradise plus he went blind in the process. He was blind at the end. And he wrote Paradise Lost from his imagination, and he dictated it to his daughters. They're the ones that actually transcribed it. So that came later in his life. And so Paradise Lost is also kind of an allegory of his own biography as well.
That's a pretty interesting history. I didn't know.
Yeah, Milton's a very exciting figure if you like biographies.
But I like how you frame that because I do think that like really the wars are won and fought by the memes and the ideas and the concepts that people hold in their mind. I mean, you can't really win a war without.
Yeah, look at how bad the Dems did this year with their messaging. I think they just lost that election based on bad memes, bad narratives.
Well, you compare it to Obama. I mean, I'll be honest. I almost voted for Obama just because of how strong his rhetoric was. I mean,
the first time I had no idea who he was. I knew he was some senator, but I never. I was in another room and he was speaking, and I could just hear the audio. And I stopped in my tracks. It felt like Martin Luther King coming through that TV. And I went in the next room to see who it was, and it was this Obama guy. And he had started his campaign for president. And I was so captured by his rhetoric and his speaking ability. I'm like, this is just what America needs. Who is this guy? He's wonderful. He came out of nowhere, and the power of his speech was what first put him on my radar and had me supporting him. He's an amazing speaker, or he used to be. He wasn't so hot this election when he was scolding all the black men. Hey, Bones.
That's funny, but yeah, that's true. No, and I had the same experience with him. I mean, I'm a big fan of oration. I mean, that's why Alex Jones tickled.
You consider Alex Jonah? Well, I guess maybe that's what passes for modern oration.
No, he's good, man. If you ever listen to some of his monologues, I mean, he could. I mean, it might have been meth fueled, but it was definitely like, it was definitely strong oration. And and Obama was like a perfect mix of like Abraham Lincoln and Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, that is the vibe I got from him when he was. And you know me, I don't pick up on vibes very well. So for it to penetrate my thickness, it had to be pretty powerful.
So what you're saying is you're not an easy person to penetrate.
That's what you're saying. I'm gonna leave that where it is.
But I definitely did get that vibe from him. And Obama is one of those guys. Like I think. But my point is like, look at how strong that was, and even like George Bush. People forget that the campaign for George Bush Jr. was actually very strong. That was a very strong campaign back then, and because Al Gore was just so.
Chuck, you did?
And,
Hang on, my heart stopped a bit. Wow, that's very surprising.
I would have
See,
if I was old enough. I would have voted for Obama if
really?
I was old enough. Yeah, I would have, but I wasn't old enough at the time. I was still growing up. I was still like
But he like impressed you at
You know what's
least as a.
he
messed up?
impressed
I don't
me.
even remember
Yeah.
who ran.
It was
Who ran
McCain the
against
first
Obama?
time, and
Was
then
it McCain?
Romney the second time. I remember
Yeah,
McCain
I'll be
mostly
honest with
because
you.
of Sarah Palin. I had no idea who she was, and that she was such an idiot. I couldn't believe he had picked her for VP.
Well, I just really hated McCain. Like I've just always hated that guy. I just always thought he was a scumbag. I don't know why. Maybe he was a great guy, but him and
Philip,
John Kerry, always bothered me.
oh, John Kerry was a horrible. He what a wet blanket. He had no charisma, no personality. In fact, he was the the only candidate to get lower. Let me see how it went. The women vote. Um, he was like one of the candidates in decades that got less women vote than I forgot who else. Trump maybe, Biden, one of them. I was looking at today. He didn't do well with the ladies at all. King Philip, you mean Michelle Obama? What happened to her?
Well, you know who was a ladies' man, and I know you remember Bill Clinton.
Oh yeah, I do. I voted for him. I registered to vote to put him in office. He was my first time voting in a presidential election. I was
Do
so
you,
inspired because I thought he was going to help the gays.
that's the only reason you voted for him?
Well, that's one of the main reasons that caught my attention. A lot of people in my generation it was, and then when he backed out of the "Don't Ask, Don't Tell" thing, I became very disillusioned with him. I still voted for him the second time, and then when he did the Monica Lewinsky thing, and Hillary still stood by him after that, I lost all respect for Hillary at that point.
Really, really, you don't think that's like a very presidential thing to do? Is like have a
No, I thought it
cigar
was
where
a
you
very
like stare at each
dysfunctional
other?
thing to do. It
Really
made her
interesting.
look calculating and not principled.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm suspicious of any couple that would stay with somebody after they're cheated on, just in general. So to have it be at that visible a level,
well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that's good what happened, but I'm also kind of like,
I was
I
ready for
mean,
her. I would have respected her a lot more if she just kicked him to the
you're the
curb where he belonged.
let me put it this way. Let me put it. Let me put it in historical terms. In what rational place the most powerful man in the world allegedly doesn't have a harem of women around him? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, even if you had like a gay king, he would definitely have like a harem of guys around him, right? I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, probably
Like,
so. But you at least don't let your wife find out. And then at least don't stand by him when he publicly shames you in front of the whole world like he did. I was on her side the whole time. I'm like, how embarrassing for her. She's definitely the victim in this situation. Poor woman. And then when she kept him and stood by him, I'm like, okay, I'm done with her. She can have him. I don't feel sorry for her anymore.
well, again, well, maybe you didn't hear me, but I mean, you don't think that like the most powerful man in the world is not going to have a harem of lovers around him? I mean, that seems like if you look
I
all
don't know.
throughout history, there's
You
always
think
been
George
like,
W. did and Obama and all those people?
I mean, from a historical standpoint,
You
yeah,
think
I think
Biden did?
every man in power. Well, maybe not at 80 years old, but but I don't know. Talking about a young
I don't know.
40-year-old
I
guy
don't
with
contemplate the
power
sex
on.
lives of the presidents too much,
Well, I mean, you have
especially
to
when we're
understand that,
talking
right?
about Bush, Bidden,
Well, yeah,
even
but you also
Trump.
have to
I don't
think
want to
like
think about that.
the irony of a gay man saying, "Oh, that shameful behavior of a straight guy having sex with a second guy." It's a little ironic, right?
It was. Well, I don't think it. Not to me. It was publicly humiliating for her husband to get caught that way. Put it this way: if that was my husband, he would not be after that. No way.
Even as
No
the most
way.
powerful men in the world, I
No
mean,
way.
women are more of like a status seeking thing, though. Like, right? Like, Is that
I
why you
don't
don't?
need that kind of stat. Like, he devalued his status at that point. I don't need that kind of status. That's like a phony status to me.
Okay, what if you had just found out about it in private and it was a private issue and it wasn't an embarrassment to you? How about that? How about that?
Still, probably not. Like, I don't. I hate being lied to. I hate being cheated on. I hate having my trust broken. It's very hard for me to go back after that happens. That's why trust is so fragile. Once you break it with me, I know how I am. I almost never get it back, even if I want to.
That's a fascinating perspective. I agree. I do agree with you. Definitely. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm just saying it's for me. I mean, I guess maybe it's for whatever reason. I've just always thought it's kind of like accepted that people in power are gonna do stuff like that, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they're bad.
They might, but I don't think it's an inevitability. I think principled people can be in power and still keep their principles. That's an individual choice.
Sure. I mean, I guess the other side of it is like it always, and I thought that maybe it was just me being young, but like even from the time I was young, and then when I went back and looked at the footage later, like it did seem that the moral outrage from the right wing was very contrived. Like, were they really upset about him having sex with the secretary, or was it more about a political, play to distract from other things that were going on or something? You know what I mean? Like, it definitely wasn't good.
I'll let the conspirators figure that one out.
But what I mean is, like, I don't think it was good for the country to sit there and like tear your president down. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's plenty of reasons to tear down the Clintons. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying, like, there's probably better reasons to be upset about their policies or something. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, it's like a lot of stuff that we look at now in the news is like all about distraction. Like, the lowest common denomination, like TMZ level, like.
Oh yeah, I don't watch. I get enough of it here on the Panelverse. I don't look at any of that. Philip, I'm not saying it's impossible. It has happened in the past, but it's very, very rare. It takes a really, really special person to pull it off. And the limitation could be with me. It could be my inability to recover from it. But even if that's the case, that's where I'm at. That's where my setting is.
What you're saying is you're a fragile flower. If you had to pick a flower to represent you, what flower would you pick?
But probably a Venus flytrap.
Oh boy. Okay.
Or one of those man-eating plant, the pitcher plant or something.
I always thought men are more forgiving than women when it comes to betrayal, but maybe
I'm probably the minority. Like I know, but I'm also very monogamous. I'm very wired for monogamy. It creates a special kind of alchemical seal in a relationship, and then you both grow together from that like dynamic that develops between the two of you. And when you break that or violate that, it all falls apart, and there's no way to get that back.
I actually agree on that point, but you don't think there's a separation between love and sexuality or something, or?
Yeah, there can be, but not in a relationship. Not in that kind of, not in my kind of relationships. There's not, but some couples might be able to compartmentalize them. But part of what makes the relationship so powerful for me is that you do get to fuse those two things together and create something greater. So when either one of those components breaks, the whole relationship breaks.
Do you think that would apply as far as well, let me ask you like this. Like, if you could have gotten married at 16, 17, 18 to the man of your dreams and stayed together married all the way till now, that would have been ideal for you?
Yeah, that's the path me and Mike were on. And we were hoping for marriage at some point. My life would be a lot different if we had had marriage. So that's like that's one thing I didn't bring up into the debate with Andrew, but my own personal life, I had the no gay marriage version, and it would be drastically different if I had been able to get married. He was they were working off of an old will that went to his mom, and she completely mismanaged the estate. the home we built together. I wasn't able to keep that. So all of that, like my life would have been able to continue as we created it together and as he would have wanted it if I had had the protection of the institution of marriage. But because I did not have that, it defaulted to his mother, who never approved of our relationship from the
You,
start.
you know
And
what's
it caused a whole bunch of problems. So it protects people like me from that too, which I think is a benefit to society.
it's funny and not funny what happened. I legitimately do have sympathy for what you're saying. But the irony is that I know so many straight people who are saying that marriage is a legal marriage has no merit and it doesn't matter, you're married in the eyes of God, blah 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 blah. But then gays and people who are of whatever different backgrounds other than white males, Christian and straight, are fighting for the chance to like get the legal protections and legal
Yeah, it doesn't
things.
matter until you don't have it, and then it matters for economically, for tax reasons, and it matters for things like inheritance, succession, that kind of stuff. So there are, and it matters also hospital. Like he was dying in the hospital, and I had no protection other than one of the nurses. She saw me go to the hospital every day, and she pulled me aside one day, and she says, "I notice you're here every day, and you seem to be really close. What if I add your name as his emergency contact? And that way, when you try to visit him, because you're the official contact, that they won't be able to stop you." And if she had not done that, I would not have even had that protection. They could have. In fact, the mom tried at some point. The night before he died, I went to visit him, and she had security guards stationed outside of his door to try to keep me from going into the room and visit him. And because my name was his emergency contact, that's what gave me the power to override. I don't know. To this day, I don't know how she managed to call the hospital and get them to have guards stationed because she had no. He was the patient. Like she had no authority over this hospital. I don't know how she pulled it off. But things like that, it also protects us from.
See, the gays have the right to be dismayed by their in-laws, just like straight white male Christians do. Okay,
Yeah, we want it all. We want all of
the
it,
good and
all
the
of
bad,
that.
the good
We
and the
want
bad,
all we want the entire struggle.
the Mein Kampf, if you will. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we want the comp.
I'm sorry to make light of that. I'm trying to be funny because I know what you're saying, and I really do. I really can't appreciate that because I mean I haven't had to watch my lover die, but I've definitely had to watch my very close family members die and watch just the ensuing fuckery that people go into when like they've always had this thing where like when you get married you have a head of household and you have a hierarchy, right? And like I'll just use my grandmother as an example. When my grandmother died, my grandfather was just too distraught to manage things, right? And so you had all his children who were not as distraught, just fighting over petty things and just disrupting the household essentially, right? And as much as my grandma did have a will, there's not anything really monetary to fight over, but still, it's the principle of the fact that people can act out of accordance with the wishes of the person that is actually passing away, and there's no repercussions, and it's
he'd be horrified to see what happened in that. He would be horrified and anguished that he couldn't do anything about it. I know it.
Right, exactly, and that's actually like part of the reason I kind of have lived an independent adulthood is because at an early age, I mean, my grandmother had a very specific way of looking at things. She said basically, if you don't remember me with a smile, then just don't remember me at all, and that was her attitude. And so to see people over petty things and not coming together over family connections, it would definitely make her roll over in her grave. You know what I mean? So, and I think it's just funny because it's really sad the way that like you were saying before about structure, like there's no hierarchy. Like hierarchies are looked at universally as a bad thing, but you see how quickly things fall apart without it. And
well, it's an unavoidable thing. Like we're the hierarchy is going to naturally form, and they don't have to necessarily be rigid. And I think each couple, like Mike and I, did not. We were equals. We did not have a hierarchical relationship. Um, so I think each couple can determine that for themselves. But I think in at least group dynamics, it's easier to do on a one-on-one level. Those hierarchies are going to form anyway, naturally.
Well, what I mean is like, you have a family, he has a family, and when they come together, like you guys' wishes should always come first, and then everybody else's after you guys. Like,
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
should always come second. Right?
His mom and his aunt, in the last few weeks, they showed up and stayed in our house and completely took over our home because he was in the hospital the whole time. So I was home by myself in the house, and I kept having to fight them from trying to take authority that should rightfully belong to me and Mike. And every time I'd go to the hospital, I'd have to tell him this is what they're doing, and he'd have to talk to them and try to like convince them to stop. And none of that should have happened. And I had to tell the mom off one day. I had to tell her, I said, this is my house. You're in our home. You're going to respect the way we do things here. And she threw a fit. She wanted that control. And so that kind of stuff, absolutely. If that's the hierarchy that needs to be respected, I definitely support that.
Well, it's funny you say it that way because like it sounds very similar to myself and others who are married and have to deal with families, particularly women. And it's funny because I'm one of these people that I suspect that homosexuality is in large part, not always, but it has something to do with a rebellion against matriarchal tendencies in a way. I mean, I'm not saying always, but I think it does play some sort of role in some way. I mean, I've seen it in other cultures for sure. And in our culture, it's a little harder to tell because we've went through a lot of changes in the last 100, 200 years. But I think it does play some role, however small, in the situation.
I mean, I just see it as biological, so I don't know that there's ever an agenda to biology.
Sure.
It's just whatever survived through natural selection.
Sure. I mean, but what I mean is like, perhaps, and again, this is just me wildly speculating, but like I would love to see like a study on something like what's the propensity of single motherhood in a line where there's a genetic expression of homosexuality or something. You know what I mean? I think that would be an interesting stuff. Like,
what's that going to tell you?
Well, let me ask you: did you grow up in a single motherhood home?
Yeah, I grew up with a single mom, but so did my two brothers, and they're as straight as they come.
Right.
They all have families.
Yeah, and again, it's like kind of like the necessary but not sufficient thing. There's definitely people who come from a totally.
I'm always suspicious of an environmental influence on sexuality because it never, like, straight people never try to explain their sexuality through, it's the environmental factors that I grew up with. They just take it as a natural norm, but they don't do the same for any other types of sexuality. They always try to find some reason why your sexuality deviated from some perceived norm.
I definitely can feel your concerns, and I do think that you have a point. I think it's epigenetics is kind of like the thing where people say that it's genetics plus environment, and I generally think you have to look at it as basically 50-50, even though the answer is probably not 50-50. Because you can't change genetics except for through environment, basically. So,
well, if the answer is probably not 50-50, then why do you have to take it as basically 50-50 if you're at all interested in reality?
Because unless you're advocating for genetic manipulation, then there would be nothing that could be done about that, right?
Well, nothing needs to be done about it. Any more than anything needs to be done about autism or ADHD or any of the other genetic variations.
Well,
unless you have other ideas. Would you like to meet my ex, the eugenicist?
Well, maybe. No. No, I mean, what I'm saying is like environment plays some role in the expression of genes. That's very well established. What percentage is debatable? You know, whether it's 1% or 10%, we don't know, or 100%. You know,
Yeah, and
but
it, not necessarily all genes. So we don't know if it influences the genes that affect attraction or preference or taste or even things like food preference, etc. Hey, Ricardo.
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I agree. I mean, again, this is not about. I'm not specifically talking about homosexuality. I'm just saying, in general, it's something where, you know, I think that I see what you're saying. I mean, you're basically trying to say that it's not environmental. And again, I think that here's the thing, because of your experience as always being this way. I also think that there might be people who have tendencies that are expressed because of the environment, which is not the same as being what you are.
I mean, I
Right?
have heard stories of guys going to prison and then developing some kind of inclination in that direction because that's the options that are available. But I also think that's kind of artificial conditions too.
Right, exactly. And again, that's where people talk about propaganda or all these other different things, right? And
King,
yeah.
King Philip, they will, and I'll tell you exactly how much they will pay. If it's an if it's an Asian with an MIT degree, it's 250,000 for an egg from that person. $250,000. If it's a white person, it's 120. We looked at it the other day, and I think the black babies were going for like 55,000, maybe 65,000. They were a lot lower on the market. So yes, people are already trying to pay for the perfect baby because that's what the eggs are going for.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And see, the thing is, like, I'm one of these people that I think that that should be totally illegal and that people should be put in prison for the rest of their lives until we have a better grip on that kind of thing, because that's a gateway to eugenics, essentially. And again, I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I think that if you want to start doing that for the rich people who can afford $250,000 for quote unquote the perfect egg, that's very
I mean, they're gonna have a little Asian baby, but at least it'll do well at MIT. I guess is the theory behind it. It'll have a competitive advantage.
So that's interesting. You did a show on that recently. Would you mind? Would you ever go over that again? Would you ever feel inspired enough to go over that again?
If I can even remember what show, I'm sure it was something that came across Twitter because I go over tweets and all kind of random stuff shows up. So
Well,
it's definitely not a topic I set out to do. I'm sure it's just something that randomly showed up on a stream one day.
If you ever see something like that again, let me know, because did you see the quote from Trump the other day? He announced, he said, we're going to force insurance to cover IVF and other.
I
So
didn't, but I don't. I tend to not pay attention to what comes out of Trump's mouth.
Well, but the other thing is that's exactly what Israel did. So Israel was concerned about a low birth rate, so they basically made it where, I mean, they didn't enforce it, but they're basically like strongly encouraging women to have kids even up to like 60 years old, basically. So pretty crazy. Like a very strong eugenics program in Israel. I didn't know if you guys knew that, but
Wow.
and it
Oh
seems
my God,
that Trump
they even have a website called Asian Egg Bank, dedicated to recruiting egg donors of Asian ancestry. Because people know there's a market for that shit.
That's interesting. Send me that link. I need to get into the egg selling business.
You got eggs to sell? Where you get your eggs from? Here's one of the articles on the price difference between the different eggs.
Wow.
Let's see, cost of donor eggs. Oh, this is cheap. 2,550 to 2,885. That's cheaper than the black eggs. This is just like the Walmart prices on eggs.
Oh my
2
goodness.
straws with one. What's a straw? 8 straws with 2 eggs in each straw. I'm so glad I'm gay.
That is ridiculous. Selling eggs. They've lost their
Oh my
mind.
God, the black eggs are going for just 12,000. I priced them higher than they're actually worth. White donors are 100,000.
That is
Nobody wants
sickening.
the black eggs. Maybe we are all racist.
Uh, like nobody.
Well, I'm not saying nobody, but they're priced at a very affordable rate. Price to move.
Oh,
Yes, come get jobs.
this is so bad. This is so wrong that they're selling eggs like that. Ugh.
This is an entertainment channel, everybody.
But
YouTube. Hope you're enjoying.
but I guess the
We
world's
do
gonna be
comedy,
full.
non-comedy here.
The world is crazy.
That's a good point. We're talking about eggs. How much is sperm going for? How much is Asian sperm going for? Let us know. Somebody could stream a visit to the sperm bank one day and do some man on the street research for us.
Yeah, man in the street and a hand in the
The hand in the sheet.
waiting room.
Goodness. But I think your name is NeuroJack, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
perhaps
what
he's
we know him as. He has a lot of different names, but he's
Um,
identity crisis.
I was wondering, NeuroJack, being sure of the almost say it again, the small hat people face. Just out of curiosity, what do y'all believe as far as like autism and stuff like that?
Well, I'm not a small hat person, but
Oh,
No, he's very opposite of that, I believe.
oh, he's
yeah,
a
you might.
secular one.
That's one of the
Okay.
things we argue about.
He's a secular one then, I guess. Right?
No, I'm not. I'm not one. I'm a Christian.
Oh, well, that throws me off with the flag there.
He's
Well,
trolling.
Well, if you don't mind, Jeff, why don't you zoom in and let him see the picture a little closer, and then he'll understand, perhaps.
Okay. Oh wow, cool. I like.
Oh, okay.
It
That's
gives me
actually Jeff.
ideas.
That's
I
actually
wish
Jeff.
my robe were that as cool as
Oh,
all that.
okay. That's
Is that the Zog?
not what I thought it was at all.
Yeah, I didn't know how well.
Have you been on other channels with this picture, and do they still have their channels?
That's a good question.
That's a great no. Yes, but yes and yes. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, like clarify that.
Okay, well, y'all make room. We have a new guest.
Mike. Hey, Mike.
Oh, guys.
What's
Hello.
up? Jeff, happy birthday.
Thank you. Happy unbirthday to you.
Oh, whoa.
Unless you're a
you're not-
Scorpio or November birthday.
I am a Leo.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
November.
Oh, it's an unbirthday to you, Mike.
What's up, man?
You get an unbirthday. Nothing. We're
What's
talking
up?
about eggs and sperm.
Oh, well, hey, listen. That's a.
If you have anything to contribute,
Well, I mean, the whole thing is like, I'll tell you this. I was with somebody for over 6 years, and we tried everything to have a child, and nothing worked. Nothing worked. Come to find out that she wasn't able to have kids. She had something wrong with her ovaries.
Yeah.
And, it ultimately drove us apart because I wanted to have kids so bad. I did. I was with somebody else. We had a child 10 months later. She was like a baby making machine, but like, it's really, really hard for some families not to be able to have kids. It's difficult. It is. It's sad because there's so many good parents out there that can't have children. What do you guys think?
Especially the gay ones.
we
Just
can have
joking.
children, just like anybody else.
Well,
Okay, well,
How
Hey,
do you-
Puffy.
Well,
I agree with you.
There's our girl of the hour.
well,
And yeah, I actually agree with you. And I have a question for you, Mike. I've never talked to you before, but what
Sure.
do you think that the thing that Elon talks about the population boom and the bust going on, like people not having enough kids, is a real thing, or do you think that that's not as much of a concern?
You know, it's really it's a great question, because I think a lot of men and women are tired of relationships, if that makes sense. I think
Yeah, we looked at the statistics the other day.
yeah,
I
we're
think
tired.
A lot of
I think
single and married people without kids.
I love my kids like you wouldn't believe, to the moon and back. But
God, it's
I can't imagine having them now in this day and age. Like my kids are in their 20s, almost 30. I'm just saying it was a different time when we
yeah.
had our thing. In this day and age, I don't know if I want to raise a child in this environment.
No.
Well, and I think that's for me like one of the main things that drives me to be here on this panel versus I really think that people should be thinking about what is the most conducive way to like life and abundancy and all these things, because the thing is that this, like, I mean, you strike me as a man who's probably known a lot of women, and the thing is this, like, if you don't make an environment that's conducive to them, they're not going to be very happy and they're not going to be very excited to bring life into this world, and sometimes for a good reason, right? So.
Sure. So I have a very agmatic personality. Like I'm very approachable. But when I was younger, I was an attractive guy in my youth. So I had the gift to gab, and I had the looks to back it. So I pulled a lot of women. I did. I'm not going to lie to you, gentlemen. I did. I had a lot of interactions, as we say.
Oh.
Sounds like they pulled you. Sorry.
Yeah, well, they pulled something. You know,
Okay.
but all I'm trying to say is that yes, you're right. I mean, if you have to have an attraction, I just think people are so. I think life is so mundane now. I think people are so boring. You know, not all of us.
Oh,
I'm
they're
just
just
saying
not.
that
People are not sexy anymore. They're losing their sexiness. The internet is making everybody less sexy.
I want to tell you,
they're
I
just
totally agree
boring.
with you. And like, it's like a parent. Let me tell you this. Let me ask you this, Mike. When you go into public as an older man, do you notice that a lot of younger women are looking at you because they don't have any other like men of your
They do that on
type that
here.
are around?
I told Jeff this story. Jack, I told Jeff this story. I'm in the Dollar Tree. You know, I'm just getting, because I like to get like the bottle of the water, the gallons of water and stuff. And I like to get like my Airheads, my little treats. And this girl is talking to me. And she was like 22, 23 years old. And she's like hitting on me. And I'm 50. Like, I'm just like, but it was the energy. So she said to me, this is what gentlemen, hear me out. She goes, you know, I broke up with my ex. I think I told Jeff this the other day, broke up with my ex, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I think a lot of women have a daddy complex. They want the older man. They want the older, good-looking man. But you have to be good-looking, and you have to be agmatic. When I come into a room, everybody stops and turns and looks. And Jeff can attest to that.
Yes, I can.
You know, yeah.
Maybe
But the
not
thing
for the
is
reasons
that-
you think, but I could definitely attest.
Yeah, but when she said to me, you know, I broke up with him, you know, it didn't work. And it's like I was talking to one of my own kids. Now, this sounds gross, but I'm just saying, hear me out. She said to me, she goes, I'm about to go home to my apartment by myself. I'd love to have someone come with me. That's a lead. That's a lead into,
I
hey,
saw that
come
in True
home.
Detective too.
Yeah. So this is what I said to her. I said, look at me. I have kids older than you. I said, take your time and heal. And when you're ready to date somebody, date somebody. Don't take a pity bang. This is what I told her. I don't know this. No, Jeff, I swear to God, I don't know
I
this
believe
person. I said, don't take a pity bang. Take it from me. Don't settle.
But not.
Don't settle. And she looked at me and she's like, she was confused. You know, I mean, she was a really, really good looking young woman. And But she told me her whole life story. Like, I don't even know this person. She's like, yeah, I'm struggling, and I don't know if I like girls or guys, and but my ex is really cool about it. And I'm like, I don't know you, lady. I don't even know who you are. And she's like, yeah, I'm going home by
Was it the
myself
dollar store?
at the Dollar Tree. I'm like,
let-
what's going on?
Allow me
It
to
was
add
like,
some me to add a little context to this, because I know the phenomenon you're talking about. I experienced it as a guy in my 30s, and I have a similar reaction. Not because,
yeah,
and I have conflicting feelings about it, because here's the truth. I think that society's falling apart because women don't have male leaders in their life, and they're desperate to find one. But also, they're not desperate to keep one, because they think their options are going to be open for a long period of time. And I think the advice you gave is good. The problem is, a lot of them won't take your advice, and I
yeah,
think that this is why a lot of criminal elements are kind of
sure.
grooming young women into certain lifestyle choices that aren't the best for society.
Listen,
And so I
Jack,
think the thing that I'm trying to promote is, like, men have to have a real conversation of, like, how are we going to handle this? Because you have a lot of bad men willing to take advantage of it. And again, even if you don't care about other people, society as a whole is going to suffer, and your children will suffer. So if you want to have kids, they're going to have to live with these people in these situations. And how do we handle it? And so that's kind of what
so
I wanted to
Jack,
say.
no, you're right. So Jack, my whole life, I've never been like a predator. But I could see that a predator could have took advantage of that situation, And I think being a father, it even pushed me away from that notion of taking advantage of this young girl who's in peril, and she's looking for companionship, but she's looking in the wrong place. So anybody listening, women that are hurt, they look for acceptance in sexual acts. They do. Men do too, but women
Hank's in
look.
the back. Hank's in the back. Just let you guys know.
Yeah, but I think that it's up to a man to say, look, you're not ready yet. You're not doing that. But I'm telling you, bro, Jack, I'm telling you, I was like right there, and she's like basically saying, "Come with me," and I'm like, no, I can't. It's not because I didn't want to a certain aspect, but at the same token, I'm like, I'm not going to take advantage of somebody. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But a lot of
let me ask you like this: like, could you see yourself, if the circumstances were correct, that you could be the right person or the right situation for someone like that?
no, dude, I'm 50 years old. She's like 22, 23. It's never going to work. It's never going to work. It's just going to be a bang. That's all it's going to be.
But 20, 30, or 100 years ago, that wouldn't be the case. People would actually, make a relationship and make a family together.
I was just like, and the people because I go there all the time. They're like, oh, he's a great guy. They're like up, like trying to hook me up. I'm like, no. She's too young, dude. I have kids older than her. What I'm trying to say is that I'm not that dirtbag that's trying to get some young chick for a fling. That's just not my nature. It's not my nature.
But what I'm saying is, like, you're saying she's looking in the wrong place, but also, like, the thing is, you're not a douchebag. But the thing is, a lot of men are. And so what are women to do when they can't find good men, and then they're kind of stuck with guys like you or I, who are maybe not ideal, but what are they going to do? And again, I'm not saying that, I'm not prescribing something. I'm just asking the question of, like, society as a whole is going to suffer if they don't have a place to go, is what I'm saying.
It's a rub. It's a rub because there are women that are very attractive at 50 years old. There are women that are very attractive, but the majority are not that attractive, at 50. So like us older guys are looking at younger girls, but then we don't have the same maturity level. So I don't know how to answer the question the best I can. All I can tell you is relationships, you have to have something in common, whether it's music, food, life experiences. You have to have those kinds of things in common for a relationship to last. You can have a fling.
What if you had children with her in 4 years, and then you're 55, she's 25, and then you're 10, 15
Hang
years.
on, I got distracted by pretty lights. Sorry. What you got there?
I spent $15 and got a LED strip, and I just stuck it to my wall.
What? I'm so jealous. Oh my god. Okay, you've just upped the game for all of us. All right. Sorry, NeuroJack. Go ahead. Welcome, Hank.
What's up?
Oh, thank you. Happy unbirthday to you too.
Jack, to answer your question, I think it's more pertinent to have children around your life cycle, because it's not fair to have, a child at 70 years old, that's going to be 20 something. I just don't think I think you should have children when you can be relative in their life. My kids, I had my children at 23, 24 years old, but just like people that have children in their 60s and 70s, it's just a cultural difference. That's all. I'm not saying they don't.
If they're millionaires, then it's not so bad, really. But
but the other side I would say is this again, just to go back to the thing, is like whether it's ideal for you or her, as a society, we're kind of in a situation where we're going to have to pick our poison, because otherwise you're going to have all these gangster wannabe guys knocking up all these young women and not going to be there, and then what do you do? So I'm just saying from a triage standpoint, like what are we to do as a society? Because obviously the fathers and the brothers and the people aren't doing the right things, right? So,
well, what don't they get to decide for themselves what they want to do? Why do they need you to figure that out for them?
Jeff, happy birthday, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Happy unbirthday, T2.
Well, no, mine's in 9 days.
Oh, well, you're included. Oh, we got another Scorpio.
No,
Jack. Like Mike said, he picked up a chick he didn't want at Dollar Tree. It's not like you can really control who likes you. It's ridiculous. You can't control your hit rate pretty much.
No. Hank, the whole thing was a girl was asking me to basically come with her, but she was a lot younger than me. She was half my age, and I decided not to because I thought.
But here's the thing, Mike. NeuroJack would tell me, "Have you been to Dollar Tree before?" It's not like I can pick.
Well, that's where you need to go. That's where the ladies are.
Then, Jeff, I'm not picking Mike Cerrone. I'm not going to pick up a lady just because I went to Dollar Tree.
He didn't even have to do anything. He
Wrong.
was just buying water.
Yes, he didn't have to do anything. It doesn't work like that for me.
You think it's racism?
It's over me. That's what I don't know if it's racism. It just doesn't work like that for me. It doesn't work like that for me. I don't know why. He had to buy some research to do it. It doesn't work like that for me. So me going to Dollar Tree.
I personally think it's the autism, because I run into the same thing. I'm not going to pick up near the amount of people at the dollar store that Mike would. They're going to be weirded out by me for the same reasons.
It was someone in passing. We had a basic conversation, and we stepped outside of the store and just had an amazing conversation. And she felt my energy. I felt her energy, and then she offered me.
How long did y'all talk?
About 30 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Well, maybe she wanted to really feel your energy. And I mean, I know that you said you wouldn't want to, but I mean, at the same time, again, I'm just using you as an example. As a society, it's going to fall apart. And again, if we care about society, we have to start thinking in those terms. And I guess not for you specifically, but as a general rule, like society is falling apart because there's not enough male leadership. And so, we're going to let these women go to college at best and go.
But women are their own people. Like, they don't need men telling them what to do. Nor do other men.
Well, I don't know. Jeff,
and even if I do lead, they don't want to follow me anyway. So I'll just go by myself, like I usually do.
Jeff, there are so many women that want hot daddies. They do. They have daddy complex.
They really do.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, y'all need to step up. There's the opportunity.
They want hot daddies.
Well, hey, Jeff wants hot daddies too. So
yeah, I want a hot daddy too. So they're hard to find. Y'all are in demand. That's for sure.
They want an older,
the high status male.
They want an older, more. Oh wait. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I say male, I'm going to erase the society as it is because it's not compatible for me or any of my desires. So your society's kiss it goodbye, NeuroJack.
You're going to become an anarch.
I dated a 25-year-old recently, and she fucking just stared at her phone the whole time. I don't think we even had a conversation more than 2 minutes. And she wanted me to buy everything for her.
What?
Can you go get me some fries? We were sitting in a bar that I used to play at, open mic night, and she's like, can you go get me some fries? And I'm like, we're at the bar. They serve food right here. No, I want McDonald's. I was like, I'm not fucking going to McDonald's to get you fries right now.
Shay, she has good taste in fries.
Yeah,
So
I know.
Jeff,
That would have certainly gone over
Jeff
with
and
me
Sam,
on a date.
there's two different kinds of daddies. The daddies that they want to be with, or the daddies they want to use as a sugar daddy, as you would say.
Oh yeah, that's different kind of daddy.
But there are young women that really yearn for an older, handsome man to guide them because they never had that in their life.
That's the daddy complex.
Yep.
You got it. You got it.
And some people have a mommy complex too.
Well, but the other thing is, some of them did have a good dad, and they want someone else like that because they know how valuable it is. And I think that's the kind of way that most men should be looking for. Because if a woman doesn't know the value of what she's looking for, then she's never going to actually appreciate it. And I think that's why a lot of men are looking abroad, because in general, women abroad have better thoughts about fathers than here in America. For whatever reason, here in America, they think that fathers are evil.
Because the women here are so insufferable.
Yeah, I know.
They've been radicalized. Oh, Mr. P, good to have you.
Did you ever have? Do you ever have anybody, a mate, like a man or a woman? I'm just saying, a mate call you daddy in the heat of passion?
Negative.
No, not me.
It happened to me, and it freaked me out. I'm like, yo.
Oh my God. How old were you?
I was 25, 26.
And how old was the girl?
Probably 30.
11.
Older? Wow, okay.
That's an interesting dynamic. I always date older girls, always. I never had anyone young. I've never dated anyone younger than me. They've always been older. But not old, a couple years. But yeah, she was like, daddy. And I'm like, this is fucking weird. Like, this is not really getting my goat.
You stopped in the middle to tell her that?
But I think that's pretty common. That seems to be a common thing, especially outside the United States. It seems that's actually more common outside the United States for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. But.
It was strange. But then we talked afterwards. And she goes, "No, it's just something I like to role play." Like, she was one of those people like to role play, And so that's what it was. She liked to role playing, the outfits and all this other stuff. The dirty talk if you're not used to it, it can freak somebody out. That's all I'm trying to say. It can freak somebody out.
I knew a couple. They told me one time that they like to dress up and stuff, and I was like, "Oh, that sounds weird." And I was like, "Why are you telling me?" And then they said, "I was like, so what did you guys dress up in class?" And the woman's like, "Oh, I was an alien, and he was my abductee." I was like,
"Did he have the big rubber fingers?" You're Nero. You're breaking up a little bit. You're fading out.
All right, I'm gonna jump off. But thanks, you guys, for having me.
No, don't leave. This is getting good.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend, and we were young. We were like 19, 20, and we would role play and stuff, dude. All I'm trying to say is you have to make it spicy. Like, when you're with somebody, you just keep it spicy. That's all.
Yeah, you find somebody that you're compatible with that has the same interest or inclinations.
But people get carried away. They start saying things that are a little strange. You're like, whoa, where is this coming from? So it's a balance. When you're in a relationship, you have to figure out what your likes and your dislikes are. And I think, Jeff, you understand what I'm trying to say. It's like a relationship. It's very unique, but if you find that mate and it clicks, it's the best thing in the world. I can't wait. So I cannot wait to get off work, to get home to this person. I cannot wait to give them a call on the phone. I cannot wait just to look at them or bring them lunch at work. And that's what we're missing. I think what we were talking about earlier is I think we're missing that now. I think relationships are dying. What we knew as puppy love or what we yearned for, I think it's going away because people are getting turned off to relationships.
But why? Here's my question: why does it matter to anybody else how other people's relationship, the quality of other people's relationships?
because
people seem so worked up about how total strangers are having their relationships.
Yeah, it just nosy people want to get in other people's business because
Bunch of Gladys Kravitz.
Yes,
Yeah, no, I
but
hate that
they won't
shit,
get off
man.
their ass to do anything to help other people, so they can.
But what if it's this? What
Skulk.
if it's a case study into their own aspirations? Maybe they're trying to learn from you.
That's plausible.
Yeah.
But then they also be agony and to give up stupid suggestions that it's not really repeatable.
Mm-hmm.
So, have you been to Dollar Tree before? Freaking moron. Of course I have.
I might go visit the Dollar Tree myself now.
I won't unless I want to get some cheap crap. And I'm not near Walmart.
The one thing I
can see if they have antlers.
Yeah.
Hey, Ricardo, welcome.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, hi everyone. I went
to Walmart yesterday.
Wanted to
NeuroJack
join
if
in.
I've been to Walmart before too.
Well,
I saw my partner was on earlier, Jeff.
Oh yeah, she did. She stopped by.
That's cool.
She was drinking her cola.
Yeah.
Yes, Mike.
Yeah, not a great drink.
I'll wait.
I'm on the water.
So Hank, come with me to Dollar Tree, and I'll white knight for you. I'll get you hooked up. I'll hook you up.
Yeah, Mike can be your wingman. Have you found a good wingman? Sometimes that can make the difference.
Yeah, dude. I've gotten so many of my friends laid. It's ridiculous. Just for me, like spitting game for them, and then I hook them up, and they're like, "Here you go." So yeah, no, you need a good talker. Sorry, Hank, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just talk over Rico. I got away from just taking people around.
Hang on, let Hank go. Go ahead.
Yes, I got away from just chasing people around, brown nosing for them. I just got away from it, so I just do things on my own. I am a leader, so I don't need other people to give me my opinion and stuff. But so it just stuff just doesn't happen anymore because there's no reason I'm not attached to anyone. So
I got you, and that's a good analogy. And I think don't give up on your passion. Keep going, because like I said, you have a good personality. You're a good-looking young man. So just keep going. Just don't give up. Don't give up. Just keep going. Keep going.
What difference does it make me give up or not?
Yeah, that's all right. I'm Mike Cerrone, motivational speaker. So nice to meet you. No, you're good, man. You're good. You have a good personality, man. You can do anything you want. The biggest thing is that in life you have to know. You have to believe in yourself. I tell my kids this all the time, especially my son. You have to believe in yourself, and if you believe in yourself, you can do anything you want. In limitations, you're not going to be an astronaut.
But
he could be if he believed.
Doesn't that start though with everyone, with your family and your closest ones loving you and supporting you, so that you will become the best version of yourself. While you're still young.
Mm-hmm. Remember that song, Forever Young? Forever Young. You remember that song?
It was a Journey song, and then Laura Branigan covered it.
Yes. I want to be forever young. I don't want to be forever. Live forever young. Oh, Jack, can I sing you happy birthday, please?
You sing very nicely. It's your microphone again, but
thank you.
The voice is nice. Very musical.
Nice. I'll try and keep my mouth away from the microphone a bit, so it's not too much. But I can sing you a few different versions. So there's the old-fashioned version, which we always used to sing, colloquially. It's happy birthday to you.
Oh God.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jeffrey. Happy birthday to you. But there's another one, a jivier, more modern one, which I like.
Let's try the jive version.
Which goes more like, happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
I like that one. That got some soul onto it.
More energy, more energy to that one, isn't there? I prefer it.
Yeah, but "Forever Young" is a great song. When he says, "Do you really want to live forever, but be forever young?" It's a good analogy to, to try to. We all want to reflect on our youth, right? Because you remember how simple it was and how happy we were when we were younger. It was just.
No, it wasn't like that for me. Because so
I'm sorry, man.
complicated for bullshit. I mean,
Yeah.
I still hear adults from holiday dreaming. So
I had a great childhood. I was very happy. It made the rest of life. It was like all downhill from there. Having a good childhood can really mess you up.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's like
it doesn't prepare you for the hardships and accommodations you have to make as an adult.
I remember. I had a bad childhood then, because being an adult actually doesn't feel all that bad by comparison.
I remember getting $100 bill for my birthday and like feeling like I'm the richest person in the world. Like life was so simple.
As a kid, you were.
Yeah, it was just simple. It was like
a lot of candy.
Yeah. Yep.
Especially at that age.
I went out and I bought G.I. Joes. I was like 11. I went and bought G.I. Joes from Toys R Us. Little G.I. Joe, man. They were like $3 or $4. I got like a bunch of G.I. Joes. It was great, man. It was great. And, I look back and now I look back and like my sons, it's hard for them because this world is really messed up. And my son, I talked to my son last week. I think I told you this, Jeff. I'm not sure if I told you. I talked to my son last week. He goes, "Dad, I'm really struggling, with how this world is, how negative it is, how much people are
Did you tell him to get off of the computer and go touch grass?
No, he's very active.
The negativity is coming from that screen, kid.
He's a private investigator, so he
sees some shit.
Yeah, so
he's just complaining about human nature in general.
Exactly. He's just like, "Dad, how do I process this? How did you do it? Because I was law enforcement. How did you do it?" And I said, "Son, you have to leave it at the door. When you clock out or when you're off, leave it there. Don't take it home with you. You got to disconnect from all the negativity in the world."
That's good.
But it seems like. Go ahead.
Continue. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, there you are.
There you go.
Hey, what's up? Hi. It seems like it's getting worse. Like morality is like eroding. Like people don't love each other anymore. That's just what.
When did they love each other though? What?
Well, in my 20s, I had so many friends. I had so many acquaintances. I had so much fun in life. Right? Now it just seems miserable. It seems dismal and miserable. I'm just giving you my assumption on it. I could be completely wrong. It might be a different experience for other people, but it just seems like people are cold and callous. That's what I'm
probably they're student loans. Everyone has student loans that they won't be able to pay off because they don't pay enough money. That's probably why.
Heartless, even Mike. Heartless. Sometimes.
Yeah, they are.
What do we do? How can we heal the hearts of the broken people all around the world?
I think you can.
Through music.
I think you can, but it goes through religion. I think a religious base helps you heal yourself, but people are not going to accept it.
Go back to the music thing. The music thing works for me.
I think.
Sorry,
I think the big. No,
that's what heals me.
I'm not one for religion.
So that's where you're wrong. I tried religion again. So I did both. What's it called?
Doesn't work for me.
LDS Church, Mormonism, and whatever
Universal Unitarianism.
Well, let me tell my story because you don't remember it. 2 years ago.
Were you not a Unitarian? Hang on! Don't come on here and gaslight. Did we not stream a UU service for you that day at church?
Let me start again because you forgot what it was before. I was a UU.
Was that not UU though? Because you just said I don't remember. I don't know what I'm talking about. Was that not UU that we streamed?
Ago, it was not UU. That was 1 year ago. Why are you arguing about what my religions I've been?
Because you told me I don't know what I'm talking about, and I do. I hate it when people fucking gaslight me. I know goddamn well we streamed a UU service. I did it on this stream. And now you're saying I don't know what I'm talking about when I fucking do.
Jeff,
Tell my fucking story. Why do you think you know more than me about what religious
I was right about that one thing, and you're trying to make it seem like I'm not. That's gaslighting.
That was 1 year ago.
But I was right about it, right? We did stream a UU service, correct? I was right? Because you said I don't know what I'm talking about, and I do.
Not 2 years ago. That was 1 year ago.
But it happened, so what I'm talking about happened. It was correct.
No! 2 years ago was not you! Listen!
I'm not talking about 2 weeks ago.
Why are you talking for me? I was trying to talk over myself.
Because it looked like I was trying to help you out. Plus, this is my panel. I'm going to say what I want on my panel.
Okay, say what you want.
If I step in to move the conversation along, I'm going to do that.
Wow,
it looked like you were stuck. I was trying to help out because I remembered us streaming a UU ceremony and you freaked out. I was only trying to help. If you don't trust that I'm here for good purposes and I'm trying to help you out, then stay off of my panel. That's all I was trying to do was help your story.
Holy shit.
And then you wanted to gaslight and say I don't know what I'm talking about, and that is some bullshit.
It
was a UU service we streamed.
Jeff, don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good.
But don't come up here and play those little games with me. You've watched too many people come and try that shit.
Yeah. I'm not laughing at you. That was an epic meltdown on his part. I was like, yo. I was like, whoa.
And the meltdown was fine. It's when he tried to drag me to it and distort what I was saying and make it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about. That's what it set me off.
I understand completely. And the whole thing is like,
I hate being gaslit. I absolutely hate being gaslit, lied about. I hate when people try to run bullshit games on me. I hate all that stuff. That's definitely going to get a reaction from me.
I can understand that. That'll get a reaction from me too.
You have a right. You have a right to defend yourself, especially on your own panel. You have a right to do that, of course. But yeah, that was a little strange.
Hello.
Not on your part. On his part, it was a little strange.
It was just one of those breakdowns.
They
happen.
What kind of hat is that, dude? What is the hat? Yo, you look like a handsome wizard.
Handsome wizard.
You're still awake? Did you take a nap?
Oh, this is handsome, sir. We can be all things.
You're about to cast it.
The wizardy things. Oh.
You're about to cast a spell on Jeff's heart real quick. Yeah. All right.
No, I don't want a drunk Brit. Sorry. No offense, but no, that's not the kind of daddy I'm looking for.
Jesus. Jesus is the only one into the light. Hence why it's Elohim, Yahweh. Whatever it is, our souls go to the same place.
Do you think so? So.
Amen, man. Amen, man. The whole thing of judgment comes to a fulfillment in the universe. How long this timeline that we think goes,
sure,
wobbles between.
Now, I'd love to ask everyone this. Please let me know if you want to answer or not. Do you believe in reincarnation? Anybody up here?
No.
Nah.
Resurrection,
No.
yes. Reincarnation, no.
Nah.
I can believe in it just as easily as I can believe in an afterlife.
The old souls, but it doesn't make us, new to this planet.
Well, that's a great answer. So, is an old soul someone who has came back many times? If you're an old soul. Think about it. Just think about that.
No, hear me out. I believe what it was is that our souls, everyone born to this earth, was always everyone in the battle of heaven and hell, if they will. We chose to stay with heaven. And that's why we come back as human. Because we have to be rebirthed of that death, of understanding. But also for what we have to be gained for our own, choices, be it free will. Yeah. And in that, rather than where, as they say, with the devil always had domain over us, and only till the blood of the lamb was cast through many a age that it's always been prophesied through a really small tribe. I mean, this is incredible because of, the Sirius cylinder. Have you ever heard of it?
Which one?
Yeah. And in the Sirius cylinder is
Which
Daniel
series?
5:10. The Sirius cylinder. It's there.
Cylinder.
Yeah, the Sirius cylinder was one of the first things about, the Zoroastrians that did it because of what was the king that went mad? He went to try. He did
You're talking
something.
about
Is it Nebuchadnezzar? Is it? Is it Nebuchadnezzar?
Oh yeah, in the Bible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's where Sirius comes
I was gonna
from.
say there's a
Sirius
lot of them, I think,
predecessors later,
that we met.
and that's how the connections work, as in where the truth lies, because two different kingdoms wrote about the same thing. That one kingdom was brought, and this king went, no, bang, and it spread other light, other light. It's like electricity, It's
do you believe in multiple civilizations? Like, do you believe in like there were civilizations in the Amazon or Atlantis?
oh
Do you
yeah,
believe there's
oh my
different
god,
civilizations?
for ages, oh my god, I think it's beyond what we know. I mean, this is where it comes into the again, like beyond what we understand of Christ and fucking all that crap, Moses and Noah to this earth. But Jesus, man, that shit on Mars, that's real, man. There are stuff on Mars, man. The whole thing in on Mars, man, it's real. I swear to God, man.
So there's a theory. There's a theory that President Trump, who's our president, he was elected our president, 37. He's going to release a lot of the UFO files. He's going to release a lot of that information.
How did we end up here?
Trump didn't say that.
We just got rid of NeuroJack.
Yeah. He's going to
I'm just
release a lot
kidding.
of the JFK stuff and the UFO stuff. He's going to
He
release.
said the JFK stuff, but he didn't say he would release UFO stuff. He was on Rogan talking about it.
Yeah, he's hinting at it's real. He's hinting that it's real.
Hinting,
But all the JFK stuff.
My friend, America has the aircraft we don't know about that are supersonic. There are aircraft that America have payloads that, they're looking space-wise, bro. They've been looking space-wise for a long time. Like America has. I'll remind people, okay, at maximum, America can stick about 12 million people on the ocean. Huh? 12 million. You tell me a country.
Trump is
beyond Trump in that, bro.
But Trump created Space Force for a reason. He created Space Force to combat, allegedly, extraterrestrial threats. That's why he created Space Force.
So I'm with like Elon Musk style. So the way he's trying to work for, I wish we could be fair. I wish people would understand the value of life rather than the value of what they have. Right? Time is their life, and if they really, I'm privileged. They're privileged with making other people see better and work to each other. Yeah. And that's what I believe the Western Foundation should be. And it's so corrupted now because people are just thinking in their own little greed. And again, how can you do that over the billions? Africa, Asia. It's like Kubrick said it in one of his films. White man's burden, man. My man, white man's burden was Lloyd, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's just classic to say that the Western Foundation, through its infancy, came to this, and now we have to fight against something that is like still feudal. We've gone over this feudal shit.
Gotcha.
Well, Jeff, I'm gonna drop down.
Zach, it's a pleasure. Are you streaming later?
Yeah, I might do that in a little while.
Okay.
Probably.
Here, I'll put Zach's channel.
Thank you. See you later, guys.
Okay, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming up. We'll see you later.
Yep.
Hang on. I don't know. Damn. He looks like what's it? One of the best actors in the world.
He looks like what?
What's his name, man? Shit, man. Tim Curry.
Oh,
Tim Curry.
I never thought of that one.
That's it. Well, take it, Jeff. It's it's your show. Take it.
Oh, y'all were taking y'all. Oh, did I get it back? Y'all were taking it all over the place. We were at Atlantis. We were in outer space. I don't know where to take it from there, other than back to Earth.
Yeah.
The Dollar Tree.
Oh, you love that Dollar Tree story. That's a true story.
In fact, let me check if we even have a Dollar Tree here. You've given me hope.
It was great. It was awesome. It was awesome. And she probably would have torn me apart because she's so young. She was young. She probably would have torn me apart. She's like in her mid-20s. Yeah, she probably would have hurt me.
As I approach 30, Mike is giving me hope, Jeff. As I approach 30.
Well, remember, so
nice woman at Dollar Tree.
James, I want to be honest with you. Not everybody can be a hot daddy. Just a heads up. I know you're trying to.
That might be a hot daddy, so I'll make the cut.
Yeah, not everyone can be a hot daddy. I'm a hot daddy. I am. So,
Well, hotness is in the eye of the
James, how old
beholder.
are you, man?
I'm 27.
I tell you, you're a young buck, bro.
Yeah. So James, if you get to 50 and you look like me, you're doing well. You're doing really good. So I can tell you that.
If you get to 54, you look like me. You're doing really well.
That's it, dude. Jeff, listen. Let's just stop. Let's stop all the games. Let's stop all the games. Jeff is a vampire. I don't know if you guys know Jeff's a vampire. He's 106 years old. He looks amazing. Yeah, he's a vampire. He does.
Yeah, I know. That's why he rocks.
He stays away
He's a
from
vampire.
Just a garden variety Satanist. That's all.
Oh, man.
Just a garden variety devil worshiper, not a vampire.
Could be like that, man.
Yeah. So the whole thing, getting back to like relationships or whatever you guys want to talk about, but I'm excited I'm excited for Trump winning. I'm excited for that, and I'm excited to see where it's going to go headed towards. A lot of people are, basically saying, oh, he's going to destroy the country. Well, the country's already going in hell in a handbasket. So
that's why they put him in. Like whatever direction it's currently going, the hope is he's going to at least do better than that. It's going to be chaos. I mean, I hope y'all are all strapped in to the roller coaster. I remember the first 4 years, but at least it's a chaos with some hope and possibility to it compared to what was almost a certainty from the other side.
Yeah,
so I'm a contractor.
On the other side.
I'm a contractor. My son's a PI, and they put us on alert. In other words, once he gets into office, they're thinking possibly there could be a lot of rioting and stuff like that. So
far there hasn't been. In fact, he and Biden just had a chat, and Biden said he's going to peacefully hand over power and gracefully.
Yeah,
it looks like it's going to be a smooth transition.
Biden is actually quite. I've never known him to be better than Corn Pop. Basically, he spoke like a president. Yeah. He wasn't Corn Pop for a moment. I couldn't believe it. I know. Remember that? Oh yeah, we used Corn Pop, but I loved that shit, man. I can't wait for Trump to come back. Remember when Trump used to rock up and like push people out the way, going,
yeah.
I can't wait.
Y'all are waiting for the trolling. We're gonna have 4 years of our troll president.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry, Mr. African. This is President Trump talking. Okay, take that hat off, please. Take that hat off.
Save the West Foundation.
Yes.
He's powerful, bro. He owns the Senate. He owns everything. He's like, yeah.
Well, Mr. African, this is President Trump. You look like a Wiccan wizard right now. You look like you're gonna.
Wiccan lives matter.
Yeah, bro. He should have been.
Sir, shave that. Sir, that beard doesn't match the hair.
Mr.
Doesn't match the hat
African.
suit.
Whatever. But
This is not the
No,
Shire.
I
work
think.
for me.
This is not
Let
the
me ask you
Dwarven
this.
Kingdom.
You're,
Yeah,
you're like a tall. he's like a tall garden gnome. No,
Yeah,
but
that was
no.
wild, Mr. B. Matt Gates as Attorney
What do you
General.
think? What do you think they're saying? They, as in a lot of
The chaos is starting. He's lining up the chaos already.
a lot of people are saying that Biden tanked Kamala. He tanked her. Like since they
Kamala tanked
kept.
herself. She was just a
Yeah,
bad candidate from the start, and then she
but-
doubled down on all the stuff that were the most important issues for voters that they were wanting change from.
Yep.
Immigration,
When he-
the economy, and DEI. Those are the top 3 issues in the polling that have come out as mattering to voters the most. And that's all the things she doubled down on.
when he put that Trump hat on, I almost shit my pants. I'm like, I can't believe this guy's putting a Trump
Oh,
hat on. And
Biden?
yeah.
You doing that? Yeah, I saw that. They got him
Yeah,
to
that was
where.
crazy.
Yeah, even Biden's on board, I think now.
I mean,
Yeah.
and then Kamala didn't get any help when Obama came out and did what he
Yeah.
did.
No,
That
or
Oh,
Michelle either.
He tried. Well, he tried to lambaste black men. If you don't vote for her,
Yeah.
But they're like, "What? What are you talking about? Like
No,
you're
man,
putting."
And Michelle tried to shame men and
No,
everything,
man, he did
saying
that.
they should be happy
He doesn't
that women
mean
are
he
having
was a
abortions
black
because
man,
they
you
get
know?
the
No,
freedom
he
too.
did that. He did that number. I'm sure. Poor kids are just as bright as white kids. Something
They're
like
disgusting. They're as we say in Italian, they're disgraziati. They're disgusting people. And Trump. Like I said, I'm happy to see. Trump back in office, and it's the first time in over 20 years that he won the popular and the vote. He won
Oh,
both.
has it been that long? Who was that? Clinton?
I think it was
20.
Was
Let's see.
it
20 years would be
was it
04.
Reagan?
That'd be Bush. Bush got the popular vote.
Oh, they said over 20 years, but
Oh.
he's the first one to win both in a very, very long time. I think it was Reagan. It might be 30 years. But they said he won the popular and he
Reagan
won
definitely swept it in 1984.
This was the greatest victory for a Republican since that last time it happened. I think it was Reagan. Pretty sure it was Reagan. But he destroyed it. Yeah. Hey, more power to him, man. They tried
George
to kill
W.
him.
Bush.
W. Bush. Yes, W. Bush. Yep, he won both.
I didn't realize
I
he had
voted
won the
for
popular vote. Probably against Kerry. Kerry had pitiful results, even compared to Kamala.
W was the one that took us out to Afghanistan and Iraq.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I voted for W. I voted for
Yeah, it's 2004. That's when he was running against Kerry. I voted for Kerry that year, but I never had confidence Kerry was going to pull
don't worry
it
about
off.
that.
I thought they ran a very lame candidate.
Oh, before all this happened, what was it? Enron. Remember Enron?
Mhm.
People forget
Yeah.
Enron. Where it tumbled and what happened. And what happened between that time to now. And America, okay, it's debt. The GDP doesn't service at the moment your interest on the debt.
So are you in the UK? Where are you at? Are you in America right now?
I'm in the UK. Yeah.
Okay, you're in the UK. Okay, gotcha.
Yes,
Man, he even got a MAGA hat.
You got a MAGA hat. You know that, brother. I bought that like when he first won anyway.
Even
Oh.
even the
man,
people
I knew
overseas are
I knew it
MAGA.
was stolen. That's the problem. They should have let him win. They didn't steal that vote, man. Jesus.
I think Trump won last time. I think it was a stolen election, but I almost said erection. Yeah, but I just it is what it is. But he stole he took it this time. He took it. He won. And it was a landslide. I think this last 4 years been miserable for me. With my 401k going up and down and worrying about gas prices and food cost. Dude, food is so expensive. I've never seen anything like this. Like
Yeah,
it is,
I
dude. You go out to.
And no, they're not coming down. Like nobody's gonna be able to bring down food
I
prices.
think it
mean,
will.
for
I think it
America,
will.
why is your food so expensive for America? Because you
So let
have
me
so
ask you a
much of
question.
it. Like you
So let me ask you a
produce
question.
so much of it. You know, you guys actually produce
Mhm.
fucking huge amounts of fucking food.
Mhm.
You do. So why the fuck
So
is that?
how is it?
A
So
lot of that
how is it?
started in COVID and with supply chains, oil prices, all of that,
So
shipping.
how is it possible for McDonald's to charge you $18, right, for a combo meal, and now they're $6 because they've been ripping you off the whole freaking time?
No, because the cost of all the ingredients got higher because of what I just said.
I don't believe so. I believe it was capitalism at its finest. I
Well,
believe they were
I mean, that's
they were
part of
giving.
capitalism, but I don't think it's a conspiracy to suddenly raise prices just because they can. There's reasons the prices went up. I always look for practical explanations before I resort to the conspiracy theories. And
I
it
got you.
makes sense to me that
Oh,
I watched it happen during COVID. My roommate worked in logistics most of his life. He would, every time the supply chain would break down, he would point it out to me and talk about it. The shipping, the worldwide shipping, the oil prices, the transportation here within the United States, all of that stuff drives up price. There's a cost. Food doesn't just appear in the grocery store. There's a cost from the time they're producing it to the time it gets to the shelf. And everywhere along the way, those costs went
yeah,
up because of COVID.
my friend, okay, in this country where I go buy groceries, sometimes I look at the package. I have to say where its origin is. Sometimes that origin is like fucking South America, Israel, Kenya, you know, all over. You get me? I pay for that if I want it. That's my choice, right? It's not green. They try. Oh, I'm offsetting. They're offsetting. All of this shit is a sham. It's not true. Yeah. If you go for the, like you said, the food, the expertise is factory food, bro, is fucked up, man.
Well, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm telling why the prices go up, whether it's
Yeah,
factory,
because
homegrown, whatever. The prices were driven up during
that's
COVID as
inflation.
a result
Because
of
your currency
everything
is
coming to a halt.
yeah, because
That
you
happened
know.
everywhere. People weren't in work. The office
Oh,
buildings empty. Do we remember 20 years ago? I mean, 5 years ago in 2020?
I do.
That
I was
affected the
there.
economy. The economy today is largely downstream from what happened in 2020.
Mhm.
It's not men sitting in rooms rubbing their fingers together saying, "Ha ha ha, let's see how high we can raise these prices."
Mm.
It's
but
the
why is
consequences of the
yeah, but
businesses themselves having to bear the cost and passing that down to the consumer. That's how it's always worked.
the fuck?
Called
So,
supply and
so
demand.
the consumer always is number, right? That's how it's always projected. Everyone there is a number. There's a
Yeah,
goal.
in
There's more
a
profit, right?
it's
The
a
more
capitalist
profit.
society of this scale.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. So the more profit, the more angle you can pretend this is this is that, fillers, all that shit. You know what I mean? You know, food isn't food. Yeah, they just put it up with like numbers and God knows what else. But anyway, they're selling you to double the price, and you guys are still whatever worried about that. Jesus.
Hmm. It's interesting.
Well, I mean, y'all can think what you want, but I understand how
Well,
the
it's great to
economy
talk
works.
with
I
you.
understand why the prices are the way they are, and it makes perfect sense if you
But
look at the trace
Jeff,
2020 until now.
I do think, and I'm sure you'll agree. I think some companies did capitalize on that by raising prices, just to make more profit. I think some companies, some services and goods
But
did
even if
raise.
they had not done that, even if every company had kept the prices as low as they can go, they would still be higher than they were 5 years ago because of all the shit I just said. It's not
Yeah, I
companies
agree.
saying, oh, we could keep the prices at 2019, but we're going to take an opportunity to jack them up to 2024 prices just to be greedy. That is not what they're doing. The prices went up for multiple reasons all along the supply chain, from production to transportation to when it reaches the point of sale. And the
No, I
company
agree.
is passing those prices on to the consumer because they're not going to bear it themselves.
And I
So they may
I
be
agree.
padding that slightly, but even with the prices would still be up. I don't know why this is so hard for people to understand.
And
No, I
and
do. I
even
do understand completely. I think
And
shipping and like you said,
politicians are not going to be able to get those prices back down. That's a logistic thing, like Jeremy just said.
okay. I guess we will find out.
Hang on,
Hopefully it
hang on.
does. Hopefully it
No,
does.
hang on. But you work in dollar, right? So dollar is the dollar, the petrodollar, right? It's not the gold standard dollar anymore. The dollar's been. Come on,
Yeah, but
man.
none of that
What
has
are you
anything to do
talking
with
about?
why the
You
prices
guys
are
are
up.
weak, man. I
Hey,
mean,
Laura
most
Chick,
of the world
what's
are
up?
laughing at America at the moment, and that's why Trump is good for America because he was going to come with Elon Musk and fucking sort that shit out
Well, they're
proper.
going to make the government more efficient. I don't know that
Yeah,
that's going
but
to
that's the
affect
way you have to
the
do it.
prices.
Yeah, that's the way you have to
eh,
do it, man. You get the house in order.
Well, getting the house in order has nothing to do with what companies are have to charge to keep their profit margins going because of the increase in prices because of COVID.
Okay, okay.
There's nothing the government can do about that. They can't go and make the companies charge lesser prices when the companies themselves have to pay more to deliver the product to you. That's not something the government can fix. That's the natural outgrowth of the post-COVID economy.
well, far as
Thank you,
COVID,
Jeremy.
as far as COVID, they can't. But far as like lowering taxes on companies and stuff, they could do that to lower prices. I mean,
A lot of the taxing is done at the state and local levels.
Well, I think a lot of these conversations
I
are
think
really good.
people want somebody to come in and save them from high prices, and they can just give up that fantasy. That's just not going to happen. They need to put their big boy, big girl, big whatever gender panties on and just deal with the economic reality of today, roll up their sleeves, and find a solution to it.
Mm. Hmm.
I'm struggling to make ends meet too. I'm not whining and complaining about it. I'm trying to draw an income for myself so I can compensate for it.
Yeah.
Nobody's coming to save your grocery prices. And it's not a conspiracy. It's called the economy.
No, I don't think it's a conspiracy. I do think because of COVID, a lot of stuff was shut down, and people weren't working, and it drove prices up. I agree, completely agree with you, completely. I just think all I was trying to allude to is I think certain companies, like you said, were padding a little bit, taking advantage
But
of
that
that.
padding a little bit is not what's causing the prices to go up
Hey,
and not come down.
I'm
brother,
not saying that, but I think
Like
certain
even
people made
if
a
they
lot of
took
money.
all the padding off, we would still have more or less the prices we're seeing today, and they're
no,
not coming
hang on.
down.
No, when COVID happened, okay, COVID was because of the flu, the what was it, the Spanish flu? That's what it was about because the UN had then a charter that made the world agree to it. The powers would always agree, and they used that particular strain because of the spread of it into stopping the fucking whole world and auditing the West and the East almost. Yeah, all fucking countries, Russia, didn't they? There must have been like maneuvers at that
Well,
moment.
it was a global effort, but I don't think it was a
Yeah, but there must
conspiracy.
have been maneuvers, submarines that had to do this and fucking ships that had to fucking go. There's still fucking ships that are sitting around fucking orbit on the oceans because of that moment. Still, it's really fucking odd what happened because I believe it was
It's
an
not odd
audit.
to me. It just makes perfect
It's
sense.
a fucking audit, wasn't it? It's an audit. They wanted to know if the money has to tie this, who's player, who's this. And that's, again, part of what happened with Bitcoin and why we're going into this new movement with America, Elon Musk. It's come in, doot, doot, you'll be numbered like cattle.
I don't believe that. You can believe if you want, but I don't
shit,
believe
man.
that. That
Yeah,
seems
we
like
can believe it.
conspiratoriation.
Yeah, for you to chip
like that, don't we?
for you to
Don't
chip
really
me
get
to have
caught
to take my
too
life. I will never have a chip. I will never have a brand. I will never do that. I will never surrender.
Yeah,
You
I'm
know,
not getting a
to,
chip either.
to that notion. I'll never do it.
I mean, they couldn't even like get everybody to take a vaccine. You think they're going to chip every American? Come on.
But it was the compliance of that, and it was global, bro. It was
I never
literally
took one.
global, man. It was all the world over. The
Because
world
you're allowing it to happen. The only power someone
like
has
2
over you
years.
is the power you give them.
And then we
It's the only
started
power they have
again,
over
like,
you.
it's
I'm just
that
giving you an example. I will never adhere to something that I don't believe in. I don't care if it's the government or not. They can K-word me if they want to. I'm not going to take a vaccination. I'm not going to take a chip. I'm not going to take a universal tattoo. I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. You know, so they can, whatever they have to do to me. But we need more people to stand up and not accept it.
Stand up
Not accept
against what? A hysterical fantasy? Y'all are as
No.
catastrophic as the climate
Jeff,
catastrophists.
Jeff, there are people right now with chips in them. Okay, they started with pets. Now they're trying to indoctrinate chips in people. Okay. No, it's true.
Well,
It's true.
I think y'all are.
I
think y'all are cuckoo.
And then they want to go to.
I think y'all have watched too much Matrix or Sci-Fi Channel or something.
Jeff, if you don't think that's true, man, you need to research it because there are people that chip their kids. And it's
maybe parents or individual. I'm talking about government mass chipping its citizens here in the United States. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. There's a theory. There's a theory that in the future they're going to want to chip everybody, and that's how you'll.
Right. It's a conspiracy theory. It's a dystopian, hysterical fantasy theory.
That's
it's not anything that sane people in real life need to worry about.
That's why I'm saying
it's fear mongering.
FNM, okay. Basically, there was a study they did with the mRNA, the MRI scans.
Mm-hmm.
And hang on, I don't want COVID talk on here because I've already gotten a warning on one of my other channels related to this, so I don't want to risk it. We're moving on from the COVID conversation. We were talking about prices and supply chain. That's the only reason I even brought it up. I don't care about the COVID conspiracies.
Well, the MRI scans and the brain scans.
Mm-hmm. I've had
no more COVID talk.
Got it. Yeah. So it's just one of those things. It's a great conversation, Jeff. It's a good conversation to have.
Y'all go have it on somebody else's channel because you're not having it here.
So what do you want to talk about?
Anything but COVID.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the C word. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that.
All right.
Yeah, but it's one of those things. I'm just hoping that things get better financially for everybody listening. Things get better financially if it's able to lower. Like you said, it's not going to be drastic, Jeff. It's not going to be a drastic.
It's not going to lower much. I don't know how. Like maybe wages will increase somehow, but I think people need to get creative and make whatever happen for themselves and quit relying on the government to come and rescue you.
Gotcha. No, Jeff, I never missed one day of work going through, we'll say, the pandemic. That's you can say that. I never missed one day of work because I have an essential job. So I never missed a day. But there were people that were out of work months and months. You know, and they were getting paid as they were out. And I'm sitting here working like a dog, you know, at 48 years old, you know. So, yeah, it's a wild scene. It really is. It is what it is.
Were you think you were making more than them, or were they making more than you?
I was making more than them because I have tenure, so I make a very good wage. But they were getting, some of the guys were making. So we had assistants and we had people that were low on the totem pole, and they were getting the 300 plus the 600. So they're getting $900 a week sitting at home. and I'm busting
Right.
my tail.
To stop the spread of the virus.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm out there busting my tail for 1,500, killing myself because I'm old. These are 20-something-year-old kids, but they don't work because they got the you know what? I never got it. I was like impervious to it. But I'm out there working like 14-hour days, dude. I'm not lying to you, bro. And it's just like, because the company had to keep going. We had to keep working and working, working. It was like we were a skeleton.
I used to clap for y'all, all the workers, like every night. The people in Seattle would all hang out their window and clap for all the essential workers. And I used to do that every day. I loved running to the window to clap when it was time to clap.
I worked my tail off, bro. I worked my tail off. And these kids are getting, kids as in they're in their 20s, they're getting $900 a week just to sit at home. It's like, yo. I couldn't believe this is the
What did you
reality.
want them doing? Going out spreading the virus? We were trying to slow the spread of a virus, a global pandemic. What would the alternative be to sitting home?
They weren't affected.
People complain about the George Floyd protest that they should have sat home too. So on the one hand, it's people got paid to sit home, and on the other hand, it's they should have sat home during the protest and not gone out and protested. There's so much mixed messaging and cognitive dissonance around this topic.
They never got affected. They just they claim that they were afraid to come to work, and they got a.
Well, the way I understand, at least here in Washington State, we were told to stay home. They did not want us to go to work. It's not that we were afraid to go to work, and we were told that unless you're an essential worker, we want you to stay home. We want you working remotely. We want you. A lot of people were let go from their jobs because their businesses weren't even open anymore. It wasn't people saying, "Oh, I'm too scared to go out. The government's going to pay me money." That's such a false framing of how it happened.
Sure. Well, in Virginia, what happened was if you were basically afraid of getting, I'm just telling you how it was back then. But people would basically use those doctor waivers to not come to work, and they would get paid for sitting at home.
But that's what was wanted at the time. They were doing what everybody wanted them to do, and when they stopped doing it was during the George Floyd protest. All of a sudden, they were ignoring the stay home and reduce the spread to go out and protest on behalf of this political ideology. And the CDC was backing it up. The same CDC that had been telling everyone to stay home was suddenly giving all these guidelines for safe protests, saying it was fine to go out and protest now.
Sure. I just, like I said, if someone does get affected, I understand completely that they should stay away. But if you're not affected, that's not a free paycheck to stay home. You should still be working. That's just my opinion.
Well, the point was to stay home so you didn't get affected. Like going out and trying to work would put you at risk of being affected. That was the point of staying home.
No, the point of staying home was trying to do. You can't work. You can't go anywhere. We'll take that away from you, and we'll look at what you need.
Well, not here in the United States. Not where I was.
It still stops you guys working. You don't have.
I mean, I was there. I remember it all. I got all the same emails and notices and message that everybody else got. You're not going to convince me of an alternate reality. I remember it. I was there. I know exactly why people were not working.
Come on, man. Dude, the world stopped. Okay.
And it wasn't everybody that got money. It was the people that had to leave their jobs and go on unemployment. It was the people that qualified for the unemployment insurance because all the businesses were being downsized because they didn't want non-essential people out in public spreading a global pandemic. They weren't just handing out free money to everybody staying home for no reason. These were people that would have been at work but for the pandemic. So the companies themselves are the ones that laid these people off so they could stay home and slow the spread. And then the unemployment insurance system came in like they always do when people get laid off for reasons that are not their fault or out of their control. And the government supplemented, like whatever amount you qualified for your own, the government supplemented with that an additional amount so people could make ends meet while they were staying home.
I believe... it was still under what order that happened? It wasn't America that instilled it, right? Because America under Trump would have gone, "What the fuck we doing?" Even fucking China had to do it. It was again the order
Yeah,
was
China was
opposed.
way more strict than even we. They had
Yeah, I
drones
know, but
flying around. I think
why?
France even had the drones.
Yeah,
Mm. Yeah. Wild stuff.
And you
Yeah.
could leave your house. Like I left to go to appointments, and you could go to the store. The grocery stores had delivery. You could walk to the store and pick it up at the back. They would hand you your order. Everybody's wearing
Mm.
masks, so you didn't have to actually go in and shop. So it's not that you couldn't leave your house. You just had to have you had to minimize the amount of trips you make. And so most people didn't
Yeah.
leave their house without a good reason until all that protesting started. And then they found every reason to
yeah.
leave their house. And even in the states that were where people were locking down, in some of the other states, people were still going to gatherings and doing social distancing. And you had the cities with the pop-up cafes like out on the sidewalk on the street, so that the restaurants could still serve food and not have to be completely open.
Yeah, definitely.
No,
I'll be back, John. I'll be back. I gotta take something. I'll be back.
he's the other
Okay.
guy that wears a hat. How can that be?
You had another hat too at one. You had like a white hat before,
We'll get this right. It's kind
the
of
Gandalf cloak.
this motherfucker. This hat. It's quite cute. I can't find it this way. Cool.
Man, you got more props than I do.
Oh,
Oh, you you framed it.
hey,
Ours came electronic. All of mine just got direct deposited into my account.
sorry, man. I know I pissed you off, Jeff. I'm just
No, I'm fine. I just hate stupid conspirator shit. But it's not. I don't take it personally.
It's all conspiratorial shit, you Satanist. Because Jesus is king. So shut up. But I'm trying to like imagine him with the hat. I've got,
What's his name?
I don't know.
Oh, how could you have that and not name it by now?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you call it anything in your head when you reach for it, or is it just like the dog puppet?
No. But as an artwork, you can see that as a puppet. It's gotta be cool. Try to do it, man. Perfect art. Boo.
The liquor store, yeah, but they were very, because I remember I even got off of weed during COVID because it was such a pain in the ass to buy weed. There was so much hoops you had to jump through. They kept it open for certain hours. They let a certain amount of people in at a time. You had to wear masks. You had to do all these procedures. And I'm like, fuck it, it's not even worth it. I'm just going to quit weed so I don't have to go out and jump through all these hoops just to get my weed. So that stuff was still accessible. It was just not as easy to get as it would have been before COVID.
Yeah, and it was. I mean, it was easier in small towns to get all that stuff.
And you could still get grocery, like Amazon delivered we could, if you ran out of toilet paper, Amazon could bring a roll to your house like that afternoon or the next morning. It amazed me how efficient Amazon was during COVID. And then the grocery stores did delivery. The restaurants were doing delivery and takeout. You could go in person and pick up. We picked up food all the time, or went and picked up groceries from the grocery store all the time. You just had to wear, like, mask up, social distance, all that stuff. And even when you were walking around the streets, if there weren't people around you, you could take your mask off. You just had to put it back on when you interfaced with the business people, when you were picking up your order.
Yep.
So they even and Seattle was one of the areas that did like a more, I guess more like, not really restrictive, but they took lockdown more seriously here. And even that, they were pretty loose about it. Like, they didn't have roving bands of police out there harassing people that were out in public. As long as you weren't obviously trying to break social distancing, nobody said anything. One of the things I remember the most is running out of quarters to do laundry. The money supply, like the coin money supply, dried up, and I had to get my mom to send me quarters from Louisiana because you couldn't even go to the banks. Like even the banks were not giving out quarters because they didn't even have quarters to give out. So nobody could do laundry.
Yeah, nobody had change after a while during COVID. That even happened here.
But like nothing else really changed that much other than in-person gatherings. Like we used to have a board game group that would get together. We had to stop board gaming. We tried to do it online a little bit, but it didn't really work out. So I lost a lot of the social points of contact that I had before. I used to do this in-person mental health support group at the coffee shop. We had to quit doing that. I moved it online. We started an online version of that. So we adapted, but the adaptations we had to make were not that burdensome, and some of them were actually better. Like having grocery delivery, not having to go out as much for food anymore. All of that was actually more convenient than the way we did it before COVID. In many ways, I'm still living the COVID life because it was superior in so many ways to the in-person life I was living before. Certainly, job-wise, all the work I did online since COVID was way better than the work I was doing in person. So I'm so glad it opened up that world to me. I would never have discovered Zoom or maybe not even started a podcast if it had not been for COVID. So what the doors that it did close, it opened up other doors that were just as good or better than the ones it had closed. For me, it was the big thing was the hypocrisy of stay home, social distance, follow the science, unless there's a political protest that aligns with our particular vision of society or ideology, then we're going to make all these exceptions and guidelines for you to go out and push our political agenda. But then the Republicans were doing the motorcycle rallies and having gatherings, and everybody was demonizing them. But then when the Democrats wanted to protest George Floyd, all of a sudden that was okay, and they had institutional support to do that. And that's what started me seeing the hypocrisy on the left. And that's when I started to move out of the left, because I'm like, this is bullshit. This is fucked up. This is wrong. This is not fair.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't know about the Costco wrap. What? Let's see. We bring the boom. What? And I'm not a Costco member, but their first hit single. I'm not gonna be able to play it, but let me take a look at it. No way. Here. Oh my God. I kind of like it. It's catchy. It reminds me of the 80s. Like the it reminds me of what, Salt and Pepper. Push it real good. You do. Jeremy, is there ever a chance we can get you to stream it or at least clip it and I can post it? You can even hide your face, like put a paper bag over your head or something. And if you want to stay anonymous. Yes, I loved that. I love supporting the emergency workers. They were like heroes during COVID at the time. And every time I'd go for the appointments, or that was when you had to go in person and get a COVID test. So if you thought you had symptoms, you had to make an appointment with your clinic and go in person, and they would come in and swab you. They'd stick that thing in your nose. That's before you could do it yourself at home. And I was always so impressed with the people that were showing up at these clinics every day to still keep the medical industry going. And I would thank them. I would chat with them. And then every day, like every night, I think at 7 o'clock, everybody in Seattle would run to their windows and they would hang out their window and clap for like, I don't know, a minute or so for all the emergency workers. And that was like our one little point of interaction because you could like see your neighbors across the street clapping and you could wave at them. Oh yeah, I think it was both. I think there was some horror, certainly. But I also think there was a lot of resiliency in the face of that horror, which is where the dancing and the happy videos came from. I know, I hate the first COVID test I had. It was one of those big Q-tips, and they had to do it for you. They would not let me, because I told them, I'm like, I'm autistic, I'm real sensitive, can I just do it? They're like, no, we have to do it to make sure it's done right. And they went real far up, and they like would stir around in there, and I hated that. And when I did it, when I could do it myself, I was able to be much more gentle. And then sometimes, like later on, you still have to go to the clinic, but then they were able to start letting you at least do it yourself. And then they would sit there and supervise and then tell you if you did it enough or if you needed to go back in and do it some more. But at least they weren't doing it for you. I hated that part of it. I only probably went in maybe twice for suspected symptoms. And I never, to this day, I've never tested positive for COVID. I don't know that that means I never had it, but I certainly never had the major symptoms of it. And I've every time I take a COVID test, it comes out negative. And I had the initial set of vax. It was a two-part. I had the Pfizer two-part vax, and then I think I had a booster later that year. And then maybe one more after that, I don't remember. But then I stopped even doing the boosters.
From what I understand, I think you'd know if you've had it, because from what I understand, you'd have it every 6 months if you've had it for so long and everything.
My roommates have had it like 2 or 3 times since I've been here, and I've never caught it. And unless I just caught it and was asymptomatic, so then I never had a reason to do a test.
Yeah, that may be the case. You're asymptomatic.
My family got, a lot of people in my family got it, and I remember one of my brothers was the first one to get it, and he talked about how he had lost his sense of smell for like 6 months, and I thought how horrible that was. Like, oh, I would not want to go without being able to smell things for that long.
Yeah, you lose your sense of smell for a little bit.
And then I had one friend that he passed away. He was sick before that. He had all kind of medical complications. He had Hodgkin's. He had complications from that. So I think COVID was just the last little straw on top of all the other stuff. And then he went in the hospital and he ended up not coming out.
Oh.
And so I did lose people to COVID, but I think it was people that already had other things going on to begin with.
Yeah.
Frank! Hang on. Frank gets a fanfare. I'm so glad you stopped by. You have made my birthday. And yes, it's still a shit show. We all miss you. You should see the quality of trolls that have been showing up here. Man, did you set a high bar. They don't hold a candle to your trolling. I actually miss your trolling. Yeah, we do miss you here, Frank. You're always going to be our OG troll. And thank you for the birthday wish. And happy unbirthday to you. And if anyone's Scorpio out there or a November birthday, happy birthday month. Our birthday sign to you. Let's see, it's 6 o'clock here. I only have 2 more hours. I might keep it going for, I don't know, however long. I have at least 2 more hours I can give, but if people are okay with wrapping up, I might do that too. I think we've had a pretty full day.
Sorry for your losses that you had during all that.
Yeah, I lost a lot of people during COVID actually. Not all to COVID, just My uncle passed away that year. A cousin passed away. I had this friend pass away. So it was just that was the year that everything that could happen happened. There was earthquakes, wildfires, a global pandemic, personal losses.
Yeah.
I remember that there was that shipping, that port with the shipping accident that stopped that port. The oil prices dropped. Like every week you turn on the news and there was some crazy event, once in a lifetime event happening.
Yeah. Yeah, there was something going on all the time. It was crazy.
I don't know. I don't think Frank fucks with Talcott anymore. I think he moved on to better trolling. Oh yeah, thanks Jeremy. This is my all day birthday. That's why I'm doing it for all day instead of the 2 hours that I would normally do. But I will be out here tomorrow for my normal 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific for my little 2-hour streams, and I'll be doing more fireside chats from hell in the evening. Although probably not tonight, because it's Survivor night. I'll be watching that. That's like my one TV show of the week. I think it's the other way around, my friend. Yeah, I think Frank might be a reformed troll. I think he took a little panel break and never came back.
That's
And he's
odd.
probably a lot healthier for it.
A reformed troll? I never heard of that.
Oh, they have them. And then they have some reformed trolls pretending to be reformed, which is part of their troll. I don't know if trolls ever truly reformed.
Yeah, I don't think they do either.
But I have seen some make improvements, and that's got to count for something.
Yeah, true. Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off and everything.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I was thinking about catching a little break myself, so we can wrap it up. I certainly enjoyed hanging out today. I got to see a cool new game. We had all kind of crazy conversations, which is just what I expected. Yeah. Actually, y'all wanna meet tonight? And Bex, I have time for an episode if you wanna catch up on last week's. I think you missed at least 2. We could maybe catch up on one. And then watch the real one. Yeah, you're right. And I've done some light trolling before back in my AOL days and stuff, but not. I always troll under my own name. I don't like fake troll. If I'm gonna troll, I'm gonna do it to your face. But I've just found other motivations, and it was never malicious. It was more just for fun among friends.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you are caught up. So you want to just plan to show up at the usual time and watch this week's? We can do that. Well, actually, it was not as gay as gay.com, which is where all the gays on AOL moved to after AOL. We had our own special service that we were on, and boy, was that. You think this Panelverse is something. Y'all haven't seen gay drama.
So it's way worse.
It was, and especially this was in Vegas, so
Oh.
it was the same people. We would all meet online, and Vegas is 24 hours, so you're online 24 hours. But it's also the same people you see at the bars, and we would have AOL house parties, and we'd all show up with our little name tags, so everybody knew each other offline. So you'd have all this online drama that would spill over into these in-person events, and you'd have in-person drama that would spill over to online. So it was a constant feedback loop of just perpetual drama.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with all that.
Yeah, it was Vegas is what trained me for this YouTube panelverse thing. It's like gay.com with straight people. And it's like Vegas politics. Okay, Bex, yeah, that sounds cool. If you want to catch another episode of Mole or something, we can do that too. Yeah, I have nothing to do for the next 2 hours, so if you want to watch something, just hit me up. In the meantime, I think I'll wrap this up. I'm very satisfied with today. I think I had a great birthday, so yay, Scorpios. And like I said, I'll be out tomorrow at the usual time. Well, you have anything you want to leave us with? I'm going to drop your channel one more time. James has a channel, and he's going to start doing kind of, what would you call it? Self-improvement streams, kind of like we try to do
call it
here.
that, like discussions on how to deal with life problems. But
Yeah.
I'm coming at it from an orthodox perspective, but I'm open to hear other people's perspectives as well,
That sounds very valuable.
and not just mine as an orthodox.
So yeah, give him a like, subscribe, check him out, and come back tomorrow and we'll do it again. All right. Well, it was fun. Thank you again.
Yes, sir.
And here, I'll try to find another panel to send everybody to. Barnabas is Zat's going live. Here, I'll send you to Zat's.
Yeah, I think he is live. Yeah.
Oh, I see one of my trolls is in his chat. Here, he's live with what's her face, Silver Diamond. She's a cool lady. So there's Zat's panel. You can go over there if you're still looking for a panel. And also Barnabas Midlife Bro Logic is streaming as well. So there's plenty to do tonight. The party doesn't have to end. It just has to end here, unfortunately. Take care, Mr. B. Glad you could hang out today. Everybody else, thank you so much. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Take care, James.
Yep. Everybody out there, take care as well in the chat. And you too, sir.
You too. Yeah, peace out, Jeremy. All right. Ooh, that was kind of an exhausting birthday. All right, I'm going to go get ready for Survivor. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care. Thank you for making this one hell of a birthday.